'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello everybody and welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major. It is day 3 of the groups here on the Storm stream. My name is Cryptic. Very happy to be joined by John X Fire. What is up, my dude? We have had some great Dota up to this point, and I can only imagine it's just gonna get better. We got a 6 series to start it off.
Yeah, it's winding down. I'm day 3 of groups. We're around halfway there. I think by the time we're done with our series, we're literally at the halfway point for remaining games. So it's winding down, Ricky. Not too much left. I mean, there's still a lot in line. No position is cemented yet. So all of these series still count, but there's only so many games left to play. Every team needs to start climbing up, and as you mentioned, we've got a great series to start off. I mean, we're starting off with Aster versus GG. What more could you ask for? Quinn versus Humail, and that's going to be a fun one to watch for sure.
Dude, I'm so excited just because we get to watch such a fun showdown in the mid lane. But before we dive too much into this series, let's go ahead and take a look at the group standings, where everything has kind of settled at this moment. And Group A, obviously, this is the one that you and I have been covering, so we're pretty familiar with what's been going on in this group. Execration has been having a rough time. Same with TSM, sitting towards the bottom. I think the big surprising piece was Liquid, sitting at 3-3. I mean, granted, they've played the least amount of games of any of the teams so far, but does that, I guess not the least amount, but they haven't played a lot of games. Is this shocking to you that they're sitting at 3 ties?
It is mildly shocking. I think you'd expect a little bit more of a stronger start for Liquid, maybe in that upper half, probably at least one series going their way, but it's a new patch. You know, a lot of teams have different ideas, and I think that just leads to the circumstance where, again, some teams are taking more time to adjust, some teams just aren't in the zone just yet on this patch, so that leads to displacement. There is still time to recover, although for a team like, say, Execration in Group A, it's a lot harder. They're going to have to literally win, I think, all of their series to have a pretty solid chance on even just staying inside. So, again, not too many games left, Ricky, and for a team like Execration at the bottom, it's going to feel rough. For a team on top, like Game and Gladiators, I mean, a 6-2 start, you're kind of cemented in a pretty good position with 2 overall wins, 2 draws under your belt. And this one up against Aster coming up, it's not going to be like an easy matchup for them. I think Aster has shown us that they've managed to adjust with Sumail really well. So I think this is maybe a little bit more even than most people expect, and this should be fun.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think the Aster lineup has looked super good. I think, in my opinion, they look like the strongest team coming out of China, at least at the moment. Obviously, we just saw in the groups, IAG has been having a little bit of a rough time as well. I mean, they're also sitting at 0-8 over in Group B. And Extremes kind of in the middle of the pack. They're doing decent. PSG, LGD, about the same. But it's been Aster, I think, that's impressed a lot of the audience, a lot of the other teams here as well. Now, whether or not that's, you know, Sumail having as big as an impact, or if it's just the whole team firing on all cylinders, we'll have to see, as this is going to be another really big series for them. But before we do that, let's go ahead and jump into the prize pool. Let's take a look at what these teams are actually fighting for. It is $200,000 on the line here for first place, but the big thing, stamping that ticket for the international, those DPC points, 500 for first place and all the way to 200 placing in top 8. So that's what matters, man. Everyone wants to get to TI. We can talk about, you know, the fact that ESL has come in and, you know, put together, you know, a really cool third-party league to give some people more money to play for throughout the year. But when it comes to the DPC, TI is everything, right? TI is the most important thing for all of these players.
Yeah, and that's what the year is centered around. That's why we have this DPC cycle, just to figure out who gets the points to get that road into TI locked in. So that's what you're really fighting for. A lot of these teams, you know, they're not quite cemented in their position for TI yet. This is the second major. This is where things start to settle down a bit, going into the third tour, coming in there. So this is where a lot of teams' fates are kind of determined, and it kind of tells you how difficult your road to TI will be. Like, say a team like Liquid bombs out, say a team like Talon bombs out, which can happen with the standings right now. All of a sudden, their 2 or 3 results have to be consistently good. You know, they've got to place within the top 3, probably just win it out to feel safe, and then have good placement on Bali, which could be easier said than done. You know, it's down to a lot of circumstances going there, so just perform your best here. A lot of pressure for the teams, and that's why it feels like these group stages are such high pressure environments. Even though you're not in playoffs, like I've seen a lot of these teams in group stage, a lot of them are more stressed out during groups than they are when they finally reach playoffs. Like when they get to the stage, it's like, all right, you know, we're in this placement, top 8 at the very least. We can breathe a little bit more. But when you don't know where you're going to end up, it's just a lot of pressure.
Dude, it's actually so true. It really is. Like, some teams are more comfortable in the upper or the lower bracket, but for them, the most important part is just getting to the playoffs. Well, we'll see how the groups end up shaking up, but for right now, it is the big matchup. Gaming Gladiators here versus Aster, the best team in Western Europe versus, in my opinion, the best team here from China. So I'm excited. I really am. I think it's going to be a really, really fun series. I think overall we've been lucky. I think you and I with some really fun series. Like yesterday, all of the games featuring 9 pandas were just super intense, but we're not gonna hold off any longer. We're gonna just jump right into the draft here and see what's going on. The first phase Storm Spirit ban up against Sumail. We keep seeing this over and over.
Yeah, it's just something he's super comfy in. And we saw yesterday, I think it was game 2 in the series of Aster. It didn't end up working. It was mainly because there was too much pressure for Sumail to kind of carry through. Not enough damage coming through, but we saw his impact early on. Like, this guy is just more than willing to fight on these hyper-mobile heroes. So you just kind of take that out. And GG also banning out the Underlord. Just very specific bans up against XXS. They know how well the side of Aster uses that Fiend's Gate. Like, they are one of the few teams, I think, that has such a good read as to how to use that gate. How to use it to help an ally retreat out as well. Like, we've seen Sumail just gate back to the fountain multiple times in that series yesterday as well. So I appreciate the respect coming out from Gaiman. And for Aster, nothing too off the ball. You know, Chen being taken out, I wouldn't be surprised if you kind of just prioritize the Enchantress or something like perhaps a Beastmaster. They do take out the Enchantress. Yeah. I mean, you know, these heroes, they're too good. They're always, one team always has to ban these. And it's like, the team that bans the Chen also bans the Ench. It's always that.
Yeah, that's how it always works. It's like, if you're on second pick, you're going to be forced to ban the Chen. And then it's like, it comes down to whether or not, you know, they want to force like a different ban. But if you're on second pick, you're always going to be forced to ban the Chen. And Gaming Gladiators, of course, go for the Doom here. This is exactly what I would have expected. They play this pretty much at every opportunity. And I think Ace has just, in my opinion, looked like the best Doom here at the Major. He has had incredible games on this hero.
Yeah, he's managed to make that hero work really well, and I think it's just down to how active that Doom can get early, right? The itemization shifts a little bit. You don't necessarily just rush your Midas. If a game calls for it, you go for your Vanguard. Sometimes you go for the Guardian Greaves for the team. So you have a lot of impact early. You hold your lane well. Most melee matchups feel pretty good for the Doom, and you can kind of ban to protect now as well for Gaiman, just to ensure that Doom lane goes smoothly. For Aster, they do get to dip into the IO, and they get the Monkey King for themselves. So now you've got that lane matchup to deal with the Doom if you do want to toss that over to Monet, which he has played pretty much entirely for the safe lane on Aster's end, at least in this tournament. And again, matchup against Doom is very smooth. It's not something you mind too much in a Monkey King. I am wondering where the value of the eye will come in, because I feel like Aster's the team that might emphasize the relocate plays more than other teams do, just because of how aggressive we've seen them play. But still, when you see the IU, you start to think about what Sumail will want mid, right? Like Leshrak's still in the pool if Gaiman don't ban it out. Storm's gone, but beyond that, like I'm curious to see what the mindset here is from Aster. Maybe something like a core Tiny if it's not banned out. I think that's the least likely mid to be banned that can still tie into the IO.
Okay, they go for the coddle here. All right, I was curious what the offlane duo was going to be here for Gaming Gladiators, because I figured you'd want it to be something aggressive that offers a little bit more magic damage to deal with the Monkey King, so that the matchup isn't too bad for the Doom. And we saw that with 9 Pandas yesterday, right? Going the Doom techies into the Monkey King lane, I believe. And they worked fine. Like, they actually just bullied out the Monkey King. They didn't really struggle too much on that hero. It looks like Gaming Gladiators going for a similar idea. I love the Lesh ban here. This makes sense. Like, don't give them the IO Lesh combo. Also, another hero that Sumail really likes to play. We've seen teams try for a Bristleback, but it did not pan out. But that was because of a Viper. Could we see a Bristleback come back into the draft? Like, is that something you have to be concerned about?
I don't think so. I feel like it doesn't quite fit how you'd want to play from the offlane here for XXS. It does feel like he wants to be a little bit more aggressive. Like, the Bristle can get aggressive early with the IO, but it does feel like it's a little bit more farm dependent as well to scale into a pretty big spike in the mid to late game. So I think the Bristle's just a touch too slow, especially with a Monkey King on top. Although there is good synergy there, which is the goose spam once you have the Yags. So it could be a consideration. I think it's more... I honestly want to just see a good tie-in for the mid for Aster with the IO. Like, with Lesh gone, with potentially stuff like Tiny gone mid. Wouldn't be surprised if that was taken out. I'm not sure what ties into the IO from mid. Like, that's the one thing. Like, there's nothing here that feels like a huge mana battery that you have to keep topping up anymore. Nothing that's left. Maybe you could go for... It sounds a little bit awkward, as he doesn't really need the IO relocate, but... The Ember is one option, then you just kind of tether onto the Monkey and have the Ember run around the map. Like, Sumail can still dictate from mid that way. It also means that since you have first pick in the next phase for Aster, you kind of block something like the Ember Coddle from coming out for Gaiman. Taking that away from Quinn as well to take that utility with a slight fist spam. So I'm wondering as well if Gaiman will want to ban it now. Like Tiny Ember, I would be surprised if those were their next 2 bans.
Well, I kind of I have to agree. I don't know if there's anything else that, like, I'd be worried about. Okay, Primal Beast actually is one. That's a good one. A hero that I kind of forget about every once in a while, but definitely works really well with the IO. The spell amp as well as the bonus move speed ends up doing wonders. They get rid of the Pango. Both teams kind of just focusing on this mid lane at the moment. Sorry, I just realized I messed. I don't know if I joined the slot in the lobby. Oh well, I'm sure it's fine. Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see.
And the Primal Beast ban is a bit interesting. It feels like maybe Gaming's looking for something more of a glass cannon on safe lane for Duracho. So they kind of want to protect something ranged here. Like something like the Drow feels pretty nice if Duracho wanted that. Muerta is something that gets stomped down by the Primal Beast. Although it's a weird back and forth with the Muerta. Because if you clip him with your calling or clip him with a dead shot, then it's not really that big of a threat. And they banned the Beastmaster, so they leave that Ember and Tiny options for Aster to tie into that mid for Sumail. So
They have to ban the IO. Or they have to ban the PL, I think.
Yeah, with a Beastmaster ban, you have to take it out for sure. Because you don't have the way of dealing with that illusion spam yourself. They banned a Muerta instead, which I feel like is a stronger read. And they'll go with a CM pickup first. So they leave a lot of options for the Aster in the next 2 picks. They can either gun for a Quinn hero before any of those are taken out. Any further is taken out. Stuff like Ember still in the pool. Stuff like Void Spirit still in the pool. Tiny if they really wanted that in mid as well. And even Ricky, although I think that's lower priority depending on the matchup. But It's a lot more open than I expected it to be. I think Aster's just holding your cards a little bit closer to your chest. Gaben do pick up the Rubik. So you have a lot of flexibility now with your support duo. Like you can still run the Doom Kotl. I think that's a stronger lane. Just because you have a lot more output in comparison to the Rubik. Although for safe pokes, perhaps the Rubik's a little bit more consistent without shoving out the wave. It really depends on what Gaiman are looking for their lane partner. I think you want... Yeah, it depends on what you get your safe lane. Like, if your safe lane can use the Kotl a little bit better, maybe that's where the Bristleback you mentioned comes in. Perhaps Duracho runs something like the Bristle Kotl instead. Although I don't believe he's played any of that Bristleback at all in this tournament just yet. But it gives you an option to kind of get maximum value from these supports here.
Yeah, I mean, there's also some other options. Okay, they do go for the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. I was going to say, it just would feel a lot better to me if you would pair the Kotl with one of the spirits, and Ember being one of the ones that's left. The other option would have been Void Spirit, but Ember Spirit does definitely feel like probably the second strongest behind the Storm Spirit in terms of pairings with the Keeper of the Light. Just the double sleight of fist. Basically, it just is so much damage that you have to worry about. But I like what you're saying for the safe lane combo. There's still a lot of options, things that you can run with the Keeper of the Light that'll actually look really nice. But Aster should get their mid matchup here. I'm curious what it's going to be. Sumail has been known to run the Queen of Pain. He absolutely crushed an Ember Spirit yesterday with it. So we might see him go back for something like that.
Yeah, I think it still fits in. What if they went with something cheeky? As I was just thinking of like a Husker. A Husker IO still works out. And you can just run down the Ember mid matchup. I don't know if you'd go into that. They'll go for the Quap. The safer play. He already worked out that lane last time when we saw him play it. It still ties in. It's a decent combination with the IO. You sustain mana is pretty important for the Quap early on. You're more than likely, though, for the IO to just constantly tether up the Monkey. Yeah, you have two pretty decent targets here. But you do secure really stable lane matchups for the side of Aster. Like, again, Doom Monkey King lane's pretty stable. Although up against the Kotl, it could be annoying for the Monkey. I am wondering what the XXS here will be, because it feels like if XXS is on something a little bit more passive, or, you know, it's something that doesn't really dictate these fights by aggression, that's where it falls a little bit flat, because someone needs to follow through to Sumail's movement. And Monet doesn't tend to do that early on, although the Monkey King should be able to. But, like, when we saw his Underlord yesterday, which is banned, it did feel like he was more of the Aura bot, and was just giving this reset opportunity for Sumail, but he wasn't really able to do as much damage. He wasn't able to hold as many people outside of a Pit of Malice there. I mean, he had a spectacular LC performance. I just don't think you can kind of get away with that pick. I mean, you do have last pick overall, so if the lane matchup is good, I wouldn't mind the LC pickup here for XXS.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I think that hero seems to be pretty strong. The fact that they banned the Alk, though, makes me feel like they aren't going the Legion, just because that is one of the few heroes that can beat the Alchemist in lane, as well as just as the game goes on. But I do really still like it into the Ember Spirit, so I think it can be warranted. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. XXS really just plays like lane dominators and heroes that just find picks. Like, he is so good at like enabling his team and starting fights and just kind of setting up for Sumail. So I would like the Legion. I am curious what other heroes he could have in mind. There is something like, well, he has an IO. You can't run a Darkseer this game. So the question is, yeah, I mean, there might not be a lot of other options. It might honestly be the Legion. They actually ban the Viper, though, which makes me wonder if they are looking for something like the Bristleback for the safe lane. They don't... I mean, they have the Kotl. It could work. They get rid of the Ursa. Okay.
Yeah, I think GG should just gun for that Bristle. I mean, Kotl Bristleback lane stable. Soften up targets for the Ember in these prolonged fights with a Goo, along with your Sleight of Fist spam. Fits up pretty well. A lot of aggression. The issue with going Bristle, though, is again the LC option for Aster forces the Bristle to just face forward. You've got good angles to take for Aster. They'll go with a Terrorblade instead, so a much more stable lane coming out. Probably not the best utilizer of the Chakra, although I suppose, you know, lower cooldowns are always nice anyway if you want to poke and prod, but reflection back. And it's a pretty stable lane. I am wondering what lane's more preferable for gaming, because I feel like Kotal Doom is still what you go for, so maybe just run the Rubik Terrorblade lane. Because the Terrorblade lane feels like it's going to be passive either way. With a Rubik, at least you've got a lift back into stun. You've got a way of saving. And there's the LT we mentioned, which is, again, still pretty good for XXS here. You have Illusion Clear with your Q, with your overwhelming odds. You can still get really good control in these games. You combine pretty damn well with the IO in lane. So overall, I think it's rather even in the draft. I think both sides have this really good tempo to go to. It's really just down to who finds these small openings in lane. Like, I think they have really good aggression on their side lanes for both sides. Like a Monkey King plus a CM is pretty damn scary. If you can chain stun, slow down, get a Blood Grenade on CM, like that Crystal Nova slow plus Blood Grenade, it's pretty oppressive.
I mean, I'm looking at this, and I liked Aster's draft a little bit more, I'd have to say. Like, I think Gaming Gladiators has a lot of things going well for them in this draft, but the Legion Commander deals with Terrorblade pretty well. Like, the overwhelming odds AoE is enormous, so you can't really get away with having illusions in this lane. You're going to have to, like, rely on the reflection spam, as well as just using the meta off cooldown, and Tofu will be able to help a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried that these side lanes are going to be difficult, and then you have the Queen of Pain versus Ember matchup in the mid lane, which Sumail just played yesterday and absolutely crushed it on. That being said, Quinn, obviously an amazing mid laner, but it's not an easy matchup. So I'm not really sure if it's going to work out too easy for Gaming Gladiators in that early game, but I like what they have going for them in the mid game into late game as well.
Yeah, I think that scaling's really I think for Aster, your concern down the line is just holding some of these more mobile heroes, like holding down Quinn. It feels like there's a lot of pressure on XXS perhaps to set up with a Blink and Duel. Like, you do have the Crystal, the Frostbite coming out from Pichu. Maybe you can even count the Boundless Strike, although it's not the easiest target to kind of just Boundless. But if you do have the vision advantage, it can feel good. So I'm just keen to see how they work out the lanes, because I do agree with you as well. Like, Aster is a little bit easier to pull off. I think their timings are much more tuned in for that early to mid game. And if they do get a grip early and shut down those lanes, like if they give Diracho a very hard time up top, I think that's where the issues start to arise. Like if Diracho slows down bot, like Terrorblade's gonna have to sit back and farm. He is an illusion hero, so theoretically you can kind of make use of those camps, but it's not the same sort of illusion clear that you'd see from, say, the Nog and the Medusa nowadays. It's not as quick in terms of just split pushing, early on at least.
All right, we're just going to jump into this one, everyone. So thank you so much for being here. And if you are just tuning in, pretty good timing as we've got Gaming Gladiators taking on the side of Aster here for our first series of the day. Both teams heading to the top side of the map, though. Might get ourselves a little bit of a fight here to start things off. We've been seeing a lot of teams start to do this. Like, they go up towards the top gate, they get a ward place. That's going to reveal everybody, so they know exactly what's going on. So just avoid the rotation to the bottom Fiend. I always want to say Fiend's Gate. Twin Gate.
Yeah. Not going to get too much action out. Maybe they can still scuffle over runes, but it's a long way to walk to meet them by the river here. They're still staying as a unit, so still maybe keen on trying to force something out here.
The battle begins.
All right, yeah, bottom rune the engagement, but of course they'll just back away and give that up. It's gonna be 2 for 2 on the runes. Not, you know, kind of expected, to be honest.
Just a poke and a prod. At least they will find an extra observer down mid for their troubles, dropping that sentry early on. So you have a little bit of a vision advantage to set up for Quinn. Just help him control the mid a little bit easier. And just ensure that Sumail's not going to be as aggressive on top of him without that extra information. Again, that mid lane matchup for Quinn and Sumail should be a little bit easier for Sumail. We've seen the Quap kind of dominate this matchup pretty damn well. You've got the magic damage to deal through that Flame Guard. You do have the Sleight of Fist to dodge, so it's really about execution. I think Quinn has a better shot at evening out this lane. And a good Ember can probably crush a Quap, but it's definitely a lot more consistent for a Quap to just hold that lane steady.
All right. Okay. Sorry, I had to getting things sorted out on my side. I was having a couple connection issues with the game, but it looks like it's been sorted out. Okay, so top lane. Let's talk about this one. We've got Ace, of course, on the Doom here up against the Monet Monkey King. And I'm a little bit worried about this lane just because, like, yeah, you do have, like, Monkey King CM, but Monkey King is definitely a hero that is a little bit vulnerable to magic damage, and with the Coddle there, I think they have enough to potentially like find themselves some nice kills. Meaning, bottom lane, Bobica gets lifted up, does get the tether back to the other side, so he's gonna live for the moment. But some good damage out there from that meta as it comes up.
Yeah, it's gonna be your time to play around here for Duracho to get aggressive on that side. Like you are. Again, looking at a little bit of a struggle for Monet. I mean, running up to a Doom is always a little bit tough. He does manage to grab up the healing creep as well, so you can sustain through the lane quite nicely. There are no real big blocks coming out. They block the large camp themselves here on the side of Gaiman, so just ensuring that there's no cheeky pulls Aster can do. So you've always got this awkward position. They're just all cut down. Just take down the trees.
I'm like, look at the line,
you know?
like, where did the whole tree line go? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just chop it. And you've
That's
got
easy.
the Quelling Blades, you use them. And Timbersaw would be very proud if he could see this game right now. And it does feel like the new map has far less trees, actually. Especially in the lanes. It's spread out a little bit more, so it doesn't feel as dense.
I actually kind of like that. I think it was very annoying, like playing in these side lanes and you're just like sitting in a tree line for half the lane throwing spells. It was really weird. I am also just kind of realizing the Doom Coddle synergy, like being able to just pull Devour off cooldown faster and faster in the early game. So that could be something that ends up adding up over time. Considering how farmed Ace usually ends up getting on his Doom, like you now have the ability to just continue to reduce that cooldown even earlier.
Yeah, it's a big aspect for the Doom to enjoy, and just leads to that earlier advantage. We are seeing a lot of pressure on Sumail mid. Again, Quinn just having a great time in bullying out. If you can play on the edge as the Ember, you can definitely dance around a Quap matchup. Like,
yeah.
Right? Like, you have a Sleight of Fist that you can always time to dodge out 2 of her spells if need be. The Quap's are much more reliant on the runes to sustain, whereas the Ember, I mean, he can just stand back, spam Sleight of Fist. You already have that early Blightstone. You've got a lot of output for the harassment there.
Top rune. They're going to see a fight here as Tofu will just TP back to the top tower. Does not want to risk that one. Good attempt, though, as he does at least force some rotation, some spells out of these heroes, you know, trying to go for the water rune. But yeah, Quinn's having a great time in mid. It is relatively even, but, you know, when you're an Ember Spirit into, you know, Queen of Pain, I think even is pretty good for you. Top lane, getting aggressive here from Monet, just using the tail end of those Jingu stacks, but looks like he's going to be okay. Dude, the heals is actually quite funny as well from Ace, like you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that heal amplification is pretty dumb. It makes your tangos feel better. It makes your magic wand burst healing feel a lot better as well. It's actually super valuable. Like, people... I know Mike's not the biggest fan of the heal creep, or wasn't, but when we saw it in action, like, this thing is... It's kind of ridiculous that you can just stay in your lane like this. And this is him without his own Ring of Health up. I mean, he has the goal to just buy it out. You cannot shove this Doom away unless you fully commit for the kill now.
I wasn't even considering that. Just the fact that, like, he's going to also get the 15% heal amp off of everything else. But mid lane, the dive does come through, and Sumail manages to get himself first blood with the help of Celery. So this is a big win in this mid lane. He gets the level 6. He's shoving this wave into the tower. He's going to miss out on a lot here. Like, this whole mid wave is gone. Bottom lane, a dive here will result in the kill onto the Crystal... Or no. Yeah, Crystal Maiden rotated from the backside. Okay, they're still trying to chase down Duracho as Celery as well underneath the tower here. It looks like he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit rough for Aster in this laning phase. Again, the side of Gaiman are just finding a little bit too much. And Quinn's just able to dance around. He doesn't have too much to be scared of. Like, you can hold him down, but with the remnants up, and he can just run away if need be. And he's got rune control if he wants to just zap over there, but Tofu will just... they deny it with Pichu at least. So you don't need to worry about the double damage Ember, but whenever Tofu shows up, it gets scary, right? Chakra magic on Ember. It is a level 1 Sleight of Fist, as he had to pump up the Flame Guard just to sustain that lane up against Sumail. But you still have a lot of output.
Yeah, you do. And they're looking again to get aggressive in the mid lane. He denies the ward at least. Nicely done there from Sumail, but they're forcing a lot of heroes, right? They've pulled both supports here to the mid lane, and Quinn still has a pretty sizable level advantage at the moment.
Yeah, he's gonna hit 7 as soon as Sumail hits his own 6, or at least a couple of creeps into that wave. He's gonna hit the 7. And for Sumail, that 6 timing is so key. Like, you have to play with that Sonic Wave. It's the timing for the Quap to either make a side lane rotation or try to bully out this mid matchup. But so far, he's just not able to bully. You know, with a Flame Guard as high as it is, he can't really shove Quinn out just with his right clicks. And with the mobility on hand, oh, he'll try it.
Ooh, Quinn. Maybe getting a little bit too greedy there. Yeah, Sumail just lets the Sonic Wave rip and strikes back, gets himself a return kill. A lot of XP going his way as well. And now with that, I mean, he actually eclipses Quinn on net worth as well. So that's huge. That's actually a really, really, really nice comeback kill for him.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he managed to land that. Like, the moment Sumail hit 6, I figured Quinn would be on the dot, ready with his Fire Remnant dodge. Doesn't manage to dodge, goes forward before the Quap blinks. So Sumail sees that angle, just blinks forward, no care in the world, and finds that kill. So he's back in a pretty good point. And again, this is still a lot of commitment from your support to stay in that mid lane, but the 1v1 lanes for your side lanes are pretty good. As long as XXS isn't running into a Metamorphosis TB, you still have play. And Monet can always just right-click, try to harass out. Ace is also fairly low on mana now, so there's no threat of him just being run down by the spells. And this is the ideal for Aster. Just take away these laning combinations, take away the sustain, and give your side lane some room to farm.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, this is looking... I mean, overall... Oh, nice chains in the mid lane. Telekinesis as well. I mean, Sumail's going to be fine here, most likely. He ends up blinking south, tries to TP, and he will make it. There's a sliver of HP. That was actually a really smart call. He was a little bit afraid to go back towards his tower, so good stuff there.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, like, this is looking really good for Ace on this Doom, right? He was just kind of left 1v1 versus the... Monkey King lane, which, you know, on paper you're like, yeah, that's not that great, but it is a Doom, and he's got Devour, and he's chilling. He's not under any real threat.
I mean, he's got the Vanguard, so you can't just solo make a play here on Monet. Does have full mana up, but didn't get the Doom value point.
All right, I know I said he wasn't under any threat, but that was in the 1v1 lane. He's now in a 3v2 scenario. He's still fine. Okay. Doom's a good hero is what I'm getting at here.
Really is. You know,
mid lane Sumail. Some good mind game stuff there. I love seeing that stuff.
Yeah, just playing on the edge. Once again, this is just how Sumail has been rolling. You know, in those matchups we saw yesterday up against 9 Pandas, he was also kind of playing ridiculously. I think the one thing for Aster is, like, even though you're giving a bit of a free lane for Ace, you're also pretty farmed up on Monet. So you don't mind us too much. Your understanding of this game is probably that your Monkey King plays more active, so going for the Echo Saber build-up in comparison to a Cherubblade, you know, who still goes for Dragonlance, Yasha Manta, maybe a BKB this game if you feel the need for it, and that just makes it a little bit slower from the safe, unless the Racha is willing to show up with that Metamorphosis early on, which can be a little bit tough in this matchup.
Oh, they got the chain turn to Queen of Pain, but Sumail, of course, nice telekinesis to interrupt that ult. He might turn it around, though, onto the supports here. Nice blinding light, but it's not going to be enough. And there it is, the duel setup into the Sonic Wave. Gets the first duel victory of the game there for XXS. That's exactly what he's been looking for. A great rotation to the mid lane here from Aster, fighting around those runes. And they get themselves a really nice pickoff.
It's a nice one to find Rubik. You're more than happy to just get these dual wins for XXS. Gives a little bit of room out for Duracha to, again, just play solo bot. The Terrorblade is still #1 in net worth, not by a huge margin. And again, Terrorblade's timings are just a tad bit slower. You can play with just the Dragon Lance up. What we normally see is like a collapse onto mid with your Metamorphosis for a bit of a push. But I don't know if you emphasize the mid lane too much. It does feel like your side lane towers are actually way more important. So that could lead to Daracha just not minding these early mid-aggression moves too much. Whereas in comparison, again, Monet, Echo Saber almost done, just waiting for the Ogre Axe next. He's going to be in a position where he can join his team early. He can rely on the IO to just give him a little bit more attack speed if need be, with a Tether and Overcharge. And his team is just ready to play aggressive off that timing. Like, the moment the Monkey King starts showing up in these fights, that's the moment where I think Aster gets a little bit scary. Like, it just feels like you're going to be farming up on your Doom and Terrorblade for a little while longer here.
I like this smoke rotation to the top side of the map, and I mean, you're talking about a Monkey King, a big threat as this game goes on. If they actually manage to find him here hiding in this jungle, this would be a really nice kill. That being said, Monkey King, not one of the easiest heroes to gank, especially with Tree Dance. They got vision of him for a second. He cuts the tree perfectly on the slide. Dude, Quinn, what a sick play. Monet gonna get healed up here by the IO. Is it gonna be enough? He's trying to escape. A Sleight of Fist comes out. One more Remnant. Nice dodge there from Monet, but the last auto attack's gonna find it. The Doom comes out, managed to catch Ace. It's gonna be a 3-for-1 so far. A buyback here from the IO, trying to get Queen of Pain out of danger, but they managed to chase him. But a great duel. XXS, he finds the Ember on the backside to try and stop him, and it will be enough to keep the co-op going. Sumail blinks over to the side. The Sonic Wave's through. He grabs the Ember Spear, turns around to Tofu. Dude, what a value buyback, and what a duel from XXS, as it's going to actually net them so much here as they're continuing to chase. He does not actually land on the dagger, but a big win nonetheless. Super sick plays there from the side of Aster.
Yeah, they found themselves in a pretty bad spot. They still lose their Monkey King, but they get a couple of value kills back. It is still a pretty big win for the side of Gaiman. And again, a really good read as to what they have to do. They have to apply that pressure. You have to prevent the snowball effect coming out from Monet, stall out any of his item timings as much as possible, and get some Doom uses out when you can. Because Ace is always just going to default back to farming whenever that spell's on cooldown until he has more items up. As again, he's gone Vanguard plus Hand of Midas. It's mainly just going to be a farm game for 2 of these cores on Gaiman. So you take that opportunity to fight, you still find the targets you want, and you're applying that pressure. But now you have to be a little bit concerned with Acer and what they might plan to do, because Doom is down. So it's much more free to take these fights if he wants to.
Yeah, that's really true. And one thing that's always fun is they're going to grab this mid tower. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Celery steals the Tree Dance here on this Rubik. So this is going to be a really, really scary spell to play around, which is, you know, something we'll see him maybe use to just plant some vision here at the moment. But yeah, Rubik having Tree Dance is always very funny. The cast range on that is good.
Yeah, you don't quite have the levels in Arcane Supremacy to get that longer jump out yet, but just a vision game. That's a real important bit for the side of Gaiman. The vision to sustain your own aggression, to play around your timings. The information you get is just huge. And Aster, and they're still kind of in recovery mode. Your Monkey King, again, still waiting for at least the X-Saber to be delivered out. It is coming out now, but Gaiman, same smoke move up top here.
Dude, this Doom is so farmed. It's actually absurd. I don't know if you saw earlier when they were clearing out the stacks. I don't know really when they had time to do that, because they were just constantly fighting in this mid lane. But my guess is Tofu was taking some good time to find some stacks there on the ancient camps. They do manage to find the Crystal Maiden, and the Freezing Field stolen immediately there from Celery. So good rotation top. They do get vision of that Legion Commander just for a moment, but they do just want to focus up, bring down this tower first, it seems.
Yeah. Again, major spelled steals out from Celery for the next team fight. Got a little bit more presence coming out here. So they can force a bigger 5v5, but XXS, he's got that blink. He wants to make a play with it. He is all alone, which is a little bit risky to run up here. But at least has the Blade Mail.
Ooh, they get the Doom out. The question is, can they actually chase him in time? They're bringing in the Monkey King, and yeah, they got plenty of damage. No help there. Io will reload them in onto the backside. The Freezing Field from Celery, though, is doing a lot of work. Big Sonic Wave catching 3. A stolen one from Celery as well. They're trying to finish off Sumail, but do they have the damage to lock him down in time? It doesn't look like it. Quinn thinking of going into the Wukong's command here to chase down Monet. Dude, the the slows, the damage coming up from the Coddle are too much. Monet trying to hide into the trees. Can't mischief dodge that one. And they managed to find themselves 3 really big kills. Dude, Solar Bind coming out from Spirit Form, one of the changes from Coddle that I think... I mean, that spell is so good. It is so much magic amp. It is nuts.
Yeah, it definitely is. And again, it's just down to Celery grabbing these big spells, having that area denial with a freezing field, managing to steal that Sonic Wave as well, makes that entire fight so uncomfy. As they'll still lose Pichu as well. So a little bit of a bonus pickup for Gaimin as they clear out the top tier 2. 10-5, 8k lead. We're seeing Duracho just show up with his team now as well, just with a Yasha up. I'm loving the confidence from the side of Gaimin. Aster, I mean, it hasn't felt like they've been able to connect into these fights all too well. Like, again, XXS just runs up to that lane, gets doomed up, and doesn't even get to use the duel. Like, maybe just not expecting the side of Gaimin to hang around top, but he just saw his support get run down there. So it's just maybe a little bit of a bait play that doesn't pan out, but Aster has to respect the aggression that Gaimin's consistently pumping out here.
Yeah, this is kind of where I expected this game to come to the end of the lane stage, right? You've got an 8k gold lead here for Gaming Gladiators. You are going to smoke up here on Aster as they're trying to get aggressive here and maybe find themselves an objective, but I don't think they saw the Rubik, so they are just going to continue to head south here into the jungle. Sumail will try and just get to work. He's got a Kaya Sanji queued up, pretty much the standard build, but yeah, underneath bottom lane here is going to be Monet trying to set up maybe something here on Celery. Pops the drums. Doesn't look like they want to actually go for a dive here. I don't blame them. They don't see the rest of Gaming Gladiators at the moment.
Yeah, but they've got the numbers advantage if they wanted to force something out. We've got 2 heroes just farming up top, although Ace will make his way towards mid, a little bit closer if he needs to swing by. Just not enough information coming out from Aster. Like, if you look at the map, they don't have that many wards to scout out these forward areas, like these side jungles. Whereas Gaimin has good control up top. They've got some defensive wards giving them a lot of good information. Like, all these wards are super valuable from the side of Gaimin, and you just don't have that same info coming out for Aster. So even if they want to play fast, they just don't know where Gaimin's at. They can't make these plays. They're scared off from the last bait play they tried to attempt up top, and it leads to a little bit more conservative action coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying to just find Celery here, and XXS with the blink at the blade mail, obviously, he needs to start getting this dual damage. This is the first time I've seen him play this hero where he's not just sitting on a massive amount of dual victories here at this point in the game. He's only got 10. He's got 1 dual victory. It's a rough Legion game at the moment. They are going to get smoked. It's instantly popped here by Bonet, but they actually just turn around with a Doom right away. And he's going to be the one that falls as a result, dude. That is a rough one.
Yeah, it's your win condition just kind of getting shut down early. And they commit Doom, but it's very worthwhile for the side of Gaimin as they just get to run down. Like Aster, full retreat, just back to farming for them. But this means more map space to be taken by Gaimin. Just finding that bot tier 1, which these offlane towers mean so much. Easier access towards Wisdom Rune, easier access towards the enemy Tormentor as it comes up here. They could just kind of snag it away immediately.
Yeah, right at the 20-minute mark. I mean, this is really, really, really important. If you lose your Tormentor at the 20-minute mark, it feels so bad. Like, neither of your supports have any net worth right now. Like, look at Crystal Maiden and the IO. Like, you're so poor. And with a Terrorblade, a meta available, they could just walk up there and maybe try and force the fight at the Tormentor. They're pinging it. Like, Duracho wants this Tormentor.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to show up for this. XXS just walks in, gets caught by the telekinesis, but there's the meta on the backside as well. Quinn, he's not here to help them. They're going to get an instant duel here. They managed to trade 1-for-1 on the supports, but here he comes. There's your Ember Spirit. He's looking for Sumail. Does not manage to grab him, but Duracho has a Scotty, the Solarbind Vessel, onto Sumail's Queen of Pain. He's gone, man. Monet comes in, drops a nice Wukong's command with BKB. He's going to be protecting Ace for the moment, and he's stuck inside his own Wukong's command. Nowhere to go. He's looking to try and grab Duracho, but it's not going to be enough. It's 4 dead for the side of Aster. You only get the Rubik. And Duracho, Doesn't have a lot of health to play with here. They could go for like some Sunder like TP play, but it looks like they are just going to try and go for the Tormentor anyway. It's the first Tormentor. It doesn't do a ton of damage.
Yeah, and you've got to clear it out fast, deny this away from Aster, prevent any of that gold and XP flowing their way along with a shard. So you're feeling
and the
good
rune.
on Cayman. And the Wisdom Rune as well. So you lose everything. I mean, Aster, this is a complete shutdown outside of game. I'm loving this build in Duracho. Just skip the Manta. He doesn't need that this spell. The Scotty just does so much more with all the slows and just reducing the healing output of that Io so early on. It doesn't feel like we're seeing that durability kick in for Aster. Heck, we're not even seeing that many relocate plays outside of maybe defensive relocate attempts from Baboka. So the usual playstyle of Aster on the aggressive, it's not there, and this is very reminiscent of one of your games, Aster, maybe game 2 up against 9 Pandas, where they couldn't really hit their tempo, and when they don't, like Monet's playing from behind, the Monkey King's not able to farm up as much as he'd want. He's working onto the BKB. Like, it's difficult. Like, there is still scaling. They still have pretty good defense coming out here, but when you're lagging this far behind a Terrorblade and a Doom and an Ember, and it's so much control, it's so much movement and damage from Gaiman that you don't have the hardest lockdown for. And we talked about it with this draft. You have the Frostbite and Duel as your most reliable stuns. And those only lock into one hero at a time.
And Duel's, a good lockdown, but it only really works when you have a ton of duel damage, right? Like, if you can solo off these heroes, it's really good. But you're sitting at 28th right now. He just does not have the farm here on this offlane Legion. And that's kind of a first, honestly, for XXS. Like, we normally see him completely dominating on this hero, and pretty rough bottom lane. Wukong's command comes out, but Monet, again, just completely surrounded as Duracio on this Terrorblade has no problem chasing him into this Wukong's command. Quinn, obviously, there with the assist. Get Monet once again. Roshan's up if they do want to try and go for it. They do have some time left on this Metamorphosis. It looks like they will just go ahead and get to work.
There's nothing to stop them. There's no place Aster can get done here. All Aster is doing is just try to hit this recovery mode. Get that farm going. Maybe hit these key timings with the BKB of Monet. XXS as well, working his way onto that. The Ags for Sumail. The Ags could be pretty good. Well, with all of those Shadow Strikes and the Scream of Pains passing around, it could be one way to burst through these targets. There's not a lot of BKBs on the side of Gaiman as well. At least Duracho doesn't have his. So he is kind of susceptible to that. You don't have a full BKB up for Quinn as well, so the magic damage does stay relevant. But they need more time on Aster. And the nice thing about the bigger map is you've always got some part of the map you can play in. So it's not as bad to get shut out like this. It is still pretty scary. I mean, the side of game you can just farm so much more efficiently on such a wide area. Like, complete control down bot here. All the Watchers in there aside from the Roshan. There's no movement you can make from Aster to try to force a pick off here to come back in. Unless Gaiman just overstepped their bounds and maybe starts to split off one by one for a little bit.
Quinn on the hunt here, looking for the Crystal Maiden. And an easy pick off thanks to Ace showing on up. Dude, I love his build. Just Lincoln Sphere, now going back for the Aghanim Scepter, just knowing that the only thing he's really afraid of is going to be that Legion Commander. Like, locking him down long enough to where he just gets bursted. And, it just feels like, like, this was a little bit of an outdraft here from Gaming Gladiators. Like, everything looked like it was going to go well for them in the lanes, and it ended up kind of being so. And, like, now I don't know how if you can itemize your way back into this on the side of Aster. Like, you're so far behind in gold that there's... I don't know, man. Like, you have to hope that Gaiman takes, like, a rough fight on the high ground or something.
It's down to punishing maybe a bit of an overextension from Gaiman. They'll try to smoke up on Aster. They've got the fresh BKB on XXS. So if they get a big duel, chances are you might be able to find that pick off and try to take this 4v5. I just don't know what target you go for. Like, dueling Quinn's pretty hard with Lincoln's. Yeah, it can't be Quinn. You have 2 lives in Duracho. The Doom is extra tanky. So none of these targets feel great for XXS to jump on.
Ooh, instead, they're going to be forced back into their base as Duracio is just going in with the Metamorphosis. A nice Frostbite here, but the Crystal Maiden just gets collapsed on. As that's going to be the first death there. A stolen frostbite as well for Celery. That is going to be very rough to play around.
The range is massive.
Yeah, they just throw the Lincolns here onto the Terrorblade. He just sits up on the high ground. Pike, Manta, Scotty, very, very tanky. As the Monkey King trying to play in the trees here, wondering if he can, you know, maybe find an opening into this fight, but at the moment, it just is not looking good. Aster, they've lost the tier 3, they've lost the range. It's now the melee that's under siege. And Duraccio looks like he's going to go for it. A duel on the backside, grabs the Rubik, but an instant stun. Oh, they managed to get him with the Sonic Wave. He's going to buy back into this one. Then XXS, he's chasing Tofu here, going to get a decent amount of damage on out, but you've already lost 2. Sumail just got completely crushed as he's going to buy back as well. Duraccio with the Sunder there onto Tofu to keep him alive, but Monet's BKB, it's going to expire. There's the chains, the Vessel as well. They've got him, and XXS telekinesis up to the high ground. And Quinn, he's still in the base having some fun of his own. I mean, he's got hacks. He can chase after Bobica, no problem at all. And Duraccio, thanks to the Aegis, doesn't really seem to care too much about him being on low HP.
Well, they find everything. They force the buybacks out from the side of Aster as well. And they're still ready to push if they wanted to. You don't have the Doom to play with though, so it's a little bit tougher. But you still have the output. You're just waiting for that Metamorphosis to come back off, so no need to really fully retreat. A nice take on the top. A good attempt out from Aster. Again, it's just really awkward for XXS. He has to duel the Rubik. You can't lock in any of the cores. And you sacrifice your own cores just to get that play done. Like Sumail with no buyback now. If he falls in the next fight, you don't have that burst damage on hand. It's all in on Quap to kill off these dual targets, as you really have no output right now on Monet.
They just have so many items coming out as well on the side of Gaming Gladiators that is just direct like counters to what Aster is trying to do here. Obviously, they're closing in on a Lincoln Sphere. They are going to go for a wrap around here. The duel, does he find Tofu? He does, and they might be able to pick him off in time, but the Sunder save from Duraccio, it's still not enough. They get him, and Duraccio will fall as well on the high ground. They are doing some work here with Ace as he's chasing down Bobica. The Wukong's command doing some work as it will be Quinn that ends up finding the kill on the Doom. Just chasing down XXS nearly all the way to the fountain as he's going to find him. Monet falls as well. It's all 5 dead, and the Crystal Maiden about to die back as well as the GG comes out. And Quinn with a triple kill to close out this game number 1. Very, very good plays from Gaming Gladiators all around.
Yeah, they work out their lanes really well, and the side of Aster just couldn't play this aggressive style that they really love to bring out. Like this time around for Sumail, his matchup up against Quinn, it didn't go the way that he expected perhaps as Quap to go, but Quinn just ends up going for a max Flame Guard build, sustains through the damage, and you don't get that advantage from mid. It also comes down to draft, like we were talking about the early IO pick. He had no options for a strong IO combination that loves to relocate. Quap's already mobile, doesn't really need too much of a mana battery, so where was the value in the Quap there? It's not like a Leshrac combo, not like a Storm. So I think it felt like a block pick to prevent Gaimin from picking it, but you had no options to run with it. You had to almost commit in that first phase. If you go for the IO first, you've got to take something like the Lush or the Storm in that phase, but they don't.
Yeah, you're right. That is one of those things that, makes the IO look a little bit underwhelming. I think overall, just the lane matchups were not going to be great for Gaming Gladiators, they weren't going to be great for Ash. Like Gaming Gladiators definitely drafted like really strong lanes, and Quinn actually coming out ahead in the mid lane and forcing those Astra supports into mid just made it so much worse. Like Ace just got a completely free game. Duraccio finishes, deathless as well. So it's just everything kind of working well for them. We'll see whether or not Aster want to focus a little bit more on those lanes here in game number 2, but we're going to be going to a quick break and we'll be back with that matchups. Again, this is Gaming Gladiators versus Aster here on the Storm stream. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major. My name is Cryptic here with John X Fire, and I'm happy to say we've got another game right up on the way. It is, of course, going to be our Game and Gladiators versus Team Aster, and I don't know, John. Game one, it looked a little bit more of just like an outdraft as opposed to like an outscaling. Like, we know Team Aster is very good, but this was a scenario where the lanes kind of just started to crumble. We see Quinn get this first blood early on thanks to the help there from Celery. Sumail ends up turning it back the other way, of course, but we're going to see a lot of attention just be focused on this mid lane from both teams here as a result.
Yeah, like they're forced to drag in their supports early from Aster onto the mid. I think the big issue was, talking about that draft, it's just this IO first pick for Aster. It felt more like a block pick to prevent the side of Gaimin picking up the IO. They didn't manage to get the Lesh rack off the back of it. Lesh was banned next. They couldn't take the Ember. They didn't want the Tiny. Sumail just wanted to play this Quap into the Ember, which, again, on paper, Quap feels favored, but if you just skill Flame Guard and dodge out some of the initial spells on the Ember, you kind of get the early advantage there. Like, you have a great time on the Ember still. Which is why, again, the Quap kind of disappeared as a solution in the last patch. It just didn't fare well against most of its matchups. It had weird timings. It's a lot better now, and I get why Sumail prioritizes it, but it did not shine in this game, and it needed to. It does feel like for Aster's success, a lot of it hangs on Sumail and XXS kind of running away with the games. Neither one of them managed to get that running start they both need.
Yeah, it was definitely just... It's rough playing this matchup as the Monkey King as well. Like, this Coddle just has a super early Spirit Vessel, so you're not going to be able to do a whole lot with these Jingu stacks. You're not going to get that early BKB. And Duracho on the Terrorblade, I mean, he has a good lane from the beginning and doesn't really get pressured out at any point. He's just able to farm up on the TB, who seems to be one of the best carries of the patch right now. Like, really, a lot of what's changed, like, definitely favors these illusion type heroes. And when you're a Terrorblade who just has a good game and doesn't have to worry about, like a really difficult matchup, life's good, man.
Yeah, it is when you get to have that runaway start. Like, he even went for the Skadi first over, say, the Manta. Left his Yasha unupgraded. Went Skadi, joined his team. Was a huge menace. Again, taking out a lot of the healing that they were trying to provide with Boboka and Io. So I want to see a change here for Aster, and we'll see if they will adjust. They still have first pick, so they should be able to snag what they want. Gaimin, they ban out the Storm early on, and they ban out the Chen. So we do see the Chen and Enchantress ban split up. They'll start with the Io again on Aster, which, again, it's fair. You kind of want to keep that away from Gaimin, as they tend to use that really well. Instead, Gaimin will just go Rubik Underlord. This is an atrocious lane to play into. Like, this is not a fun lane. Instantly. Like, you are set to just have a very annoying time. Even if you don't die, you're not going to have a good time farming there. Fade Bolt plus the Atrophy Aura, lift back into the pit, lift back into long durations of the Firestorm. You're just going to get tickled down from the side of Gaimin. And Fiend's Gate plays have been pretty big now. It does feel like a lot more teams are recognizing the value in the gate. So Aster will just go for the Ursa, which is a much stronger IO here on hand. It lanes decently into Underlord. You can kind of just run down in the first couple levels, level 3, and just kind of prevent the Underlord from keeping too far back. So I like the response from Aster. And I just like that there's something better with the IO. Like, none of the heroes from Aster last game felt particularly amazing with the IO in combination there.
Yeah, I agree. That was definitely one of the major issues. I really like the fact that both teams are just kind of stealing the other team's, like, kind of go-to picks here in this draft. We know Team Aster really favors the Underlord if they can get it, so instead Gaming Gladiators just grab it. They're on second pick, so they're definitely forced to ban the Chen like we talked about in game number 1. So they get the Underlord, they trade the IO. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams actually play these heroes. Obviously, we saw the IO last game, but not really with that good tether partner. I'm not going to be surprised if they still ban out something like the Lesh, just to, like, make sure that they don't get, like, another really good tether target for the mid lane. But we'll see. How do you feel about this Alchemist ban, actually?
I like it. I think Alk is just a really solid hero, even on the offlane. Like, it's really aggressive when you play that lane. XXS has picked that hero a couple of times up, and it just gives you this really good, like, aggressive yet scaling off lane that ramps up online really fast after some investment. You do have to win your lane, but like IO Alchemist is pretty scary as well if you want to shift gears into that on the off. Although I would still prefer something that can play with a minus armor the Alch provides, but it's a respectable ban. I appreciate that from Gaiman, as I don't know. I feel like this Alchemist in most games it's so hard to deal with. Like, unless you draft something that just negates that regen, like something like an AA could still fit in for Gaiman for sure, but that here is just ridiculous. Like, you don't have to waste skill points on Grieval's Greed. You can just go with your strong laning build-up of 2-3 or 3-2 and just play with a minus armor, play with the unstable concoction, just be a madman.
They actually just banned all 3 of the illusion heroes right now from Aster. So they really want to try and secure a decent carry matchup for the Ursa, of course. But it also makes me feel like they're not looking for something like the Lesh in the mid lane. Maybe they're going for something like the Ember, which, I mean, still is decent against illusion heroes, but for Sumail, they'll have a lot of options. They go back for the Keeper of the Light here once again, man. This hero is looking better and better by the day. The change to Solar Bind, I think, is super underrated. I think this spell is absolutely bonkers right now. So we'll see what they end up doing to try and deal with this one in the lane this time around, but gives you a lot of options from the mid lane. Again, if they want to take the Ember Spirit for Quinn, he obviously played around the Coddle really well last game, and Aster, I think, have to anticipate that, or, you know, go for the Ember themselves.
Yeah, like, you have to take away that chakra magic combination that it just does so much. Like, the Ember can just rip you to shreds really early on. And that is one thing that you can punish on Gaiman as well. Like, Rubik and a Coddle as your support duo doesn't provide you a lot of lockdown. You are kind of relying on, like, pushing people back, lifting them back into the pit of malice, and using that as your hard control. But you don't have the best off the back with just these 2 heroes. So something like the Ember can dance around here for Aster if they want to pick that up. I think the CM pickup last time wasn't the ideal solution as well. Like, again, they had this CM Monkey King lane. I mean, the CM Ursa lane can still work out, I feel, if you wanted to go that route, but you have to prevent those early bleed outs there for Pichu. It didn't feel like he had the impact he should have in that early laning phase.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. All right, we'll see what they do here. The thing is, you have 18 and 24 pick on Game and Gladiators, so second pick this time around does give them a little bit of advantage at the tail end of this draft. They will grab the Brewmaster. This is an XXX classic. He loves his hero. It is decent at dealing with both of these supports if he's able to just chase them down. Obviously, Brewmaster did get a pretty sizable buff, I believe, in this patch. I'll bring some attention to a couple of them in a moment, but Snapfire as well. That's actually that's a really strong lane combo. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I like seeing it coming out from Master. I think the ideal is something like just running. I mean, Brewmaster Snap, Ursa Snap are both really good. Both of these heroes use that stun well. And I think IO Ursa or IO Brew is actually really good as well. Like, we've seen a lot of IO relocate plays with a Brewmaster just to get in that hero up front early on when a fight breaks out. Get your form out. I think the big thing with Brewmaster is just this free Voidling spirit coming out that used to be locked into later on, like your Shard, I believe, if I'm recalling right, or Zags, one of those two.
Yeah.
I think
it was the Shard. Yeah, you just get it for free now.
It's actually huge. Like, it has the pushback ability, which is basically just a free Hurricane. We saw what Ace did with that spell. Like, Hurricane on Doom is honestly just ridiculous. Like, I've seen way too many plays with that little pushback. It does so much. It's basically almost like a free Harpoon.
Yeah,
So,
it's cool. It does
it's
damage too. Like, it's a solid spell, and the fact that you just get a 4th Bruling attacks damage is always nice. And they go for the Pango. Okay, solid mid lane pick. Another great hero to line up with the Keeper of the Light. And now you do get the Protect ban this, so I would guess we'll ban the Ember here on Game and Gliders just to make sure that Sumail doesn't have, like, we'll probably see like Ember co-op bans just so that they don't have like those like really easy matchups into the Pango. But for the safe lane, I mean, Dyrachyo has a lot of heroes that are banned out against him, right? Like 4 carries at the moment already removed from the pool. from Aster. So Duraccio, we'll see what they come up with for him. What would you like seeing like Brewmaster and Ursa as like 2 of your matchups at the moment?
5 seconds remaining.
It's hard to say. I think a Muerta can kind of fit in for gaming, although I feel like that's something Aster would ban. But you only have 2 bans. Like Muerta, Slark could be decent as well. I think a Slark is probably better than Muerta if Aster were looking to ban. Slark ban would be a little bit stronger, as it's not something the Brewmaster deals with. Like, he just pops his ult, you can't Hurricane him up in the air. He's just going to be able to try to dispel it off as well if his spell usage is right. So, and he has a good save up against the Ursa trying to chase people with his Depth Shroud as well. So I think the Slark has to go out here for Aster
really
on
good
the
ban.
bans.
Yeah, you're right.
They've got to read it. They've got to. I mean, you can deal with a Muerta, I think. It's annoying, especially in lane, but it's manageable. Much more manageable than the Slark.
I think if there's anything else that like I'd be really worried about, we haven't really seen. Okay, yeah, there's the Slark ban. I was like, the only other option that I could see would be something like an anti-mage, because he does decently into the Brewmaster, just because Brewmaster wants to play around Cinder Brew spam, but you wouldn't really be able to do that as playing as an anti-mage lane. But yeah, Slark has to be that one you're mostly worried about. There's going to be last ban here for Game and Gladiators. Do you think it is just going to be the Queen of Pain? Or do you want to go for something like the Lesh here and just make sure they don't have... Oh, they go TA. Okay. That's actually another really smart ban.
Yeah, it is. I'm wondering if... I mean, you could go back to the Quap for Sumail. He's only played 4 heroes in this tournament. The Storm, the Lesh, the Quap, and the one thing that hasn't been banned is the Riki. Riki versus Pango lane isn't too bad if they did want to go that. It's tempo. It can actually play with your Ayo. Puck is in the pool as well. That does feel really good to lock in the Pangolier. They go to Void Spirit. All right. I like that. It's a decent enough matchup. We've seen what the Void Spirit can do once the early itemization is up. It's very open in itemization as well. It feels like there's a lot of valid builds with stuff like Echo Saber, Desolator being fine. I've seen at least Yule's Void Spirit still work out as well. So it's a really flexible hero in terms of build up, just because it's universal. Like you kind of enjoy all the stats in Void Spirit anyway. So it just opens up all these possibilities. And there's, again, you look at the supports of Game, and there's not much hard lockdown to keep that Void Spirit down. Like Pit of Malice, and then like follow through with Blinding Light into the pit, lift back into the pit. Nothing consistent. Rolling Thunder as well, it's not the most consistent thing to lock in something like the Void Spirit here.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing that makes Void Spirit so good right now is he benefits so much from just like a couple early casual items. And because he's universal, you can just go for like double Bracer or double Wraith Band. Like those are usually the two. You don't really ever see like null tallies built all that often anymore on Void Spirits. But in this lane against the Pango, Wraith Band is incredibly value. Having the ability to just pick up some extra armor and still get all of the stats that you would want out of this item, plus a ton of damage. Like Void Spirits love that stuff. So we'll see how it goes. The last pick, Lifestealer, here for Game and Gladiators. This is a pretty decent matchup, I would say. Like, this is really nice.
Yeah, it feels good into the Brewmaster. You should be able to rip right through him, harass back. Low levels of Rage is your weak point there. I still feel like you have some aggression on Aster to try to push back in that lane. Although they are running Baboka onto Ayo again, so Pichu's going to take the aggressive lane with Monet. And Brewmaster Ayo can play fast, although this should lead to more defense, which is where the Lifestealer is going to enjoy himself. There's not as much of a kill threat for the Brewmaster now onto that Lifestealer when the Lifestealer is weak, which is really just low levels of Rage. You don't necessarily want to pick that spell up in the laning phase, so if you can get away without, then you're fine on Duracho. You're going to be able to farm up. Core-to-core matchup is decent. What I am keen on seeing is how the mid matchup goes for Sumail. I think that's where the tempo really has to come out for Master. Like, XXS is a vital part as well, but in the Brewmaster, you're just looking at the level 6 timing, not really just a farm. Like, LC needs a blink and stuff. Brewmaster doesn't need too much. So I don't mind XXS having a slower lane, but it's really down to the Sumail versus Quinn lane, which, again, last time Quinn kind of dominated. This matchup should be a lot more playable for Sumail. The question is, how many times do you rotate these supports mid, and how much is that going to cost you on the side lanes?
Yeah, I mean, IO is not a hero that likes to like rotate to your mid lane, right? This is a hero that is incredibly slow without having a tether partner, so you pretty much rotate to mid lane via TP, which you can do, obviously, but you don't like to. Snapfire, on the other hand, has no problem fighting for runes and getting aggressive early. When it comes to Brewmaster, one of the things that this hero plays around in lane is usually the Cinder Brew, but you're playing into a Lifestealer. So we're probably going to see him go for like a max Earthshock build here, maybe in a Brew at like 1. So we might see like a 3-1-1 build instead. I don't know what other option you can really do. So we'll see as we go ahead and jump into game number 2 here. It is going to be Team Aster versus Gaming Gladiators. And Gaming Gladiators are the 1-game lead here at the moment. John, what do you think, man? How do you think that this game's going to match up for these two teams?
I'd say it's a lot more even. I don't think your runaway potential for Gaming Gladiators is as snowbally as it was in game 1. Right? Like your objective clearing isn't as quick with these heroes in comparison to, say, having that Terrorblade around last time for Duracho. So he's not going to be able to take objectives as quickly when you do join up and, say, win these early fights. I think the big question mark on my mind is how Gaimin hold down Sumail, because it does feel like they're going to have to rely on Ace and on Quinn to kind of combine together really well. Like, get a good pit into a good, well-timed roll, keep him in the pit, chain stun as much as you can. Because if you miss out on one of those spells, Sumail just gets away for free. And he'll rip your backline apart. Like, these two supports are so susceptible to that Void Spirit jumping in. So it's really all about the mid. I think that's the deciding factor in this game. Because I think the side lanes are, again, rather even on both sides. There's some play for each one to do, but Sumail and Quinn really dictates this.
Finally, I had to restart Dota, but my game is not bugged anymore. Yay, I can see things. All right. Oh, man, that was rough. I was like, please not 2 games in a row. All right, we're good. We're going to go ahead and just kind of walk right into the lanes here. At bottom lane, they do have this nice ward up on the pillar here. They did see the hard camp get blocked, so Tofu probably going to address that relatively quick. But mid lane, like you were saying, a lot of emphasis going to come into this, so it's going to be that Void Spirit versus the Pango. The fact that both of these heroes are universal now is just so funny, because you just buy stats, like a lot of stats. Pango just goes circlet for 4 branches. We just see 4 branches on the Void, or 5 branches and some tangos on the Void Spirit early. And both these heroes just going to rush to the bottle.
Yeah, just poking and prodding. Again, I feel a little bit better for Sumail in this matchup. I think it's a lot more playable. It's not like you can just get a nice build up on Quinn to counteract what the Void Spirit does. At the same time, a Pango is hard to shove in. I don't think you're going to be looking for too many Aether Remnant opportunities, although he does interrupt a swash from Quinn, so already a good investment early on with just catching out with Remnant here. Rune control is going to be the big thing that also dictates this lane. I don't expect the supports this time to collapse onto mid that often. But if they can deny a water rune or 2 away from either mid, that's where things can start to open up a little bit more for either side in that matchup.
I'm really curious. I want to like keep my eyes on top lane here a little bit, but I feel like we're gonna have Duracho hitting level 2 and trying to get. I mean, maybe you can't even bother playing active into the Brewmaster. You do have like the double slow Scatter Blast as well as Thunderclap, so it's not super easy. It's going to be Celery, I think, that has to be the most careful. You do absolutely have kill threat with just Cinder Brew and a Blood Grenade. Like, that's one of the things that made Brewmaster actually a lot stronger in the lanes. I think that people forgot about is the fact that Cinder Brew just triggers off any magic damage. When you get like that level 2 Cinder Brew, you throw a Blood Grenade on a support and they just die basically. Like any extra help and they just get ran down. So
yeah,
it's very strong.
I like that they shift Pichu up top, right? Because we talked about this Io Brewmaster lane not doing much. Io Snap is still aggressive. And Io Ursa is still stable enough that you can actually just rely on the Ursa using some early overcharge to run down anyway.
Yeah.
So you get more aggressive lanes coming out here for Aster to play with. You're not really slowing either side down too badly just yet. You are seeing a little bit more coming out from Quinn down mid, which is a little bit surprising, but And Sumail is opting for the higher Aether Remnant to keep trying to interrupt Quinn when he does charge in. So he has a little bit less durability to trade with lower levels in that Resonant Pulse. Not too bad just yet.
Yeah, bottom lane, they are going to try and just chase Tofu here with a nice body blocks out from Ace. Won't allow him to continue that one. And, you know, eventually Tofu is just going to get boots, and then you just don't have the ability to ever chase the bottle again. So there's always that. It's always quite fun. Top lane, Duracho, he's already used the rage. He's taking a lot of damage. The blood grenade does come out as well. It looks like he'll make it back to the tower, but taking a lot of damage there from the Snapfire.
They've got some tangos and a salve up here on Celery. They should be able to just keep themselves in that lane, but that aggression potential from the side of Aster up top is the one concerning bit, because you're not getting that same aggression down bot. You have to deal with the IO regen Boboka's providing onto Monet. Even if Monet won't find the kills, he's not going to leave that lane. Even with all the Firestorm spam coming out with that Chakra, and Monet's more than comfy to just sit here and farm as well.
Yeah, man. Tofu just 2 points in the Chakra Magic. Just having a very chill time in this lane. Just allowing Ace to just freely spam this Firestorm. But it also allows him to go for phase boots as opposed to going for, you know, an early mana boots on the Underlord. So he has plenty of armor to tank up against the Ursa here in this early parts of the lane. Like, obviously you can stack up these Fury Swipes, but at the same time, that little bit of armor early will go a long way.
Yeah, it goes the distance. Feels a lot better to kind of deal with Monet trying to run up. And they are still trying to play aggressive. I do like what Aster's trying to do. They're trying to maximize this Io-Ursa combination. But, again, they're just not able to find any openings. And overall, despite, you know, getting some aggression out for Aster, you are a little bit more efficient here on game. And not by too much. You're not lagging behind in a major way. Maybe the mid matchups, the one that is a little bit more lopsided. Again, Quinn just getting a lot more done on the Pango, consistently getting the hits off. If Sumail can't interrupt and get some hits with the Aether Remnant, then the Pango does get to run away with a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, he's going to walk back to base, get his bottle refill so that he can play for the 6-minute power rune. And we're probably going to see some support start to rotating for that as well. I would guess it'll be the Coddle as well as the Snapfire, but Snapfire is only level 2, so you don't actually have a lot of damage you can throw in at this power rune fight, but we'll see. Quinn nearly level 6. He should hit it before the rune spawns.
And that first power rune dictates a lot, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's something we've seen Aster be really good at controlling. But with her supports, like last game it didn't feel good. This game, Pichu is making his way down, but at level 2, can't overly commit. Kind of try to make that play. And you do have the 6 ready on Quinn.
Yeah.
If they get a good tie-in with a lift here, it could just lead into a kill.
The rune is going to be bottom, and yeah, nicely done from Sumail. He will... Oh, he denies the rune! Tofu grabs it, and Sumail still not level 6. The Rolling Thunder out from Quinn. He's going to try and just play around this, hoping he can get bonked to the low ground, but it's going to be enough from there. Quinn gets the first blood on the Pango this time around, and man, it's just one of those things where mid lane comes down to just so little, like, details, right? Like, barely getting the level 6 before. He forces him back to base. He was trying to play around that bottle refill and maybe, like, win the regen advantage, but getting the deny on that illusion rune actually just so huge.
Yeah, I mean, if Sumail managed to get that illusion, he could have had some dodge potential, stall out, and try to get additional spell use out and get himself in a better position, but now he's just going to be playing from behind a little bit. Quinn doesn't have mana to play in this lane, so it's a little bit riskier. Sumail can get sort of aggressive in here as he hits his 6.
Yeah, and aggressive indeed is Quinn with the swash away. The telekinesis. Sumail's out of resources under the tower. He bumps the stick, trying to get away, has some bottle charges as well to play with, and he's going to be lucky enough to also find a bounty rune, so he will survive. It's a little bit of a refill there as well. Nicely done.
Yeah, forces out the rotation from Celery and forces Quinn to walk all the way home, but he did need a reset. I don't think you mind too much in a Pango, dodging out like that.
Boboka stealing the Wisdom Rune. That's big.
Yeah, they need that. Like, they've been a little bit behind the supports. I think ideally, Pichu actually would have liked a Wisdom Rune of his own, but doesn't manage to really be in that position for where he can play with Boboka.
Well, he got the
So
top
again, your
one, luckily.
Snapfire's kind of... Alright, that's enough. Still a bit behind the EXP on the Snap, level 6 timing. It feels really important to get those kisses out, just to tie in some of your teamfight control. But you're still a ways off from that. At the least now, you know, you're able to move Baboka down to mid to play around more with Sumail, give him some top-ups, help him sustain that lane. Monet's solo, though.
Monet is alone. Quinn, he's got the Rolling Thunder, looking to just chase the Ursa here underneath the tower, and he's got plenty of barriers to play off of. That'll be an easy pick off there for the Pango once again as he grabs himself his second kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Duraccio, he's level 6 here on this Lifestealer, 3 points in the Ghoul Frenzy, just going to chase down the Snapfire, still holding the Rage, and Celery, I don't think you really have kill threat on this guy. He can infest him. Exactly, just like that, and without level 6 on the Brewmaster, can't chase him down. They just grab themselves another kill in the top lane and back away.
A nice 0-3 start for Gaiman off the back of these movements out. And you know, we expected Aster to maybe get a little bit more out of these lanes, but they haven't been able to connect. Like, down bot, I mean, it's to be expected. You're up against the Underlord. It's a little bit more passive. You can't just run in with Monet, use that overcharge attack speed to really look for a kill. Although they were poking and prodding. And for Aster, the launching point is, again, it's going to be Sumail in this Void Spirit. He has to find some openings.
Managed to steal a hard stack there away from the side of Aster. Yeah, I mean, Quinn's huge right now. Level 8 in this mid lane Pango, and of course, playing with the Keeper of the Light, who can constantly give him the double swash, is very scary. So, Sumail loses all of his Resonant Pulse shield pretty much immediately as Celery and Tofu just playing around this mid lane once again. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You have an Underlord who's just happy farming. He's top of the net worth at the moment, and there's absolutely no one in the game who can force out this Lifestealer, right?
Yeah, you don't have the solutions on hand. And the solutions are basically Sumail, trying to get the jump, trying to get that control for the Atrium, get the burst damage on. Pichu.
Snapfire. Dude, such good control there, but in comes Sumail doing quite a bit of damage. Tofu will be fine. Bobica now on the run as they get the first earn charges here for Tofu. Gets this tether away, but Solar Bind slowed him for a little bit. Quinn is not done, man. He really wants this kill. Oh, very close. Nice dodge out. Again, a lot of pressure, though, just being applied. And Quinn's got a regen rune backpack at the moment, so he's not really worried at all.
No, you can just keep going. You can keep making these plays. They've got good vision down bot. They haven't taken care of this ward on the cliff. That has been scouting where Monet's at. So they're just going to be able to run up once more on the side of Gaiman. He does back off into the jungle, though. Just playing it safe for Monet, but there's no play right now for Aster. Again, your support levels aren't up there. You can't threaten with relocate. Baboka's not 6. Pichu's not 6. You don't have the kisses to try and burst someone down. Do at least have the split ready on XXS, but with 2 levels in the rage, it's so hard to pin down Duraccio.
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to definitely try for the moment, but he's got an armlet. He's got an infest at any time. He really just doesn't care. He can stand his ground. 4 points Ghoul Frenzy, and there's going to be the infest into the catapult. Good old Cardi. He's just, you know, this is the content I want to see. Cart versus Brewmaster. You want bottom lane. Quinn with the Rolling Thunder looking to chase down Monet here again. He does have the Enrage. Just gets his ankles broken, though, thanks to the bonus movement speed there from Bobica. And there's going to be the split. Quinn trying to jump his way back through the trees here. They do drop the Pit of Malice. Ooh, what? What?
Okay. Okay. Probably just a lot of lag. A lot of lag.
Yeah, I think it has to be lag. Like everyone's just spamming pause. Otherwise, I don't know. 7-second lag spike. Oh my!
Yeah, that happens.
Everyone's just spamming F9 like someone pause. Like they all go through. Oh my goodness! All right. Quinn cycloned up at the moment. Let him live. Question mark.
Celery.
Yeah.
No.
He's asking. He's trying to be nice about it, but yeah, Quinn definitely dead. Surrounded by all 5 heroes here of Aster. Pretty unfortunate lag spike, I'll be honest, but it is just the way Dota goes sometimes.
It's a beta game, you know. Sometimes things just break. You know, Source 2 is getting updated. I don't know if we're receiving any of those technical updates in our game, You know, there's some back-end stuff, I'm sure, that's changing around, so... gotta be patient. They do find their first kill on Aster. It's a pretty big one to find. It does take a lot of movement down bot, but you're more than happy to get that done. Still, free space for Duracho to clear up top. This Lifestealer is getting out of control. The Radiance buildup not going to be too far off, and it does feel good in this game into the Ursa. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing this Radiance and Halberd build that we saw before come out in this game, just because Ursa's a pretty good hero to try to counter around with that. Does not enjoy going into all of these mischances and not getting the shots in to land those Fury swipes up. For Aster, it's all in on Monet right now. And he's going for that Battle Fury. He's trying to farm up, trying to be that big scary core. Your early launching point in Sumail, it's not shut down, but it's also not really online at 3.8k gold. Still more than willing to try to take these fights, though, but the confidence of gaming. Just invading that jungle area down bot, playing as a unit, they're playing into vision, and they don't even care. You don't have the angles for Aster, not just yet.
Yeah, I think you're going to be in a pretty rough spot here on Aster in the next, like, 5 to 10 minutes, just because you're going to see that Radiance come out, but Underlord is also super farmed. I mean, he's got the Vanguard, the pipe is nearly done as well. He could disassemble into the pipe if he wanted. But we'll see. I think for the moment, he's just going to hold on to it. Mid lane, a little bit of pressure coming out from Quinn. He's got that Diffusal about to be delivered. That's going to be a massive power spike for this hero. They do have level 6 at least on the Snapfire, so we could see him get a little bit aggressive. Quinn trying to go for the rune, but Sumail manages to bottle up. The Rolling Thunder does come through as he wants to chase this. Gets the cookie out, he'll be fine, and Quinn forced to back up. And with the Rolling Thunder being spent, Quinn probably not going to try and push this mid tower anymore.
Not too hard, but again, with a fresh
They got
Diffusal...
Ace, never mind.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, they've got Ace around as well. He did go for the disassembly for the pipe as well, Ricky. So,
Yeah.
on point there. They've got the Aura sustained to deal with some of the magical output here. The Kiss is not going to feel as strong, which is kind of painful for Aster. We've been harping on about these support 6s. Finally get it, but it's right into the pipe timing for Ace.
Dude, Bobica stole the Wisdom Rune again. He just reloaded the opposite side of the map. He's like, mine? Dude, that's actually so sick. Really well played.
These resources on the map, man, they count for so much. Like I've harped on about support EXP. If you don't have Wisdom Rune control, you know, your supports tend to starve a little bit.
Oh, we
it's
didn't
not
get
too
it,
bad
actually.
yet off the back of that.
He tried. He took the one on the Radiant and then went top. It looks
Oh,
like
okay,
Duraggio
okay.
beat him there.
The idea is right.
Yeah,
the idea is right.
Yeah.
This is what you want to see. You know, utilizing those early objectives. Collapsing onto mid here.
It indeed. Quinn takes so much damage right out of the gate. That minus armor doing some work. Does get the astral step away, but he's used his last one. And they do find him. He just swashes right over him in the trees. Sumail goes down as the kill. Goes the way of Celery's Rubik.
This start for Gaiman, it's 1-5. It's not as dominant in the kills, but what they've gotten off the back for these kills, this space 9k lead, 16 minutes in, going for more.
Top lane, get the enrage out right away from Monet as they will just capture the blinding light, send him back. He's trying to chase down Tofu, but he's disarmed by the Bango, slowed up again.
Slows.
And Monet will go down as Ace is looking for Bobica here. Did drop the Fiend's Gate. Won't be able to find him. Snapfire comes top through the portal. And it's just out. Does not want to be here at all.
Can't fault them. It's not a very fun position to be at. Celery just going to be able to clear out the wards. Does manage to at least find something for his trouble. But again, 1-6, 11k lead for Gaiman off the back of this. No one on the side of Aster outside of Monet able to really farm up. Sumail's trying to go for a recovery Midas. That's the state of game. He knows there's no way he's going to find these early kills, so might as well sit back, try to gain some EXP back, get some gold build up into these items.
I don't know if they can get Duraggio here, but they're going to try. Like, Monet's got a lot of stacks up, and there's the infest into the Rubik. But the Mortimer Kisses are there. The chase continues. He's got so much bonus movement speed with those drums, but he gets cookied out, and Duraggio's like, see ya! Thanks for the save there. You know, tip your supports for that one, for sure. That's a nice play there by the Rubik, getting him out of danger.
Man, that was nutty, just having that stolen Astral Step. And they're still kind of ready to go if they wanted to. They're poking and prodding. They're not going to force the issue too hard on Gaiman. A nice pick-off for Aster. Not the biggest, but any kill counts when you're this far behind. And look at Sumail. He's going for the Dagon. They just want some burst plays. Just clear out the back line. Try to kite around the Lifestealer. And simplify these fights going forward. I like the concept. They do have the output to kind of take care of that Rubik, of that Kotl. It's the recovery way, right? Yeah, I mean, it's... Okay, no, he's going back for the... Yeah, he's going for the Deso. Yeah, it scales better. I would have loved the Dagon. Just because, you know, if you can't farm creeps, you farm the heroes. They're worth a lot, but yeah, this is the safer play.
You can also farm
for
creeps
sure.
to the right. One-shots creeps. That's pretty good. Oh,
That's
bottom
true.
lane. Telekinesis finds Monet. They're trying to hold him back here for Ace to get close enough. They pop the drubs. These guys are zooming after him. The cookie on forward. Duraccio trying to get his hands onto anything. Celery stole the tether. What?
Yeah.
All right, that's going to be scary to deal with. These guys are not going to be able to get away
Oh my
from
God,
this
there's
Lifestealer.
Brewlings.
The Brewmaster? Oh my goodness. Well, they see the reload spot. They know this IO's coming back here in a matter of seconds. They're chasing after the Snapfire as well. Let's see if they can dodge him out into the trees. He's going to go for the TP. The Telekinesis there to break it, and Bobaka is going to fall. Both supports gone. Dude, that swashbuckle damage from Quinn absolutely destroyed that Brewmaster.
Just melted. The Brewlings just don't have enough HP. 1,400, I mean, 1,000 plus on each, it's just not enough. Just getting crushed, and it's about to get worse once you have that Ags up on Quinn. And Gaiman, they're playing this game too so clean. Like we said, it was a better draft for Aster. It's not coming out that way. It does feel like they're still not able to utilize the IO as well as they'd like to. They're not ready to really make these plays across the map. And Sumail's not ready to run anyone down. He'll try though.
Oh, he forced the creep. Okay, this is pretty funny. Top lane, they're going after Duraccio's life. So a nice remnant out there. He's got the rage still to disengage, but he's got a radiance. Like Duraccio is very tanky now as a result of this, and he's getting backup from the Freds. His Celery's got the tether, dude. He's 488 move speed, dude. You can't get away from this guy. Now they've managed to catch Monet, and Rage gets forced right away. He drops the Remnant, but Monet's on the run, and Quinn with the Rolling Thunder here to join the fight. He managed to get on top. The Ursa lock him down long enough here for Duraccio to finish him off, and now XXS in some trouble as well. The Swashbuckle will take down Bo because Ace just needs one more auto attack. They are crumbling on Aster as they found Sumail up on the high ground as well. Astral steps into the base, but are they gonna stop? Absolutely not.
No way.
Gaiman Gladiators diving tier 4s at the 20-minute mark
No way.
to wipe Aster off the map.
That is just insanity. This stolen freaking tether from Celery.
Dude, he's
It's
got the
so
bull whip
much.
as well, dude. He's so
Yeah.
fast.
He's just walking his dog. The Lifestealer. Hey, go chase them, doggy. You know, I mean, normally you wouldn't even have them on leash, but you know the leash makes him faster. And Duracio's not done. He sees
Lifestealer
Monet.
is relatively dog-like.
What?
I'll give you that one. I mean, yeah, Monet can't fight into this. He's got mischance. He doesn't have enrage. Like, he's just dead. Beat down by the Lifestealer once again. And I think Aster starting to realize this game quickly falling apart there is bottom. They will lose the Snapfire as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Complete domination on the map. Bobaka's like, I gotta get this wisdom
No,
root,
no
guys.
way,
I
no
gotta get it. Maybe try to burst down the Rubik. Celery gets infested instead. He comes right back out of Duraccio. Celery will finally die. They remove the tether finally, but it's gonna cost you another kill there as Duraccio seemingly unkillable at this point.
He's gonna try to solo the damn
No,
thing.
you can't do that.
He tried. He tried for a moment.
Beast,
I want this.
yeah, Beast does literally 0 lifesteal since it has 1 HP and you're not doing any damage.
Yeah.
So.
I appreciate the experimentation there from Duraccio, his enthusiasm for these objectives. Still,
He's got help now.
This is, yeah, they've got help. They can clear it now. For Aster, I mean, it's such a difficult game. And again, maybe it just goes back to these forced IO picks. Like they have to first phase an IO up against Gaiman because Gaiman still utilizes this here with her combinations well. And they come out with a better idea here with, you know, this IO Ursa, which on paper feels like it should be able to do much more than, say, IO Monkey or your combinations in the last game. Still not quite there. You need more farm. The Lifestealer Radiance Crush, a really good solution to that anyway. And Sumail, again, he doesn't manage to stomp mid the way that we've seen him up against a team like Nine Pandas. Quinn just ready for it. He knows his matchups really well. And without that lead for Sumail, I mean, he can't snowball for the team. Again, Recovery Might is still on hand. Desolator about to be built up. Gaimin, though, on the hunt.
They know this Roche attempt is definitely on the books here.
Oh, boy.
For the side. He just
gate.
hits the pit. Oh no. Ursa rocks right into the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're rotating on over. There's going to be the reload out, but Garaccio, he's so scared. He's like, whatever, I can take Roche on. Dude, look at the stat bar.
Pichu?
He's
Pichu
just
wants to
hiding
steal?
behind the wall. Oh no.
Is he going to try to cookie steal?
Well, he stole the
Okay,
tether
he backs
again,
up.
dude. Dog mode
No.
initiated.
No. Yeah, walk your dog.
Dude,
It goes faster
oh
with
my
leash. You whip your dog.
gosh.
This is, I mean, even without the IO, Gaimin still has the better IO
They still
combo.
have the IO.
Yeah, and they don't even have overcharge. So
don't need it.
even without the overcharge, they don't need it. They just need to go faster.
He's got a
The
telekinesis,
doggy
man.
go free. Yeah, that's
He's
it.
got boots of bearing and telekinesis. You're never, dude, you actually can't get away from these guys. They are so
506
fast.
move speed Lifestealer. This is incredibly ridiculous right now. Aster, I mean, Sumail finishes up the Deso. Maybe now you can look for those pickoffs. You know, look for the back line. Still really, well, I say really squishy. I mean, you've got the mech, you've got some durability on hand on both these supports with some additional HP. But you can't try to get that burst plate done. Is it enough? Quite frankly, it doesn't feel like it is here, Ricky. Just because a 21k deficit across every core. Look at how even the farm is as well with that 21k deficit on game inside. Like, all their cores are within 1k of each other.
They're so
It's
far.
so evenly farmed. They're all so far ahead and very equally ahead as well. That is oppressive to play into.
Yeah, it really is just... There's not like a clear hero that you can even start a fight on, right? Like, Quinn is so tanky on this Pango. He also just happens to bottle up a shield rune, so good luck dealing with that. And then, of course, Underlord, Halberd, Crimson Guard, Pipe. Like, there's no actual opportunity to bring down one of these cores. Like, the Brewmaster feels incredibly underwhelming at this point outside of just being the Pipe and the Vessel. It's really going to come down to Sumail, like, finding Tofu with this Deso that he has. Like, he could definitely burst one of these supports. Like, he does a lot of damage with the Deso or with Destruction. But if they drop a Pit of Malice on him, he could just die, like, instantly. So it's going to be difficult. We'll see what they can do as they just start to push this bottom lane here. We're looking for their opening. They get the bash there on the Brewmaster stuck inside the Pit of Malice. They have a siege creep, you know. Lifestealer just standing on the front line, like, "What's up, dude? You guys want to get in? You guys want to fight? Like, how are we doing?" Oh, the bash! He
Oh
finds the
no,
point.
Sumail.
Oh my
Don't bite that.
goodness! The Swash bash just destroys him, and it just keeps happening over and over. Quinn on this Pango is an absolute master as they force two back into the base. XXS here on this Brewmaster does get the split off, but it's nothing out of it. They tried to use the Mortimer Kisses from the backside to do something here, but Pichu now gets scouted, and it's just going to be an easy pick-off there for Quinn. He is level 16. He's doing an absurd amount of damage, and the GG comes out. A very
fair.
convincing 2-0 from Gaming Gladiators. These guys look as strong as ever.
Yeah, it's down to a lot of factors. It's down to the fact that Aster feels the need to go into this IO up against his team, which, again, I can't fault them for, as Gaimin have still been utilizing that IO in this patch. They still love their combinations with that. But they have to go into it. They don't get to pick up something like the Lesh. Last game, they didn't have the best combinations. This game, they have the Ursa, but your launching point from the Ursa, it's not quick enough, especially when you have to go into the Battle Fury. You couldn't run down your lane because you're up against the Underlord. And the execution on game inside is just so clean. Like, they have a great time for Quinn once more in mid. Like, this guy just works every matchup. Where, theoretically, statistically, you have some... It's a little bit more even, or you have a slight lead on the opposing side. Quinn just plays better. Quite frankly, that's what it is. Like, he actually does just play a little bit more in that bleeding edge. He manages his spells well and just wins his matchup, and then it just snowballs from there. And it's just so funny, you know, you take the IO away, but Celery grabs Tether up, and you walk Duracho around, you whip him up, you tell him, hey, just go in. I've tethered you up, and he just doesn't stop. It's just madness. It's just constant aggression out from Gaiman here.
It's just so funny too, because he has the Boots of Bearing, his first item, and the Bullwhip. So there's so much mobility coming out of those two. And yeah, I mean, they do focus and like bring down Celery here, but I mean, this is the point of the game where Duracho is just so free. Like we saw last game, right? Like Terrorblade, complete deathless. So was Ace. They just were able to do whatever they wanted. They both finished deathless here once again, 6-0 and 6 on the Lifestealer. He just wasn't threatened from the lane stage ever. And Lifestealer is one of those heroes where if he's given a free lane, manages to pick up some big items early, he doesn't really care all that much about this, Ursa matchup. He can just fight him, especially when you go the Radiance and an AC. Like there's just no way you can be able to burst through this hero. So it's just such an amazing performance all around from the side of Gaming Gladiators. I mean, they look so damn good, man. This is a team that I think makes very few mistakes. Their drafts are just so on point, and it seems like, yeah, they do have a pretty good understanding of the patch at the moment.
Yeah, it's good to see that this performance that they had in the last patch carries through as well. In this patch, like it just looks so clean and so exciting, really, because it's not just, playing safe, going back. It's finding these advantages and pushing the advantage further and further, taking some risk to keep that build up, but you build up nonetheless. For Aster, I mean, they looked amazing yesterday when we saw them play against 9 Pandas, going for a draw, but it looked like very solid games. I think, again, it's just down to the fact you're playing against Gaiman, you take the IO, you can't utilize it on your team as well, and this is where maybe some of the comms issues where, we're kind of having a good laugh about how Sumail talked to the team, but with an IO, it feels like that communication has to be a lot more nuanced as to when you want to go in, how far you want to push it, and without that clear communication, trying to run the IO with like one guy who doesn't speak your language, it's a lot harder than what we were seeing Aster try to pull off yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I've noticed too is there's been like a couple of interviews with some of the Chinese teams and just like how they felt like coming into this tournament, into the patch in general. And one of the things that we've noticed is a lot of these teams didn't have the ability to scrim, before actually arriving in Germany and before arriving in Berlin, for this tournament. Whereas a lot of these Western Europe teams, a lot of the teams that competed in Dream League in general, they were all already getting experience on this patch. They were already in Berlin, basically just prepping for this tournament. So a lot of these teams, like, and on top of having the stand-in with Sumail, like, you didn't have a lot of experience playing on this patch or scrimming against some of these other teams. So you're already at a little bit of a disadvantage. So I'm not saying that like that's the reason we're seeing some of these teams like struggle a little bit, because Aster has looked really good on certain occasions, but you can definitely tell they're still kind of experimenting and trying to figure out what works for them, like as a team. And this was just one of those, series that just didn't work out.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough when you can't get that practice. Even the teams that got eliminated early from Dream League, like teams like TSM, Execration, Talon, all of them still had chances to just stay in Europe and get that practice in. So it is definitely a lot rougher for the Chinese teams, but hopefully, in the downtime between their series, or the downtime once their games are true in the day, they get more information out, because we did see that glimmer of hope yesterday. And this team can still pop off, but they're going to have to look for that win elsewhere here, Ricky.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got another game coming up here in just a moment, which excited to say it's going to be TSM versus Execration. You happen to just mention both these teams, which is quite funny. So we're going to be going to a short break, and we'll be back with our second series of the day. Everyone stay tuned for more here. This is the ESL One Berlin Major on the Storm stream. We'll see you then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the ESL One Berlin Major here on the Storm Stream. My name is Cryptic. John X Fire here, of course, making this cast so much better. Thank you so much for being here, man. How you doing?
Doing great, Ricky. Thanks for having me as well. Always fun to cast with you. Again, after all these years, we've only casted 2 events together, so I'm glad we're getting more quality time, and we're throwing Neff and Mike out. We don't need them. We can have fun together.
Yeah, they're boomers, Neff? Man. You know, we can.
Yeah,
it's our time.
Who needs Mike? It's our time, and this is the time for either of these teams to potentially find their first 2-0. Who knows? We've got TSM up against Execration, and these are 2 teams I love. You know, Execration, I've hung out with these guys multiple times now. We've been at the events together a couple of times. Really fun and easy to talk to. Great guys. I've hung out with the guys on TSM as well. Whitemon, I mean, Whitemon's like just such a great dude, you know? Like, you want to see them do well. You want to see Brawl do well. You want to see the newcomers in Ari and Kasani do well as well. But it's been a rough road for both of these teams. A little bit better for TSM, at the least. You know, they have one draw under their belt, which is at least 1 win on the map over Execration right now. So it's a rough one for these 2 teams, but a 2-0 for either one keeps their hopes alive and at least staying away from elimination in the groups. Almost, somewhat, if they keep winning from that point onward. A draw here is not enough to keep that hope really fully alive. Again, they need 2-0s. We're halfway through, Ricky. Halfway through. They need to find some wins.
Absolutely. I mean, we can take a look at the groups as well, just to see like where they're standing in Group A. Obviously, Group B is a whole nother story, but at the moment, TSM at 1-7, Expiration at 0-8. Team Liquid looking a lot better after getting the 2-0 just a moment ago over TSM. They were sitting at 3-3, now jump up to 5-3, and Astra with the 0-2, they get knocked down a little bit. So some shaking up happening in the middle of these groups, but it's the bottom of these groups, like TSM, Execration. These guys are definitely just not playing at the same level as these other teams. And I mean, this is where it's got to start, right? You've got to get a 2-0 here. Either of these teams need to get a 2-0 here and try and build some momentum back into this tournament. So we'll see if that can happen. Like you said, these guys are all like great dudes. Whether or not they're going to be able to pull this one out, we'll see. A 1-1 draw would feel really bad for both of these teams, to be honest. So we'll see what ends up happening. But they've still got a long road ahead of them. Like, there is still a lot of Dota to be played. We are at that halfway point, but definitely not a great start. Like, you know, if they somehow bounce back, hits like some momentum, get some 2-0s, it's possible, like, to not hit that relegation, or not relegation, but to not get eliminated in the groups and make their way into the playoffs. So no one's out yet, but it's not a good start for sure.
It's not a great start. like I agree with you. Even a draw for either side doesn't feel good. Like for TSM, sure, you get a draw, you're kind of up there, but again, it's still a huge dividing line with the bottom. And this is a team that I've watched grow. You know, in Tour 1, they looked solid. I had high expectations for them to kind of surprise us in Lima, didn't quite come out. Tour 2, again, very solid look. They beat out Shopify Rebellion really early on, but when it comes to the lands, it just feels like maybe this lack of experience for a lot of your players is kind of catching up to them. And whereas for Execration, this is a little bit of a weird one, because I feel like when it comes to DPC, Tour 2 was a little bit underwhelming from Execration. Like, they looked a lot shakier going into their slot here, but they looked promising. They had some great ideas on the heydays of that patch. Like, they were running a lot of Meepo for Palos, and we're not seeing that. It's surprising to me, because Meepo feels like a hero that, if you have a Meepo player, it's probably a first phase ban. If you just kind of pick it up, just because Mega Meepo fixes all your issues. And I'm just surprised Execration aren't dipping into this style for Palos. It's a little interesting when I look at what they have, and I'm keen to see what they bring out in that draft.
Yeah, dude, Meepo, it does seem like Meepo on paper should be good. Like, there's so many more camps to farm. There's a hero that can take advantage of having Meepos all over the map, finding net worth. But it is one of those things that's like, even just a slight misjudgment on where the enemy team is just can result in a very easy death. And I think that's the problem with Meepo at its core, is like, it just requires so much more concentration than any other hero in Dota, because you just get punished so heavily for it. I like this Beastmaster overall first tier from Execration, because this is Kasane's best hero by a landslide. They are just going to go ahead and respond right away with the Keeper of the Light and the Underlord, though.
Yeah, I like this response out from TSM. Just very stable lanes coming out. You can still kind of flex around a Keeper of the Light here if you wanted to, although I believe that should just be probably our Whitemon or Ahri hero, more than likely Ahri. So you can kind of look for your combination in safe lane. For Execration, Rubik here feels great, because if you manage to somehow swipe Chakra and Beastmaster is insane. Beastmaster Rubik lane's very stable as well. Tino does enjoy his Beastmaster, although in the last patch it wasn't something that he picked up too often. I think they were still leaning into this Visage Marcy strat, which they kind of, again, abandoned with this new patch in, which is good to see, as it doesn't feel like that works as well as it once did. So I'm keen to see what Tino's buildup will be, because I think every single time I was seeing the Beastmaster, say, in Div 2 China on the new patch, it was mainly the Axe build in lane, which I think is fair.
Yeah.
It just allows you to get aggressive. You do want aggression now. I haven't seen as much Dominator outside of this one secret game up against Ivy, where Boom just switched things up. I think in the first game he went for the Ags Rush, and then second game he just went back to the Aura build-up with the Dominator into Overlord. So it feels like there's a lot of viable angles for the Beastmaster, depending on what your team needs. I do have to say, the Ags is the more fun build, so I kind of want to see Tino lean into that. It might not be the most winning in certain matchups, but it definitely is the more fun build.
Yeah, it definitely, like, Beastmaster definitely feels pretty strong going the Axis build, because they did just buff the Axes all around in this new patch. Like, I actually couldn't believe that. Like, people were already going the Axe build for the most part in lane last patch, and then they're like, what if we just made these better? Like, what if we actually just made Axes even stronger in the lane? And people were like, yeah, sounds pretty good, we can do that. That sounds, you know, why not? I also feel like generally the Helm of the Overlord is just not getting picked, like, at all. I feel like no one is going for this item. Like, it is so expensive and it is so slow compared to offliners who are just going like Crimson Guard, Guardian Greaves, and a pipe. It's like, it feels like that is just the necessary build from the offlane right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, the only time I saw an Overlord pickup was on a slower game from Secret versus Ivy, where Boom just went into it first. Like, he absolutely rushed it, didn't bother for going for some early auras. And it can still be effective, but it's just the economy. Like, it feels like the other lanes have to compensate. Maybe you have supports that build aura for you, that can play a little greedier. Then it's just about trying to find those openings for farm. So I would love to see Tino again. Just opt for at least the aura build. More than likely, if not, just go for the Ags. Like, both of them are good options. I'm keen to see what our mid picks are, like Brawl and Bob. I think this is a really interesting mid matchup. Because Bob, it feels like he's still playing the same heroes. he was before. Like, he's still on that Batrider train, SF sometimes, the Ember, the Puck, the Kunkka, the Storm. And it feels a little less, it feels pretty static. Then again, Bryle's only played 3 heroes in this tournament, just the Void Spirit, Storm, and the Pango. So I guess a little bit more versatility out. I'm surprised TSM go into this. Why would you pick PL into the Beastmaster? Like, Beastmaster Ags is literally a direct counter to you. Like, you could, the Beastmaster just goes in, he won't die. He will lifesteal off of all your illusions very nicely with his drums. He bangs the drums, then he bangs the PL's mums. That's what he does now.
What? Oh my god. Okay, that's fair. I'm okay. I can move on from that one. I am stunned. I mean, maybe they're just baiting the Beastmaster into going the Aghanim Scepter because they don't want him to do something else. But yeah, the fact is, Beastmaster is entirely unkillable if the Phantom Lancer ever goes on him. So PL has to just play the fights, ignoring the Beastmaster, going for someone else. And they actually just grab a Muerta, which feels like a hero Phantom Lancer is actually decent against. So I'm a little bit confused on what's going on here.
It's interesting. I think Execration has been leaning towards mainly Apalos Muerta here as well. So getting their, I mean, Muerta matchup against Underlord's pretty decent. Like, it's actually not that bad for the Muerta, I think. You can stand back, you can deadshot for safety. You don't care too much about the Firestorm. You can, again, stand back far enough to farm. Into the PL, it's a little bit strange. In a way, Muerta, with a Maelstrom build, does clear out illusions. You have the double shot as well on hand, so it's not that bad. At the same time, it's not like consistent and instant wave clear. So I'm curious to see what the read is from Execration here and how confident TSM is, because it's still really weird for me to see the Phantom Lancer come out, and they will go with Weaver now. So perhaps looking for flex on that Muerta, maybe gunning for it for Bob, or even a weird support. I mean, Shanks is the kind of player who would kind of take that in the support role, and Carla does play a Rubik. They can kind of shift things around. It's interesting. Now, actually, thinking back to Execration games in the DPC, I do believe Shanks plays a support Weaver. I don't know if that's what they'll pull out, but there's a lot of options for Execration to go weird with this draft. TSM, they go safe. Disruptor out. Good team fight. Good to tie in with the Underlord. You know, you have Pit of Malice, Kinetic Field, along with the Firestorm and the Static Storm. Lots of storms to keep them down here. So it's a good solution from TSM. I guess there's some cheese here for TSM, right? Like, if you look at the strength of the PL, with, say, this Ags and Shard buildup, with a Kotl, that spell spam of the PL is pretty hard to deal with. So I can see that coming out from TSM here.
I hadn't really thought about that. That is true. The Lance spam with Keeper of the Light, especially if he goes for like Aghanim Scepter, is really, really, really annoying. And you could see more of like a Spellcaster PL as opposed to like the run in and fight PL against the Beastmaster specifically. Could be actually pretty good. They do need to ban out the Illusion Clear from the mid lane though, so they do go ahead, get rid of the Pango. You could see an Ember or Lesh as an answer as well. I feel like Ember would be a little bit better because he's good at finding Coddle and Disruptor, so we might see the Ember ban here. The Weaver is definitely the hero that's throwing me for a loop here though, because this is a hero that can be flexed, I guess, the support or the core. Like you said, they have played it in support before for Shanks, but I think I just saw it yesterday in Group B, someone running it from the off lane. So it could go in a couple different areas, especially if they want to run like Beastmaster mid as a result of the Phantom Lancer and just rush the Ags. You never really know.
I like that. I like that idea, Ricky. I'm digging it. This is what I want to hear. If Mike heard me say this, he'd call me an idiot. And see, we're in line, Ricky. This is why we're working together here. This is why we threw Mike and Neff away. Because I want to see that. Because Secret did do that with Armel. They did run a mid Beastmaster up against Ivy, get in Div 2 DPC, and rush the Ags. And against the PL, it's so much value. I do feel like Weaver support, though, is pretty damn strong. I think it's down to Solar Crest changes. I've seen this a couple of times in China as well. Like, Solar Crest is a pretty viable rush item. It feels really nice to buff up your cores. And there's the Ember Band you mentioned, as it's pretty clear-cut with Husker Band. So Execration with this really open flexibility across 3 heroes, you kind of have to lock in that draft now. I think TSM, it's much more straightforward. They just need something momentum from mid. I mean, they ban out the Ember, so you don't have the Ember Coddle combo. It doesn't feel good to pick a Bristleback in this case as well. I don't think it's the smoothest game, as you do want something that starts these fights for you. No one really initiates here on TSM.
Yeah,
And Execration will just go for the Void Spirit, which is fair. Again, it catches the backline. It's fairly mobile. Your hard lockdown on TSM isn't that amazing. It is still somewhat playable for the Void Spirit. So it's a pretty good solution.
I think Brow wanted it as well. Like, this would have been a very good Void Spirit game for the side of TSM. So this, it doesn't give you the Phantom Lancer, like, illusion clear. You're going to mostly be relying on Beastmaster for that right now. But like you said, it does give you the ability to jump the backline, find the Coddle, find the Disruptor, and it denies the pick on over to Bryle, which I think is probably the most important. Because if you get a good Void Spirit lane mid matchup, it's really difficult to play. They don't have a lot of catch on the side of Execration, so I'm trying to think. If you want, you could go for something like a Puck. You could go for... I mean, Puck into Void Spirit is pretty rough. That's a rough one, though, every once in a while. The other option would be like Queen of Pain. Bat Rider is banned.
I think I'd like the Quap more. Like, that's probably the only option that still jumps the backline really well that you have left here for TSM. You do want activity on mid. It does feel like Underlord and PL, like, no one's going to be starting these fights. Kunkka could be decent, like, double down on the durability with the Underlord as well, but
yeah,
I feel like
good catch as well.
It is really good catch. My issue is that it still doesn't feel like the best ways to start fights. Like, I don't know, like, starting off with X or Glimpse is pretty nice.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have enough forward vision to really do that unless you constantly smoke up. So it can be a little bit harder. They go with the DK instead, which I
like
guess with
this.
a blink is a good solution. Like, there's your hard lockdown. There's some push coming out here. You're extra durable with the Underlord around with the DK. So there's a lot of front line to buy space for Tomato. And they will go with the Palos Muerta, and they are running the Carlo Weaver, which Carlo's known for. He does play really greedy support sometimes. I'm keen to see how this game goes. These are very different drafts from what we've seen today. We finally see the Beastmaster prioritized in that first pick. It's interesting. I honestly don't know which draft I like better. I think I lean towards Execration a little bit just because, quite frankly, you picked a PL into a Beastmaster. I think that's it. You can focus everyone else, but if after Ags you go for durability in Beastmaster as well, like your aura items up, maybe like just your Guardian Greaves and Pipe, and then down line a Crimson Guard, literally just double down in durability, maybe pick up an Octarine or a Bloodstone, you might not even be able to kill off the other heroes, especially with a Weaver support that could go for Solar Crest. And if it's really fat, Ags up, I don't know if we have enough output from TSM, because they have a lot of durability. Like, Tomato's PL is going to be tanky, Kasane and Brawl are going to be tanky, but how do you kill the heroes on Execration in a later point of the game? It just feels like in drawn-out fights, rather awkward, because Execration's squishier, but they do have more potential for burst damage here.
They have a lot of mobility between like the Weaver Void Spirit. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to catch them down. I do really like the DK pick though, because this does give you the jump for the Muerta, which I was a little bit worried about because PL is going to have a hard game right into the Beastmaster. But now you have the ability to just blink Dragon Tail up this hero and maybe close the gap and kill her before she manages to, come online in these fights, get that Pierce the Veil off. But overall, I'm curious how they decide to build the Phantom Lancer here into this Beastmaster, or rather how they decide to build the Beastmaster into the PL, because I mean, I've played this matchup, and like when I played Beastmaster, it was Drums, Kaiasange, Radiance. Like that's like the very greedy build, obviously. That was coming from mid lane, but it makes PL's game absolutely unplayable. So if he wants to play more of the aura builder, like you were saying, it's pretty good.
I like to see that Execration spirits are still up. They love spamming their voice lines. Carla giving a shout out. Good luck, Longadog. I'm not sure who he's calling out, either White One or Bryle, because Bryle is like Canadian Filipino, if I recall right. And I should recall right, because I've talked to Bryle multiple times at this point. Like, it's always fun to kind of catch him off guard, test his Tagalog skills or his Filipino skills. But yeah, I mean, this is the one funny thing with Execration. They could be 0-8 in groups and they'll still feel themselves. You know, they're a very lively squad.
I love that. I really do. It's just fun to see. For those of you who are just tuning in, we are just starting our second series of the day here. It is Execration versus TSM in Group A, and both these teams really needing some wins. So we'll see, you know, who manages to come ahead in this series, or you know, if we end up in a draw. But for now, I feel like the draft is just really weird from both teams.
Yeah.
Like this is so bizarre because we see like the Phantom Lancer picked into the Beastmaster and then the Muerta picked into the Phantom Lancer. You have a 5-position Weaver here for Carlo, which I mean, it should be pretty good at helping run down the Keeper of the Light. That is the one thing that actually seems kind of good about this.
Just what I've been waiting
Yeah,
for.
they can just take care of the backline really fast, even from the laning phase with that support Weaver. This voice line is actually so dumb.
Dude, I don't even know what it says, but it is a good
It's like
one.
someone blaming. Oh, okay, I'm the one who's not focusing. Okay, you know, it's like you're just being blamed by someone. Who, like, you just say, "All right, fine, it's my fault, whatever."
Yeah, might be.
That's
Guys,
like
might be.
argumentative. Yeah, it's more argumentative. Like, oh yeah, you know, you're just arguing with the dude. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Shout out to all the finger pointers out there that refuse to accept their own mistakes.
It's never
Dude,
their
that's the
fault,
best
Ricky.
part when you get to an end of the game and it's like been a close game and then you're like one of the teams losing and it's like, who do I have to scapegoat? I've got to scapegoat
Right.
someone. I can't accept the fact that I lost.
Yeah, it's always someone else's fault. Even in a very even game, like that's the best stuff. Still looking at this mid, this one should be rather even from the mid, although theoretically Bob has better lane management, but a DK is a DK for Brawl. And he does start off with early breed fire just to apply some harass. Surprised he's not going for the stun, just to deny creeps and maybe secure his own ranged. But, you know, it's a static lane on mid, probably the least interesting one to watch out for.
I mean, Bob's got a lot of denies early on in this lane, which is going to be really good for him. But
Yeah.
we'll see. Brawl can grab some denies here under the tower. Did he go? Oh, he went Dragon's Blood too, so he doesn't actually have the stun to play around.
Yeah, it's the surprising bit. I think he just wants to mitigate some of Bob's harassment, because he does have that circlet, triple Iron Branches as a universal hero, 69 damage per right click,
Very
which is
nice.
fairly annoying. And it's just so easy to CS on that Void Spirit right now, so probably just looking to slow that down. Still taking a look at that bot lane now. Carlo on that Weaver, Palos on that Muerta up against Ari on that Kotl, and Kasani on the Underlord. I mean, Underlord and Kotl is a decent lane. Chakra sustain for, say, the Firestorm spam is pretty nice. And every single time you can kind of poke Palos, he is fairly squishy in lane. There's not too much Carlo can do to help the cause there. He does go for like a full harassment Weaver with Geminate plus Sakuchi. No value points in the Swarm to help soften up. So this one could be a little bit more passive. Ari doing a good job of just constantly blinding like Palos to an extra wave of the Firestorm. And so many resources melted away from Palos already.
Yeah, this Kotl Underlord lane, we just saw it last game. It looks incredibly strong. Like this matchup specifically just seems really, really, really good. The blinding lights, the chakra magics, just constantly being able to, it's a Firestorm without any like, worry about having to get mana. Like you don't have to go mana boots early. You just rush the Vanguard. You're just big chilling. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Just trying to fix all the issues with the Underlord, at least in terms of his spell spam early on. And I like that Kasane just goes triple gauntlets as well. Knowing that, the Weaver can't harass you out if you have enough strength. And Carlos having a pretty tough time and trying to prevent that Underlord from just playing this game. The last lane that we haven't really peeked at is up top. I know our Obs was watching there for a little bit. But the lane of Timado and Whitemon and the Peel and Disruptor up against Tino and Shanks on that Beastmaster and Rubik. This is pretty stable. Like, Timado isn't going to be shoved out in lane, for sure. He has some dodge play. He can just keep farming up quite fine. You can't really get aggressive as well on TSM side, though. It is a lot easier for Execration to kind of look for lift backs and to stacking more Wild Axes on top. And they can look to kind of punish Whitemon if he steps it a little bit too far forward. very squishy on that disruptor if they can't pin him down. So there is play there. I'm curious, again, as you mentioned, what Tino's build-up is. Because it's really a drums game. It's a drums of Slam game for sure. Up against a PL, you do not skip that item at all. You can just kind of rush into it. I'm pretty sure Execution was surprised that PL comes in as well.
So he could still go into the Aghanim Scepter eventually, but right now bottom lane, Rightmon with a rotation around. They pull Palos back in. He gets a silence onto Ari, and that will be first blood for that Muerta. She loses her life in the process, but mid lane, the rotation from Shanks helps them find the kill there onto Brawl. So Bob gonna be able to get that level 6 relatively early as a result of that. And Brow's gonna miss an entire wave of XP unless he forces this wave.
Yeah, this is a great start for Bob, and I think they've got the priorities right in Execration. Because for Execration, Bob is the launching point in almost every single game. Like, he has to have that good start, he has to have his levels up. He's the one that rotates onto the side lanes and makes action happen. So, if you have to figure out what lane to kind of enable, it is the mid. Getting that early opportunity is big. You're not too upset about Palos dying, although he is having to walk back into lane. With his smoke, probably getting a glimpse back early by Whitemon, which you never like to see, but it does happen on occasion to the best of us.
That is sad. That always feels really bad.
Palos.
Oh, he's gonna take a decent chunk of damage here. Yeah, does have a salve though, so that is good.
Yeah.
I feel like we're just going to be waiting on the level 6 from the Void Spirit. That's when he's going to try and get active. I don't think he kills Bryle again now that he has 3 points in the Dragon's Blood, but we could see him make a play at the Rune, find a kill there.
Yeah, you've still got Shanks kind of around, looking for a stack into that secure at the 6-minute mark. I do feel like you are getting a little bit too much out for TSM down bot. Like, they're working that lane really well. You've kind of completely shut down Palos, so behind in CS. And Muerta is here that it farms decently, but it's not like amazingly fast. You kind of need the Maelstrom to feel good there, and you don't even have the levels.
And that's a haste rune for the Void Spirit. If they get too aggressive in the bottom lane, we could see him, TP to respond here. The problem is you do have this Muerta who doesn't do a ton of damage yet. And you have the Vanguard already completed on Kasane, so it looks like he is just going to kind of stay mid. Continue to farm up here on this Void Spirit.
Yeah. Just hold steady in that lane. They will have to accept the slower start for Palos as he gets jumped.
Bottom lane. There's going to be the TP. The haste rune was popped as well, so Bob should be able to close the gap, but the glimpse from Whitemon, he does what he can to try and find the disruptor in time, and it will help get that kill at least, so we do at least manage to find something. Bryle with the level 6 in the mid lane, starting to get to work on the tower though.
Yeah, you can't leave that DK alone for too long. Threat onto the objectives is always big. Got the Dragon Tail and Bob jumps in. It's a little bit interesting. And still not enough. They don't manage to connect with the Illuminate, so Bob's more than happy to hold steady. That relief for Palos isn't quite enough to drag him back. You are still happy about Tino having that free lane top. He is rushing that Dominator. So just looking for more creeps.
Ping and Ari on the Coddle. That's the one Bob wants to go for, and Dragon Tail comes out from Brown, just not wanting to risk anything here. So, they get a lot of chip damage in this tier 1 tower off the first Dragon form, which I think is pretty worth it considering how well these side lanes are going. Like, PL has been able to just solo farm the top lane. He did just rush a Vanguard himself, which I think is probably the right play. You don't want to have to get pushed out by this Beastmaster, and he definitely can with the constant axe spam and eventually the Helm of the Dominator, which it looks like he is going for. Yeah, he's got it.
Yep. So now he can apply a little bit of pressure on the push now as well. For Tino, he doesn't have any points in the Inner Beast, so the attacks aren't as quick as they could be. But you still have that extra presence coming out of these buffed up neutrals. So you have some play. TSM though, they've gotten a lot of damage down bot as well, just from Kasane constantly shoving in. They're still committing that dragon form from Bryle down mid. It's only Carlo watching. So they're going to be able to take 2 objectives with no real contestation. That's huge. Like the side lane take especially is massive and just
And they're
taking over some of these camps.
The whole team, like, they're not going to allow you to take this tier 1 in the top lane. They're looking for Bryle in mid, though, as Bob comes on in, gets the Dragon Tail out. Shanks will get glimpsed away, and Bryle will clean up the bug underneath the tower, so he's chilling. He's going to be just fine, as Kasane will defend the top tier 1 tower. They at least defend mid. It's down to 140 HP in Dragon form. Probably going to expire before he gets another opportunity to hit the tower.
Yeah, not too much time left on that. Can't really angle their way in here for the side of Execration. They're still trying with his Invis and Bob.
He might be able to find him here. Gets rooted up by the troll. Whitefawn is there as well. They jump in, manage to burst the Dragon Knight. Can it be done? The second Astral Step. It's almost enough, but a nice kinetic build. Instead, Palos is here. Takes him down with the Ricochet.
I like that Palos turns up for that one. He needs that kill. Gets his level 6 up now. Is finding decent farm into that Maelstrom to accelerate that further. They might sacrifice Carl, but he does have the time lapse ready if need be, and he does just get it off. So they're going to be able to not take too many losses. The map control is still an issue, but again, you are getting some free farm on your other cores. It does feel like Tino's going to have to deliver the goods now. Still going for the Overlord, which I suppose there's no clear solution from TSM for the gigantic Ancient Creep. So it is a smooth game for that build-up here. And I can understand why Tino is just going backward. He does enjoy his micro heroes. You know, his Visage off in this Beastmaster.
He's got a nice little triple stack, quad stack of the Ancient Creeps and 4 points in the Wild Axes. Should be able to clean that up very easily. Mid lane, however. Alright, Bob will dodge out the glimpse there with the Dissimulate, so he's chilling. Pretty good stuff. Yeah. Tino is going to just catapult to net worth here once he cleans these up. This is huge for him.
Yeah, I mean, free Vlad's Aura still feels pretty good to play with. Bob is rushing Dagon. He's already bought a part, so I'm keen to see this burst play from Bob. If we don't get the Ags rush on Tino, but we get the Dagon rush on Bob, that's fun.
That's an interesting one. I mean, it will help him like find kills onto Disruptor and Coddle. I mean, this Void Spirit does a lot of burst damage at the moment, and they will find Ahri here. And that should be a pretty easy pick-off.
Yeah. Doesn't cost them much. They managed to start lining up for top. Again, you've got the wave clear here from TSM with Kasane. Firestorm more than enough. They're getting so much space out for Tomato to farm, and this is something that TSM enjoys, although they'll jump in.
Yeah, they will indeed. And Brow with the TP on up here. The question is, can he actually find a kill? I mean, it's not easy because Carlo can just time-lapse, and of course Bob is super tanky. They will just turn around onto Kasane, and that's a massive kill. They do get 2 for this. The stolen 4 points in Firestorm as Ahri is just going to try and TP back on the Twin Gate. They're going to follow him as Palos was already set up here. Pops that Pierce the Veil, trying to just bring down Ahri, and it should just be a matter of time before they grab him here in the trees. Is, yeah, Carlo, he's going to go for the deny maybe. Yeah, he will do it.
Just lose vision for a little bit. Carlo not able to chase up and finish that kill. So you take away a little bit of the wins there for Execration. You're still happy overall. You take the tower, you take this kill on Kasane, you melt through that Underlord. And again, Execration are playing this really aggressive draft. The build-up for the Overlord for Tino, it's going to be really impactful. Like, this is a fast Overlord to take. This is like a naked Overlord rush, though. But again, the lineup of TSM doesn't have a clear for that Ancient Creep.
Yeah, not at all. Not yet.
There's no way you just clear that off. So the added durability, the added damage, added control in the push, it's going to be massive for Tino. And this is also one thing for Execration. When Tino does have a good game, he does make use of that early investment well. Like, one of the 2 ways to really shut down Execration is to give Bob a bad lane or give Tino a bad lane. Either or. In this case, they both have pretty good lanes coming out.
Alright, Tomato finishes up his Diffusal, which does give him a pretty huge power spike on this hero. So we'll see if he can, you know, find some kills with that at the moment. But Helm of the Overlord's done. It's being delivered right now for this Beastmaster, and this is going to be very difficult for him to play around. I mean, that's such a fast timing, just over 13.5 minutes. into this game.
Again, he's been giving a lot of room. It is like, again, no boots, no nothing else. Just a couple of circlets in the Iron Branch and the early Calling Blade. But this is a lot of durability he's bringing out here. Keen to see what he goes for next. I think that's where things get interesting. Like, do you go for any more durability? Do you go for the Auras? Or do you just go to the Ags? Because, I mean, they smoke up here with that reveal. And you know what? Bob's Dagon is coming out now as well. Yeah, it's a little bit choppy, but it's not choppy enough to chop up this action. As they start shoving in mid with that dominated creep. And you've got the Dagon for good old Bob here. Yeah, he has a double damage read as well. Should be able to try to run down if they see the opportunity. And this is where the squishy supports can be punished. In fact, Tomato.
I mean, Carlo is low on the Weaver. They didn't bottom lane. Take the twin gate on Brock. Follow those. They do manage to grab kinetic field for everything drop on his. It's a and it gets one belt this once again, and Kasane will instead fall as well. Ooh, looks like yeah. Go ahead, take it for me, John.
No problem. Very clean fight coming out from Execration. Again, sacrificing Palos for a lot of this. Using him as bait almost, but they've got the burst, man. Like this DK right now with nothing else but the Blink Rush, which we did expect for Bryles. He did need to kind of set up, get that control for the team. It does mean he's not gonna last against this magic output. This is where that Dagon of Bob shines. It's a really good solution for that. It also just, I suppose, instantly bursts down the illusions as well. If you're worried about any particular one, helps to identify that peel a little bit faster. And they just go straight into the Roche off the back of it. Again, Overlord up, Aura's ready. They've got the physical output. They've got the Swarm ready to go. They've got Palos around here as well. This doesn't take too long. TSM, it doesn't feel like they're in any position to fight. Again, they've got this control. But it's just down to this damage, right? Look at how long it took them to kill off Palos down bot. The damage issue for this team, it's going to be up there until Tomato's ready to really right-click heroes down, but that feels like it's still a ways off here.
Yeah. I really expected them to have more damage at the moment, but it's not really coming through. Like, you have Kasane's Underlord, who is kind of just this big tank, but you also just have another big tank on the Dragon Knight. That being said, it's kind of all just being nullified by this magic damage, right? You managed to find the Rubik here, and that's a great way to open this fight up. Ryle will just be stuck inside the calling here, but the Glimpse has managed to find Tino, and if they can grab the Beast Match, it's a really nice one, as Tomato's going to join the fight. Will make easy work of him, and they're going to continue the chase, looking for Palos. They pull him back, not in range there. Doesn't end up quite connecting.
A little bit awkward for Execration this time, as they didn't have Bob around. So it's not a comfy fight for them to take. And, the burst damage is not there. And they miss out a lot with just the Void Spirit hanging out on a different part of the map. Good opening for TSM to find. Get some key kills their way. Every single kill counts for quite a fair bit.
Coming bottom again. They saw Palos underneath that ward. Dude, this is one of the best wards in the game right now. That ward is so good. That being said, Tomato, I was gonna say maybe he's baiting, but I don't think he knows the rest of the team is here. They managed to catch him with the Remnant, and Tomato is super dead. I thought they were coming down here with more, and then it just ended up being him alone.
Yeah, Whitemon just bailed out, TP'd away after going through the gate. He left his carry there, and just becomes easy pickings for Execration to find. And this is honestly pretty scary. Like, the build-ups from Execration, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Palos, he's rushing a Moonshard. Just wants all the right clicks in the world, maximize that Pierce the Veil when it's up, and try to get all this damage out with the Gunslinger in the Maelstrom. Kasane. Playing poke.
Bob on the backside looking for an opening. He's got that shield rune as well. We'll be able to start the fight and look for Ari now. Carlo is here. The question is, can they actually secure any of these kills? Bryle, he's got to blink in a moment. Whitemon joining the fight. If they get the glimpse vision, who's it going to be? Paulos gets pulled right up onto the high ground. Does have the Aegis. They will burn his first life as Tomato is trying to bring down this ancient creep real quick. The rest of the team is nearby. We'll go ahead and drop the stack storm. The calling does come through. It'll slow them up, and Ari on the backside just getting chased down by Bob as he grabs him with the Dagon. The time lapse out from the Weaver is going to give him plenty of space out. The mana burn from Tomato, it's not enough. They need more catch. They need this initiation from this Dragon Tail, but where's the follow-up?
It just doesn't feel like it's there. Maybe in a dragged out fight, if you get multiple Firestorm uses, it feels good. But the spells just aren't connecting the way you'd want them to on TSM, and Execration, they're just so slippery. You have to worry about Bob, you have to worry about Carla, you have to kind of watch Shanks onto Rubik if he gets a big steal as well. Like, even just the Firestorm's nice, and if the control coming out from TSM is nice. It's not a high-pressure Rubik game. Pretty much every single spell that's easy to find is great here. And for TSM, and this itemization in Tomato, like, it's fairly standard PL, right? Like, outside of maybe the Vanguard going into the Manta, going into the Heart, it helps him stand up, try to burn them down with a million right clicks. I don't know if that's enough, though. Like, that's where my question mark still lies. Like, we've seen a Naga game kind of go this way as well, right? Where you hyper farm on your Naga, and I believe that was TSM as well. You just kind of hyper farm on Naga, and she becomes your all-in, but up against certain matchup, it just doesn't feel like she does enough damage. It's some of these illusion heroes are just way more sustained damage in, like, prolonged fights, and again, I just don't know if you can prolong these fights long enough when your supports are dying too damn fast to this burst damage.
Yeah, both teams finish up their Tormentors pretty much at the same time there, so the shards will be granted out to some of the supports. I'm not sure if you've caught this, but there is now a Moon Shard completed up on Paulos. He just rushed this item here after the Dragonlance, which we've seen a lot of people on Muerta go for this item like fourth. You know, it is like a late game item. But Paulos just says, screw it, man. I want damage output now. I want that attack speed. It's a lot, man. 400 bonus night vision also goes a long way on this hero. Bottom lane, they've managed to catch Shanks, and, you know, I don't think it's going to get away here. Whitemon with the glimpse, so Kasane will be able to grab that. In top lane, they're looking at taking that Twin Gate. It will get scouted out by a ward, and Whitemon instantly drops the sentry to clean these up. Uh-oh, pops the drums. Whitemon needs to be careful. The blink stun out from Prowl does find the Beastmaster. There's going to be the roar, and Whitemon in some trouble. Does get the Static Storm here onto the Weaver. They do trap him in place so they can get the kill before he gets the time lapse. It'd be great, but it's not there in time, and instead, the damage. Ryle is just destroyed by Paulos, and Kasane can't get away. He's just going to get chased down as well. 3 dead on the side of TSM. They have a massive damage problem.
They do. It's just not there. Like, it's all poking and prodding. It all takes a while to kind of line up their output. Even the PL, it's a death by a million cuts, and it's just not enough. You are durable, but you don't melt these heroes in your durability frame, and they melt you down way faster. Again, going back to when we tried Rush for Palace, in a lot of ways this makes sense, just because it's not even just damage output. It's more like maximizing your Pierce to Veil, right? Because it's a pretty long cooldown until you hit 18. So the more hits you can get every time you pop that spell, the better it is. It's more efficient. It's just a high efficiency kind of pickup. It is really risky. Like, Palos has died a couple of times now. He lost his Aegis pretty fast. There's an opening for TSM to kind of burst that Muerta if they can find it.
They found Kasane instead, just pops the Veil immediately and just gonna lay into him. Carlo will grab the kill. They're just bleeding kills all over the map here on TSM, and Execration looking very good right now. An 8k gold advantage. You're just 20 minutes into the game.
We've got the drums coming out now as well for Tino. So he's got the drums of endurance and the drums of slam. And now, even if you show up on Tomato, he's just gonna get drummed. That's it. He's just gonna have to listen to some very loud guy on percussion. Not the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like you get to a point where Beastmaster becomes pretty much unkillable, so the only thing you can do is ignore him. But then it's like you still have to kill this Muerta. You have to find a way to get on top of her and actually find these kills, and the only way that's going to happen is with like a DK Dragon Tail and a jump in from the Phantom Lancer. But I don't know, man. I don't feel like you have the burst is the problem.
Bob's going all in as well here, Ricky. Going for the Dagon upgrades now.
Hell
Has
yeah.
Dagon 2 flying out, if I believe, along with his Ags. So, control on the burst. Just go all in burst. Take one of these big tanky heroes out. The fight becomes really awkward with just that lack of one damage source. It does so much. Like, without the Firestorm, you're not melting heroes. Without the DK, you don't have control. You don't have that big dragon form to rely on. And the BK Beaster is still ways out here for TSM.
Right. I mean, the late game matchups here, I'm trying to think, like, if TSM even have the late game matchups. Because Muerta seems like one of those impossible heroes to beat in the late game. She completely ignores the Dragon Knight. Like, the DK is just not really effective against her. The only thing that he has is, you know, Blink Dragon Tail and eventually maybe, like, an Aghanim Scepter to try and just reduce her movement speed and attack speed. But because there's a Beastmaster in this game, I don't know if Phantom Lancer can actually carry this.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think your ideal play for TSM is try to poke and prod, don't put yourself up front, which is super weird to say when you have a DK. But you kind of want to keep juggling these heroes around from Execration, force them in. If the fight drags on and you don't get bursted, I mean, you've got really good DOTs, right? Firestorm constantly spanned out with a Chakra, a DK with the eventual level 3 Elder Dragon form. I say that. He's still level 12, and it's still like a pipe dream at this point to hit these timings that I'm talking about, but that's what you have to gun for. Just play slow in these fights, you know, use your PL to its maximum by just spamming out these illusions, melting everyone else. I don't know if that'll happen now with a drum, so.
There's so much good vision set up here on Execration, and I don't know if you're going to be able to actually take this fight near the Roshan. No, Bob has to be there. They get him. The Blink Dragon Tail comes out. The Static Storm is there. That's a massive find if they can actually bring him down, and they do. So a great opening. And Underlord will send the pit bottom, or the Fiend's Gate or whatever, just so they can bring the Phantom Lancer in. The BKB comes out from Paulus. He's trying to just bring down the Underlord, but you got to get these other heroes for the game. And Tomato, he's finally going to join the fight. The question is it too late? You go on to Blink Dragon Tail's caught the Beastmaster, but again, this dude does not care about you. He can't die. He's healing through it all, and Bryle, the one in danger, as he turns his attention on over to Paulos. Tomato doing his best, but the illusion's just instantly getting cleared up every single time, and the Muerta now turns it around onto the Phantom Lancer. He pops the Manta trying to get out. He's got the hard regen, gets the Doppelganger onto the other side, but he's still on the run. He can't escape. He is dead.
Tino, is he actually gonna port away? No, he's not. I love seeing this Beastmaster versus PL, dude. It's hilarious. Of course, it's not hilarious for TSM. This is painful. As Bob respawns and finds a pick off on Whitemon. They had the right idea. They take care of the Void Spirit, and they actually don't even fully commit into that fight, right? It's only Kasane running forward, trying to get some info, trying to spam out his spells. Again, it's this concept of just poking and prodding. Forcing some control out, pulling back, going back and slowly melting and chipping away at the side of Execration, but even with Bob gone, you just can't do that. And then they suddenly just commit onto Tino, which is just not the target. This guy is not the guy you have to run down. He will just heal. The PL pick into Beastmaster again. This is why you do not do this. It's just painful. You have to rely on someone else to try to kill off Tino, and quite frankly, it just doesn't feel you have that.
Carlo just steals the Wisdom Rune right away from Tomato there. He's going for the Mage Slayer next, but I don't know if it's going to end up doing you a whole lot of good here.
Oh.
We'll have to see. Blink Dragon Tail does come out onto the Weaver. Can Whitemon get the ult? He does, and it will only trap the Weaver, able to manage to get out there for the moment. You managed to find one, but Paulo's still holding a lot of spells here, ready to go with that Pierce of Veil at any moment. They're playing in good choke points here, which does favor TSM for sure. They just don't have the damage. Tino can just continuously tank here on the front line. We'll glimpse him back into the fight. Dragon Tail does come through. The Remnant does pull that Keeper of the Light back in. The Dragon Knight with that BKB trying to survive as Kasane's there as well. But Paulos on the Muerta just shreds right through him. They get the fear as well as it catches White on the backside of the fight. It's PL versus
No, you
Beastmaster.
can't do it against Tino.
As we know, you can't do any damage to this Beastmaster. He will be able to grab Paulos here most likely, so that will be the Aegis. And Tomato, he's managed drained all of Tino. The question is, can he manage drain the Void Spirit? He has a cheese still available. If they find an opening, maybe you can do something here. Tomato will continue to just regen this one out. He's looking for follows here on the Muerta. Does go in. He needs help. The Dragon Tail out from Brown. Free Fire is there. The heal's in as well. They're managing to do it. Muerta is falling, and they managed to do it finally. It will cost Brile his life once again as Tomato trying to just juke in and out of this fight, but he's been caught by the Remnant. The mech does come through. Trapped inside this kinetic field. Tino can't chase, but Bob looking to do so as Carlo will dive as well. The Bit of Malice comes out from Kasane. He wants to get active. Ignore the Beastmaster. That's the plan. The static field is back, baby. Void Spirit's gone. Can they stop Tino from TPing? They can, but can they ever kill this guy? The answer, absolutely not. It's never going to happen. You can do this all day, baby.
This is...
Come on,
this
dude.
Can't be real.
Stop.
This can't be real. Why is this hero like this?
Dude, this is Dota 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Berlin Mage.
Come on. Oh my god. They're just going. They're not.
They're not going to stop.
God.
Yo, this is what purgatory is, in case you've wondered. You know, you're both trapped here. No one's allowed to actually leave. Tino can't play the game anymore. Again,
They gave up.
no, they didn't give up. It's round 2, baby. Back onto the Beastmaster, but he just continues to
What's
heal.
happening, dude?
He cannot die. All of Execration is respawned, wondering if they should even bother helping the Beastmaster. Tomato turning his attention. He's found Shanks for the moment. Carlo, never mind. Back to the Beastmaster. Okay, looks like we're finally done with this.
Oh my god, dude. How many what's that, what, a minute, 2 minutes?
That's literally almost 2 minutes of this.
I can't. This is the funniest shit. This is just the funniest shit to watch. I'm so happy we got this kind of interaction here. Oh, Palos.
Oh, yeah, they did manage to find out, but they jump in on Bob as well. A nice static storm's gonna trap Bob, but he manages to get out. The blinding light, I think, saved him.
Pushed him.
No. He's gone for the moment. Tomato trying to stay and poke this Muerta over and over. I mean, that's the hero you've got to get. She's still got the Pierce the Veil available. The Blink Dragon Tail out from Brile. They trapped her for the moment. She's going to be able to pop the open, get shredded. Ignore the Beastmaster. That's the plan. This hero. You know, he's annoying. He doesn't die, but he's not killing anyone either. The glimpse comes out last second from Whitemon. They found Shanks.
Oh god. Okay, Execration, they've had a little bit too much fun now. They've certainly had a little bit too much fun.
This is
now
Dota 2, baby.
Oh,
Oh, Carlo walked right back into a dust. Does get the time lapse away. Brile trying to find him. You will see him in the bottom side. He's going to hide out in some of these trees. Doesn't look like they will grab him, so he is out. Meanwhile, they are going to go ahead and take the Fiend's Gate bottom. They're going to take
this is great.
Yeah, they're going to take the Tormentor. This is really smart.
yeah. Just take that away from Execration. You've got some momentum behind you on TSM. Execration, they see this
snipe
though.
it.
Bob
They
is
know
getting
this
poked.
is happening. Caudle gets it instead. He tried his best there to grab it, but not enough.
Yeah, a nice shard to have. You've got the recall to... Again, you can kind of use your Underlord and your Caudle to take these global fights almost. You can take some really weird angles on these ganks. And again, Execration, their main issue now is how vulnerable Palos is. He is just susceptible to just dying when he's jumped. And PKB not enough to save him. Down to 6 seconds here as well. And Bob, he's going to have the full Dagon 5. But at this point, like, the main spike that I'm looking for from Execration now is Carlos' timing. He's going into the Ags. So you can do that first play once on Palos. Can you do it twice over? And that's where I'm a little bit unsure. As long as this Weaver's
killed
not
it,
caught
sure.
in Static Storm, this is going to be big.
All right, so I mean, people obviously are probably just like rolling about the Beastmaster scenario here. Now, some people are gonna be like, well, why don't you get break? Break doesn't really do anything, to be honest. It stops you from gaining stacks for a moment, but it doesn't prevent you from. It doesn't like stop the drums from happening once you've already built the stacks. So essentially, the actual counter to this is healing reduction. Things like Scotty, Vessel, Shiva, stuff like that will definitely be the answer for the Beastmaster, and they've already started queuing it up. We've got the Eye of Scotty being built here on the PL, which will do wonders. And the Vessel is built on Whitemon as well. He's just a few hundred gold away. So once they have that, obviously the Beastmaster shenanigans are a lot less likely to be a threat. But, you know, at least we got to enjoy it while it lasted. It was very funny for a few moments. That was what we were really hoping to see. So
it was extremely funny. Now Execration's in a little bit of a hard spot where we did ask this question about scaling, and for TSM, again, as long as they take these fights like this, where you instantly burst down Palos, you ignore Tino completely, and you prevent Bob from just clearing out your supports, then you've got a solid shot. Like, it is a little bit easier to actually pull off for TSM, because, quite frankly, locking in a Muerta isn't that hard.
No, not at all.
It doesn't take too much effort to reach into that squishy frontliner and burst her down. So you've got the answers here. I think Execration, again, the Ags on Carlo, which is flying out now. This is your saving grace. Now you have to force them to try to burst down Palos twice over, which I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do. And that's where it gets a little bit iffy, because they can sustain through these fights, but to have that follow-up control to kill off Palos before Pierce the Veil and BKB can fly on twice over, it doesn't feel like the easiest thing to play into for TSM.
Yeah. No, it is nighttime, and Roshan will be spawning on the top side of the map. The downside, though, is super long Roche respawn timer, and Execration was positioned really good for this. So, unfortunately for them, they won't really be able to take advantage of that. Ryle did finish up an Aghanim Scepter, which, you know, he is going to get the Black Dragon form at level 18, currently only level 16, but that is, like I said, one of the great answers for the Muerta, just be able to slow her attack speed, as well as just kind of tank a little bit, as you can just kind of fly away. I like it. I think it's probably the better build-up he could have gone this game.
I think for Execration, like, it's a little bit iffy. I feel like you need your Rubik shard as well. Just have these saves, right, to deal with everything that's coming out from TSM. Have this way of pulling back your Muerta, have this way of securely time-lapsing the Muerta, because the counters are coming true. Like that Vessel, as you mentioned, Whitemon's got it, and they're going to smoke here.
I like this.
Tino's not going to be safe.
Oh, they, you know, kind of get distracted here by the Ancient Black Dragon. They will be able to grab this, which is nice. A little bit 250 gold here for the Dragon Knight. He does have a Blink Dragon Tail available. There's a ward placed on the high ground already. Bryle gets the Dragon Tail there onto the Beast Match, but looks like he wants to back away instead. A little bit afraid here maybe to jump into this. Tino is just getting chipped on the backside of Bryle. BKB's up for the moment. Bob looking away to enter this fight. And Bryle wants to try and turn this around. I mean, they know there has to be a ward here on the high ground. They are positioned so dang well on the side of Execration. They get Paulus here with the Glimpse. They're going to start sending in some of these illusions from this Phantom Lancer to start working on it. Dude, this Solar Bind is just slowing down Muerta so much.
Time lapse?
Oh, is that an Axe? Okay, it is, yeah. He's got the Axe time lapse. Okay, very nice. They go on to Kasane here in the mid lane. He's got the pipe, and the roar comes out. He just gets destroyed. Paulos pops the Pierce the Veil there. Absolutely just going right through this Underlord's armor. Dude, so much damage.
Still poking and prodding, and I do like this way of fighting on TSM. Again, just very, very conservative, holding your resources back, getting what damage you can out into these fights, but not overcommitting. If you don't see that opening, just don't go in. And the side of Execration are waiting for a moment of weakness, though. They will have that Pierce of Veil back up again. And again, the ads from Carlo doing a lot of work. You will need the max out to not have to worry about the mana, but as long as he's not caught in that Static Storm, you will always have this save. So it's a lot easier for pilots to try to play his game. And they'll just go for Roche. They know that TSM has a hard time going into these fights, so they can kind of just try to see if they force them to go all in here. It can be a little bit awkward.
Rebound runes, but yeah, Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard, very good pickups here for the side of Execration is the game pretty close here net worth wise. Bryle does have that level 18 and the dragon form. I mean, they could look for an opening. Paulos would be your target. You can't ever really kill this Beastmaster, of course, as you can just tank through pretty much anything as long as the Phantom Lancer is nearby. The Bit of Malice into that Firestorm spam is a lot. Tomato looks for Bob on the side here. Does manage to get the Dissimulate off. Paulos is just running through these heroes instead. He's going to pop the Pierce the Veil. The BKB is out trying to get the DK. He's actually under the cover of Invis and they don't see him. Tino now just surrounded, but again, he doesn't really care. The PL can just heal through all of this. And now Brown on the backside running for his life. They managed to take down Where It's a 1. Tino still surviving through it all. His Underlord on the run as well. Bob losing his mana and fast. Tomato is doing work, but he is alone and he needs to run. Telekinesis has caught him under the cover of Invis. He might be able to survive. They don't have the detection, and Carlo goes down. Tomato's alive.
Bro, that's massive. It's not the biggest kill in the world. You're still finding cores, but you're making these fights extra hard. Like, we're seeing the impact of all of this regen nullification coming out from the side of TSM. Like, the Scotty is slowing down the survivability of Tino up front. And it's making it a little bit awkward for Palace as well to kind of get his hits off. He's working onto his own Scotty. Definitely needs the stats. The healing reduction will also help the side of Execration here. But a rather even game. Like, they instantly lose the Aegis on the side of Exe. So they're not able to try to go for the high ground. They find only the 1 kill on Bryle. And they just can't go for more. They're going to need to carry detection around now. They do have the gem on Shanks. But the PL's just so quick. Just runs way too fast when he does get that old juxtapose active on.
Yeah. Dude, I love Doppelwalk, man. This thing is so good. That was like such a crazy ability for so long. I don't know how it like made its way back into the game, but they did it.
Yeah.
He's got himself a Titan Sliver as well, so that's going to help out quite a bit.
It's really hard to pin down Tomato. And that's kind of what's keeping them in the game, because Execration, they know they can't just frontline with Tino forever. They need some follow-through. We'll go for a smoke play, though.
I mean, Tomato will get that 25 here relatively soon, and that is one of those talents that makes PL very, very, very strong. Oh, they've got an opening here. Who are they going to find? It's Kasane, but they also managed to find Ari on the backside. The roar is there, and Paulos makes quick work of the two of them as they are looking for Whitemon as well. He drops the kinetic field. They get the fear, send him up onto the high ground, trying to just get away. Gets the glimpse, but he's able to dodge there with the Dissimulate, and Bob continuing to chase. Astral Step in 1, and Whitemon goes down. 3 dead from the side of TSM. As they're right outside the high ground here, as they've got a wave pushing in.
This has to be their opening. They have to take this opportunity now to take some high ground control. There's only so much you can do with your PL and DK, but you are fairly low on Palos, so this is a bit of a risk. Even if he gets time-lapse back, it's not a lot of HP to play with at the moment.
It is so scary. They're doing so much work here. They're going to try and start get to work here on this Muerta, but the Rax is gone. Execration will crack the high ground first, and with that, continuing to pull away here.
It's getting, again, like the style that TSM has to take to go into these fights. It's awkward angles. It's prolonged fights. It's trying to burst down Palace, and if you don't, then you just revert to poking and prodding, which isn't the comfiest. It doesn't make you feel like you're in control, right? Because you're just waiting. You're sitting and waiting, constantly dropping these heroes down, seeing if they force out any spells and jump on that opportunity. But TSM have been doing a pretty damn good job at playing that anyway. Like, they've found some punishment. They're keeping themselves in this game. They've got the full Mage Slayer up for Tomato, so he can run in and mitigate some of that output now. They're working on the Ags for Ari. That gives them a little bit more team fight to pile on as well. But Execration, they're feeling confident. They're still trying to take control, maybe looking for that push.
Paulos managed to get the initiation on the Bryle, but he gets the BKB off, and with that, Paulos actually needs to be a little bit careful. A good reinitiation. They look for Whitemon on the side. The Silence does connect onto Carlos. Tomato's just trying to find his opening here. He's not going to be able to bring down the Weaver alone.
Let's go Invis here with the Doppelwalk.
that's
We
big.
do manage to find him. They taunt him back in. A big static storm and kinetic field holding in place, and Muerta force the BKB. Disarm for the moment. There's the Pierce the Veil, though. They turn it around, and the Underlord goes down. Bryle needs to be careful. That was the refresher popped as well. They buy back here on the Underlord. Tomato's trying to get in. They find the Beastmaster, but he gets time-lapsed back. He's all isolated, and this time they will finally bring down Tino. He can't heal through all of that, and they're looking for Carlo as well. They've got the Spirit Vessel wearing him down, as Bryle's going to be able to just continue to run through these heroes. They get a decent defense here. It forced a buyback out of Kasane, but some signs of life from TSM.
It's, again, another choke point where all your spells just feel so impactful. The healing coming out from Ari in the backline is actually the big troublemaker, because you can't just burst now. When that Coddle is just standing at the back with a Spirit form, the sustain coming out on such tanky heroes already is making these fights for Execration that much tougher. And they've got to be able to burst it back. And as long as TSM protect their own backline, you're in good hands, because the Static Storms are forcing out a lot of spell uses. Again, the Spirit form is just insane in these choke points when it's landing on literally every hero. And Execration, it's kind of down to Bob. Like, Bob has to be the one hunting the back. And he has been trying, but the burst damage, it does feel like it's tapered off a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane Tomato will grab this wave to try and prevent the push. They've got to push through top, but instead they're actually going to try and just find the Phantom Lancer here all alone. Gets the Doppel, what is this thing? Doppelganger? There's so many Doppels. Out of way. They're going to try and just fort this tier 2 tower and see if they can actually take a defense here. Palos needs to be careful because Bryle is ready to go here on the high ground. As if they find the opening, Bob goes in, does not manage to find it.
Forcing some resources out from Exa. They will go back for the Tormentor, and now you have that Rubik Shard. So again, this is where more saves can come out. Just the left back is going to be pretty damn impactful as well, combined with the time lapse. So again, more ways to just protect Palos, but and TSM, these off angles are just really hard to read into. Like, it's chaotic fights. There's a lot going on, and that's exactly what TSM wants. You know, force them in and out, hold them in a single spot without them jumping onto you, and again, just allow the PL to cut them down slowly but surely. What the output you have, like the Bloodtorn just feels massive, as you are running out of BKB duration in a lot of your cores. You don't even have anything like a BKB on Bob. Still going for his Sanj and Kaya's Sanj. No stat resist to play with there as well. A 4K lead holding for Exa, but honestly, this game is dead even. This is a very dead even game now.
Any hero is kind of vulnerable at this point. Like, I don't think like this Beastmaster is, you know, and super tanky anymore thanks to the Scotty that came through is from Tomato, as well as the Vessel. Like, he has his BKB to survive, but Bryle is surprisingly tanky now as well, like trying to survive through this Muerta burst. He's okay, and a lot of that's because Muerta had to go for a couple defensive items, right? Like, she went back for the BKB, she has the Silver Edge, of course, to try and, you know, survive some of these initiations, and had to consume her Moon Shard, which she actually queues up another one, so I'm curious if that's going to end up being completed or not.
Trying to smoke play here.
They will see Carlo for the moment. Bryle thinking of going in. They do have a Hawk flying in, though, which will provide a ton of vision, so they know exactly what's going on here. Bryle has to clean that one up. Dude, it's super tense here. Both teams know Roche could be up at any moment, so they are just playing for that objective. It will be the 4th Roche on. Bryle will hide in the trees here under the cover of this Black Dragon. Rubik doing a really good job with this Doppelganger, just trying to scout out and provide some vision himself. Tino under the cover of smoke here. Bryle might pop it if he gets close enough. They will scout him into the trees, so he needs to be a little bit careful. Try and just clean up this Ancient Granite Golem for now. Tomato will send some creeps onto it as well. The Boots of the Bearing to try and get it out of dodge, as they're going for the wraparound instead. And this could be huge if they find Whitemon. Instead, they're going to be able to jump in right on top of Kasane, and Palos just initiates, cleans him up. And it's going to be a dieback on that hero, and Tomato, he's completely open on the backside. He needs to get out of here. The roar
Got
comes
roared.
through. Can he survive? The telekinesis as well. Tomato goes down. He's going to buy back. Bryle has his BKB. They're looking for Whitemon as well. The Dagon's going to clean him up. Buybacks coming through from all of TSM's heroes. They need to find their opening in this fight. He gets the Bloodthorn here onto this Weaver, but he survives. He's going to time-lapse out. And Whitemon's going to get chased down from Paulos. Instead, it's a triple kill for the Huerta, and Tomato's falling low. Bryle's down as well. Execration looking to close out this game. It's an ultra kill for Paulos, and TSM may have just lost everything.
That was not the fight to take for TSM. Again, all those pokes, all those prodding from Execration, they didn't have Spirit Form on Ahri. Like, that was the big difference maker in that fight near the Tormentor down bot. They didn't have that consistent heal. So when the jump comes in, you don't even have to care about the Cobbler. You can kill off Kasane first, take away that Atrophy aura, take away the Firestorm burning you down. You're still trying to chase down Ahri, a little bit of a hard target to pin down, but you've got the kill advantage. You can just go for the racks, and you push insanely fast. This is still a Beastmaster. So you're melting towers once you're on top of them. Ahri's doing a good job of just trying to cut off bot, at the least. This should stall out on the tier 2. But it won't stop top. Like, look at that massive wave they've made up here. And you've got the Granite Golem as well for more durability. And without Tomato around, this is not a fight you take at all.
I mean, they're just gonna go straight for the
Divine.
straight for the
Balos.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's the play, right? A lot of late game Huerta is just going the Divine Rapier. And now that he has an Aegis to protect him, why the heck not? TSM still waiting for their Phantom Lancer for another 40 seconds. We've got to get through this Huerta twice. I don't know how you're going to do it. Bryle in the trees here will scout Bob. He does get the initiation. He does have a way out. Yeah, telekinesis, but the time lapse just sends him right back in instead. He's just so tanky. Meanwhile, your throne is just exposed, and Paulos just doesn't care. That's what he's going for. Never mind, there's going to be the Pierce the Veil. The BKB is not going to be enough to protect you as Bryle forced back into the base. And Huerta will finish this game off with ease, it seems. 8 seconds still waiting. Another refresher. He just can't be stopped. Paulos, absolute beast here on this Huerta, and TSM will drop game number 1 here in an incredibly important series.
Yeah, that's massive for Execration, right? First win for them after a very rough start to the group stages here. It sets a good tone. Whether or not they can find game 2, a different question. The Execration played really smoothly in this game, but there was some openings for TSM there. When they figured out that they can take these prolonged fights, poke without overcommitting, drag Execration in to lose more and more of their HP in these Firestorms and these DK Dragon Form right clicks. And then the fights became a little bit awkward. It was a closer match than we expected, I think. Like, the start was really dominant from Execration, but they step off the gas a little bit. TSM comes in, they don't find that many major kills, but it looks like they could stay in the game. And it's just that last fight near the Roche, when they didn't have Spirit Form, without that sustain, I mean, you had to have that on Ahri. Without the heals from Illuminate, it just falls apart.
Yeah, it really did. And you could see just the late game potential of Huerta into these specific heroes, right? Kasane on this Underlord and Bryle on the Dragon Knight. Like, neither of these heroes can stand their ground against this Huerta, and it just entirely comes down to the PL being able to stay on top of her. But then you have Carlo with this Weaver, right? An Aghanim Scepter. He's got an Aether Lens, and he's just sitting super far back, making sure that at any point, if this Huerta is in danger, they're just going to time lapse. They'll save her. There was a lot of options from Execration this game, and TSM just lacked the damage to be able to actually take these late game fights. And yeah, looked very good from Execration. Good patience from them to play their timings. So we'll see what TSM can do in game number 2. But we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with that match. Again, this is Execration versus TSM here on the ESL One Berlin Major. We'll see you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into the ESL One Berlin Major. My name is Cryptic. I am here with John X Fire, and we're just having some fun behind the scenes, dancing, having a good time to electricity. Who isn't though? Maybe actually, you know what? I think I know someone who's not having fun. Maybe some TSM players right now. What do you think, John?
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough one in game one. You open up with a Beastmaster, you pick PL into it. It's a little bit interesting from the side of TSM. I don't know what to say. We're going to take a look at some of those crazy moments soon. Because Tino, he hit the Ags. A really good understanding coming out from Bob as well to go for that Dagon. This was the fight where Tino just wouldn't die.
Is it? No, I think...
They killed everyone, but they could not
I think this
kill
is
Tino.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, God. This could just be the entire highlight reel. Now that I think about it.
I think it should be.
Yeah,
this is the highlight.
Tino.
This is the moment of
the whole
game.
highlight reel. Just Tino.
Yeah, just Tino. 0 mana, 0 everything. Okay. We skipped over the 2 minutes of him just standing still. But it was a tough one. Look, TSM were finding angles in. They had this really good idea of just not overcommitting. Poke and prod with your Firestorm. Drop them low and clean up afterwards. And if you could find Palos and burst them down instantly, that's your condition into these fights. But it became harder and harder to find out as the game went on. I think in the last fight we saw break out near the Roche, the big issue for TSM was Ari did not have his sustain with Illuminate on Spirit Form. Like, he did not have that Spirit Form up, and so the rest of the team just melted, and that was the condition coming in from Exa. They also itemized really well on their supports. Eventually, we got Carlo with his Ags on the Weaver, getting some good saves out to ensure Palos would just not get bursted in that commitment when he blinked Dragon Tail out from Bryle. And that just made all the difference. It was a little bit rocky for Execration in the mid game, or the latter mid game of that game, where again you were finding some openings from TSM, you were finding some weaknesses on Execration, but overall this draft did not help the cause. So I want to see TSM shake it up for Execration. It's a strong look back in, and if they find a 2-0 here, well, you have a shot at staying in, but you have to win everything going forward as well. This still sets a foundation for the bounce back if they find a 2-0.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Like we said, there's the ability for any of these teams to still build momentum. We are only halfway through this group stage, so getting some 2-0s here, and then using that to kind of move yourself into some potentially other wins here in the rest of this group stage, it gives you a possibility to make it into the kind of like those like 5th, 6th positions where you're not actually removed from the major quite yet. So you could make it the playoffs still. It's not going to be an easy road, I'll be honest. It's not going to be an easy road, but it is definitely possible. TSM will actually first phase ban out the Beastmaster. A little bit of respect there, but that leaves the Underlord and the Doom, actually. Forgot about that. They actually went for a Night Stalker ban, so Doom was still available.
Yep, just into the Doom for Exa. Again, this hero has just been really stable in this patch. I've been enjoying the itemization. Like, a lot of Dooms we've watched just go Vanguard Midas and then just blink afterwards and run around. Travels on top of that, but there is, again, that faster buildup of being the Aura bot for the team. So you have some impact going in, tanking a lot of these spells, getting some output and utility with your skirt up front. So I'm keen to see what Tino does do with his hero. I think for TSM, banning out the Beastmaster, they could gun for the PL once more. Seeing that the Doom's already there, you don't have to worry about anything like the LC. And let's start off with that Rubik into the Underlord. So they play it safe. Just Underlord once more. I think Kasane actually did have a pretty decent time. Like, the lane for Palos was pretty atrocious on his Murta. His early game was absolutely crushed. So I don't mind this at all for TSM.
I feel like part of that, though, was the help from the Keeper of the Light, right? It's what makes this Underlord offlane even stronger because you don't have to worry about the mana regen. But Rubik is still a very good pairing, so they could take Rubik into the 4 or the 5. We see a lot of people flex this hero to the safe lane or the offlane support. So they could actually go back for the Coddle if they really wanted, but for now, we'll see what Execration wants to pair up with this Doom. There's been a lot of really good combinations. They will just go back for a Disruptor, so they will take that away.
Yeah, just hero swapping here. Trading that Rubik for the Disruptor. Don't mind it at all. Again, more team fight. AoE Doom on hand for Execration if they do get the Ags down the line. And again, Disruptor, it's been a stable hero, right? Like, it's been good in the last patch. It's still good in this patch despite the nerfs, just because Glimpse is still pretty good to have in lane. Your issue before was that Glimpse and 0 damage, you just couldn't do much with it unless your situation does provide good Glimpse. This time, you're always happy just taking Glimpse up. So it fixes a lot of the issues. Keen to see what TSM will gun for on their cores and what Execration will ban out. Again, stuff like the PL is still lined up here for TSM if Execration don't ban it. And again, with Tomato in the matches that we've casted, Ricky, he has enjoyed like way more farming cores. Like he has not kind of taken the switch which we've seen with teams like Nine Pandas and Ramses, where you are more active on one as well. He has been sitting back and using the space for his team. So stuff like Medusa, stuff like Terrorblade, stuff like Sven is most of the stuff that we've seen Tomato kind of stick to, which isn't too far off from his usual pool. But again, it's that same playstyle, which I think if Execration has a read on it, then they can punish by just playing faster.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit curious where they decide to go with this. One thing I noticed, Chen was neither banned nor picked by either team. So it could just be that neither team like feels comfortable playing the hero. I know there's a couple teams that don't actually play the Chen that are at this tournament. I'm pretty sure TSM can, but it looks like they just value going for this Underlord Rubik instead, which is a little bit interesting.
I think Chen into Doom is a little bit awkward, just because your creep early on is just kind of useless. Doom will just be able to eat it up. But I think for Execration, they've got a little bit more leeway to pick that up, but Disruptor Chen support duo sounds pretty atrocious. So I don't think they're going to be lining up for that. I mean, you can play aggressive. I'm trying to recall. I do believe Carlo used to play that hero quite a fair bit on different iterations of Execration, but I haven't seen it anytime recently. To be fair, Chen has been dead before this patch. So
yeah,
they ban it out.
Away.
They respect it.
I think it makes sense, right? They could have picked it here for TSM, not as much as for Execration, but they will take the Muerta themselves. Okay.
Yeah, a switcheroo. So they'll have that Muerta on hand. This is a bit of a shakeup. We were just talking about the pool that we're seeing out from Tomato. The Muerta is one of the only few fighting heroes he has been playing on one. Like his fighting heroes tend to be what? Muerta, Ricky, Slark to an extent. So the Muerta does come out, and we just saw how good it was in the last game. I'm curious to see how well TSM hit their timings here, because again, there is a way to just crush that lane, although up against Doom, I don't expect that to be as much of an issue. And Execration do get to pick up the Bob Pangolier on hand.
That's really good.
This is something that Bob does enjoy. You can just run down to Muerta, get on top of some of these heroes. You don't care for the Pit of Malice too much as long as you get your Rolling Thunder off. And it kind of provides you a way of giving vision for the Glimpse back as well if necessary. So I like tying into the Pango. I'm wondering what they expect the mid matchup for Bob to be though. As maybe they're expecting something like a Muerta mid. I don't think that's something that Bryle will really want to pull out. So there's still like decent matchups left for Bryle to deal with this.
There it is, man. The Doom techie is so good. I love this.
Yeah, this is fun. This is a fun draft from Execration now. We've seen Nine Pandas max it. I says, you know, Miero and Antares makes this combination look absolutely busted. And this can actually handle the Muerta really early on. Like, you get blasted in, you get Scorched Earth down. The Muerta will melt. You've got really good way of making this lane just as hard as it was for Palos in game 1. So you've got the tools here.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what you pick here. It's got to be the support that goes with the Muerta lane here, or you'd pick the Rubik. But I'm trying to think what you can pick that actually like fights up into Doom techies. Ooh. That's a pretty good one, actually. I think this is the 5. It's really weird because Bounty doesn't really seem like a 5. Actually, it could be mid. You could run the mid lane Bounty into Pango. But it's most likely the 5 here.
Yeah, I think the Muerta Bounty Hunter lane's pretty solid. Just poke the Doom. Take away any gains he gets early on. And, you know, just prevent that snowballing out from Doom. Prevent some of that aggression coming out. I am intrigued by the mid Bounty Hunter, though. Like, that is an interesting angle to take. I think the matchup versus Pango is playable. It's not the worst thing in the world. Although I think the Pango does eke out in terms of poking and prodding. Just, he's going to be a little bit more durable with the shield crash. But you can still work that lane as a Bounty. I do feel like the Bounty, though, is a hero that does not enjoy playing from the 5. Right? Like, it wants levels. You kind of want to really rush into that level 6 mark, get the track kills going. You want some gold to flow your way as well before the track comes on, like at least some timing into utility. So it's a little bit awkward to run on 5, but again, with a lane partner like Marta, it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be okay. I agree that it's probably just the support. The main reason being is, like, if you're gonna pick a counter, like you see this Pango mid, like pick a hero that like really beats the Pangolier. Like, this is not a hero that you want to have a decent lane. You don't want to draw even with a Pangolier if you can avoid it, because this hero just seems to be doing so much work in this patch. They last ban out the Alchemist. I think that makes a lot of sense. The hero is very good right now, despite being with the Underlord. I guess they just don't want to risk it. So heroes that are still available, they've already banned the Ursa, Monkey King, and the Lifestyle. I mean, they got rid of some really good carries into the Underlord.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just ensuring that Kasane will always feel good in that lane. And again, just try to shut down Palos early on as they did in game 1.
PL?
I mean, you could. PL into Muertas, again, it's I don't know, like that one is actually not too bad. Your main issue in the last game really was just the Beastmaster. And in this lineup, there is enough burn damage to maybe keep your PL locked in, but it's still not bad. Palos has played a few games of that. Is it a good game for a core Meepo safe lane? Lane into Underlord's kind of atrocious, so maybe not. They haven't been able to at all pick the Meepo in this major, whereas they've been picking it a lot in the DPC, and even to an extent Dream League, so not having that room here for the Palos pocket pick.
I'm trying to think if there's something you could pick that just outranges the Muerta or Kiteser, like goes Scotty and stuff.
If you're looking for range, Drow is still there. They go with
Okay,
Naga
they go for the
instead,
Naga
so
Siren.
poking and prodding can kind of sustain up in the lane up against the Underlord. It's still an illusion hero, you know, like kind of like the PL in a way, but I'd say a little bit better in working the jungle camps with the illusion spreading out, riptiding, and jungle farm again, very important. So this is not too bad. You've got the Naga Disruptor combo that me and Mike used to see a lot in China, and this one just never goes away from that region, even after several patches. So it's a stable combination to have on hand. I think the lane's pretty steady. There is still a little bit more room for Kasane to be aggressive, but it's looking like a pretty smooth Naga game. Like, you don't have anything to worry about that will just crush all your illusions at once. You can get on top of the Muerta, hold her down, right click her down as well, and again, like,
They might
the
go
lane
back
is
to
a
the
little
DK.
bit more manageable. I wouldn't mind that for TSM. I think that's a solid solution. Mid matchup against Pango is stable, so it can work out. It gives you some push on hand. It snowballs really hard with Bounty Hunter.
It's decent into the Naga Siren as well. Like, once you get to the Black Dragon, like, her illusions and everything don't really matter all that much. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. They don't have as much answers for the DK in terms of like the magic damage. Like, a lot of what you're gonna be doing is the physical from the Naga Siren, from the Pango. I like it. We'll see what they want to do. I mean, Brawl just did it as a warm-up game, maybe he'll run it back. But I'm trying to think if there's any other heroes that like really shut down Pango. The only other thing that I can think of would be Void Spirit here, just because it, again, very good at helping find the disruptor. But I don't know if it deals with the Naga Siren well enough.
I think it does all right into the Naga. It's not the worst. That's also not the best. Kind of what we were seeing from Bob trying to deal with the PL. They'll go to Ricky instead.
Okay.
So the Ricky versus Pango lane. It's an interesting one from TSM. Again, very different drafts we're seeing in this series here. A Ricky versus Pango lane should hold steady. You've got this really early tempo coming out from TSM. Like, this comes online very fast, and I want them to play that faster game. All the games we've casted from TSM on our streams here, Ricky, have been, you know, more farm oriented for Tabado. This time I expect this Muerta, after a couple of items, join the fights, snowball hard, take these objectives, prevent Palos from just sitting back and trying to farm his way to a win, and kind of take it from there.
I agree. I think you kind of have to just get this really quick Meteor Hammer on Ricky here and start pushing these towers, like in meeting with your Underlord, because Underlord should do decently against the Naga Siren bottom, and then Naga's just gonna you know, leave to the jungle and start doing Naga Siren things. I don't know how good of a lane Muerta's going to have because Techi's Doom is such a strong lane, but if they can get off to a good start from this mid and off lane, if Whitemon's able to find some XP, we could see some pretty good early game aggression, like you're saying, coming out from TSM. But I don't know. I like the draft a little bit more this time around from TSM. Obviously, last game, the PL, we were a little bit of a question mark. And of course, the Muerta was just such a good counter to their other heroes. So I think they have a better fighting chance this time around. What do you think?
Yeah, it's certainly a lot stronger from TSM. They're not worrying about any direct counters. I think the Ricky solution for a Naga is actually very clever, as your Naga can't do much with the smokescreen, and your illusions are not going to enjoy the mischance. The one thing is, it's a weird thing, because you've got double illusion, double invis heroes. At the same time, there's not as many sentries. Yeah. So theoretically, TSM might be able to get a lot more out just by map control, by ganks, with two heroes that are pretty hard to detect, and you only have so many sentries now to buy. So I want to see TSM play with that utility they have on hand, and just try to play faster. I don't think you want a slow game here at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think at this point we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different playstyle from TSM. That early aggression, trying to just prevent the Naga Siren from getting to the late game. That being said, they have the Muerta, so it is one of these heroes that can scale late, so we might just see Tomato doing what he does best and farming creeps. We'll see what the game plan is going to be here from TSM as we jump into game number 2 here. We're almost halfway through the day as Execration grab their first win of the tournament and tie up their score here with TSM. So this is a big game for both of these teams.
Yeah. If Execration finds that full win, it gives them a glimmer of hope to ride into that 5th to 6th position and stay in the tournament. But it's still a rocky road ahead, even off the back of this. TSM getting a draw here as well theoretically keeps them in. So it's important for both sides to find this win. This is almost determining. Like, if it's a full 2-0 for Execration, chances are for TSM it's going to be a rocky road to try to climb up now. And for Execration, if they just get a draw here, then you might be just very close to saying goodbye to staying in the major at all.
Yeah, it's very true. All right, we'll see how this ends up starting out. We're going to see a potential fight here for the bottom room. Whitemon, he's invis. We do have good vision here, and with that Orb of Venom and the Blood Grenades, a little bit scary to play into, so... Well, they're actually going to go ahead and get started here on the Shanks. He's got that Sticky Bomb level 1, so no way to blast off to get away, and First Blood goes to Tomato as he snipes him with the dead shot. Brawl pings him, he's like, bro, come on. See, Brawl's queued up a bottle.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting from the mid, Ricky. It feels like you kind of just play with your stand, you play with outplays, right? Dodging out the swash, dodging out the shield crash with your tricks. Still, can you see maybe just looking to really be aggressive with a Blink Strike? Maybe looking for, I don't know, spamming out his spells a little bit more frequently than you'd expect. So, we'll see. I think, again, that lane gets pretty exciting by level 3 for the first few levels. Pango can just kind of hold its own. Wave clear is much more consistent with the crash. And with a swash, Brawl just has to kind of time with the Blink Strikes. And level 1, the restore time is pretty long.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you see Ricky's, you rush the Meteor Hammer just so that you can actually apply pressure into the tower, but you also just have no ability to farm without it. That is the main problem with Ricky as a concept, is without Meteor Hammer, you don't farm. So I'm gonna be shocked if he goes for the ball. It looks like he's queued up a Wraith Band, but he's going double Wraith Band. Okay, I like this a little bit better. He's just going to pick up some early stats, be able to just try and do what damage he can, CS effectively here against the Pangolier. And that bonus armor is going to go a long way against eventually having Lucky Shot as well. So
it keeps in that lane a lot better. Again, the bottle probably not necessary at all. So taking a look at the other lanes, Tino and that Doom with Shanks on the techies. This is the lane that can get explosive with levels. You can kind of jump onto Tomato. But I'm dealing with a Bounty Hunter in lane. It can be annoying. You don't have the Sentry Plant just yet as well from Shanks. He only has the Dust. So, kind of have to watch yourself. Carlos starts off down here as well. We'll just TP back up top. Deadshot does not connect. He gets to reconnect with Paulos there. Very close to kind of disrupting it, but it does feel like for the Doom techies, if you don't manage to shut down Timado early on, if he gets that timing into the Maelstrom, like the farm just ramps it so quick. Yeah. And he can be aggressive, so it is important for Tino to actually start finding these opportunities to line up with that blast off onto Timado here.
And he just got both ranged and eyes. That's pretty good. I mean, CS-wise, the Doom struggling a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, he's going to have a Vanguard relatively soon, and of course he has Devour, so it's not all that bad here for Tino here on the Doom. Whitemon will grab the first Lotus, and then, you know, just go back into the lane. Chilling. They did rotate once again here on Carlos. He comes bottom, the Glimpse will pull him right back into Calling, trying to keep Timado alive, but they will dive him under the tower, and that will be a kill. Tino in some trouble as well, as that Blood Grenade slowing him up quite a bit, as Whitemon continuing to chase him. Will be able to stun him up there with the Shadow Walk. Needs a couple more auto attacks. Will he be able to get it? Ooh. It looks like he will. He is fast, man. Oh no, the tower armor.
Not enough? Oh, man. On edge. But you might be... Oh, Tino. Almost stood in front of that dead shot. That would have been super funny. Still, surviving and finding that kill. Pretty big. First blood. I mean, not first blood, but at least getting that slowdown on Timado. Again, very important to find this lane. And the Vanguard's almost done. When the Vanguard's up, Whitemon's not going to do as much there. You are relying more on the magical output of Timado at that point with his spells, so it becomes much more manageable for our Doom. However, Whitemon does have the opportunity to rotate. You don't make it in time to deny away to Water Rune, as they are diving.
Yeah, they are indeed. Timado just trying to run away. They do manage to actually find Ari in the top lane, but Whitemon is doing a very good job at just chasing down these heroes. Doing a lot of good harassment here on the Bounty Hunter. It will be enough to keep Timado alive.
Forces out the self, but Timado's more than happy to just stay in that lane. A rather even laning start, perhaps a little bit ahead in terms of CS for the side of TSM, as you are having fairly smooth starts across the board, although Execration are... Execration's actually above. Slight network lead running. They do get a tri-lane bot now.
I mean, yeah, that's super valuable, and they do take down the techies that continue to chase the Doom. Great fear backwards. Whitemon needs to be a little bit careful, as this Scorched Earth is doing a lot of damage, but they will be able to bring down the Doom here in just a moment. Beautiful body blocks from Ari. He takes both kills. That will be great for the game here of TSM. Really strong start here in the lanes. Meanwhile, top lane, Underlord needs to be careful. He is stuck underneath the tower here, taking a ton of damage from this, and Kasane gets punished for being that far up.
Yeah, no supports around to help. Underlord's a bit of a sitting duck without any assist early on in that lane.
They want to go mid.
Not enough mana to spam as well. Bob.
And they trapped Bob for the moment. The question is, can they actually hold him long enough? He gets the swashbuckle away and into the Rolling Thunder. They need a couple auto attacks here, and instead, Bryle's just dead.
Oh my god. Bob. Playing on the edge. Gets to roll off. That's more than enough. And they're punished for that rotation. They lose their mid Ricky. Bob's still low, but he's getting some regen. Whitemon.
He was hoping to find Bob there. Does not end up doing so. So they get themselves a bonus kill, and this is really good for the mid Bango.
Pretty scary. He gets a double bottle refill as well with the 2 bounty runes still up there. So you're more than happy on Bob to just walk back into that lane. This early Orb of Corrosion giving him a lot and trying to manage that mid matchup. And Execration 4 to 5. Again, rather even back and forth. You're finding certain timings coming out here on both sides. Vanguard now up for Kasane as well. So Paulos can't control the lane as easily, or try to get aggressive at least on that Underlord. But he can jungle. He's getting good creep pullback. He's got the illusions, and he can just kind of sit in those camps now if need be. I think that's really the big difference, whereas the Muerta, it's not as comfy in the camps. It's a little bit squishier. Yeah. It needs the Maelstrom to really clear out. You don't heavily invest in the Gunslinger early on. So in a lane where the offlaners are doing well, it does favor Execration quite a fair bit there.
I feel like Kasane really struggled because Ooh, Whitemon stole the XP rune. But I was going to say, Kasane had a really good lane top and then ended up, you know, with that death, really slowing himself down. They are going to be able to finish off Whitemon for being able to take that XP rune, but it does actually force Bob out of mid, which will give Bryle a little bit of space. And he's not going to go to the Meteor Hammer. He is just rushing Diffusal. So he wants to just play very aggressive.
I like that. I think it's a good read on, again, this playstyle that TSM has to take. Just run and gun, try to find these early kills, try to really utilize this good hold you have on Smokescreen, because there's no easy saves coming out here from Execration. Heck, even getting aggressive on Palos early.
Yeah, I mean, decent
Is he actually
harassment.
going
He
for
definitely
this?
can't get this kill. But he will just continue to try and slow down Paulos, chasing through the trees here. I mean, maybe with a second Blink Strike coming up off cooldown in a moment, he might be able to, but I don't see how. Yeah. Oh, you got the high five up. He knows which one is you, and the question is, can he get out of Blink Strike in one, hiding in the trees? Bryle is dead.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Whitemon with the DD? Wait a minute. Okay, well, Whitemon ends up securing the kill. Very funny stuff we've got going on here, but all in that time, Bob just takes mid tower, basically.
Yeah, gets to shove it in for free. No contestation coming out. They do manage to get a deny on Tomato down bot with Ari, as they did commit to Doom from Execration, but that's a little bit surprising from Bryle. I think that's the... He's been baited into these kill opportunities twice now, once in mid, once up top. Not the best feeling in the world for Ricky looking to snowball. He needs these kills to get into that diffusal blade timing that he's gunning for. At the least, again, you're finding some punch back here on TSM. You're not bleeding out too hard on Tomato, rather even on that word. No Doom now, but they'll try again onto the Muerta.
Yeah, they will indeed. Tino is not in a good spot, but the glimpse just pulls Muerta right back in, and she is gone. Still not level 6 here on the Bounty Hunter, so you do not have that track available. Shanks will fall on the backside here to Bryle, as he's going to make quick work of these supports. Gets a double kill, and the swashbuckle away here from Bob is enough, as they will all try and take the portal back top, and Kasane gets left behind.
Still a good hit and run coming out from TSM, and the aggression is what we want to see from this lineup. They're keeping track of Palos. They tracked the wrong one, but you should have the track up again to get the right one. Or not. All right.
He knows which one is not it now. That's the important thing.
True. You learn. You still learn, even when things don't line up.
Another dust
Whitemon
comes out as they look for Whitemon. He does manage to just force the Arcane Rune to be taken, but does give up his life in the process. Ryle and Ari, as well as Kasane, are all kind of waiting here. He jumps onto the backside, tries to find the tech. He's a Pit of Malice doing some work, as he will jump right back on through. They do get the root here onto Bryle, and the swashbuckle doing a lot of damage. He's going to try and TP on home. Bryle needs to be careful. Kasane cancels the TP. He drops the Firestorm, and as a result, ends up denying to the neutral creep. Okay.
They tried to give the kill out. I think they were trying to hand it over to Bob, it looks like, and he just walks back wanting to clean up with the swash, but they get punished. Well, they miss out. And
They do find the right Naga Siren this time, and she does not have a way out. That kill will go to Whitemon, as finally he gets his first track kill of the game.
And that's something you really want to avoid here in Execration. Once the tracks rack up, you're just going to be snowballing so hard. This entire lineup wants to hit this fast pacing. You need to mitigate that. They're going for a smoke play out, though. Bob does have the roll ready. So if they manage to catch out Tomato, could be one way of kind of compensating for that.
Ari's positioned here pretty well and is level 6. The Rolling Thunder is going to come through. Shield Crash comes out as well as Tomato will pop the ultimate, try and keep himself alive. The Doom also connects there onto the Rubik. So Tomato just going to be the first one to fall, as Ari will join him as well. But Bryle comes in and cleans up the Doom. The dust's coming through as well. Whitemon here as well gets the first track. Nice Static Storm onto 3, but the Heroes of Execration, they need to get out of here. This Whitemon will definitely want to chase these heroes down. Swashbuckle tricks the trade to dodge the glimpse, and Carlo might be in some trouble. Looks like they will just back. They're not going to be willing to chase. Okay.
Whitemon's still looking to poke though.
Easy clap. Just 12 gold. Nice.
Yeah, it adds up, you know. The more right clicks you get out here, Whitemon just being as annoying as you can possibly be. They're still lining up for Bob.
I mean, yeah, he just finished up his defusal, and Church the Trade here once again gets an Invis rune off the telekinesis, pulls him back, but they had the detection, of course, thanks to the track. So what can you do there? Not going to be able to save you. And that is a nice kill for Bryle. He gets himself that extra 150 bonus XP in the process, so that is really valuable. As Whitemon continues to try and just throw these tracks out here behind the tower.
Just get aggressive. Like, all your heroes just enjoy the snowball. The EXP gains Bryle will find, and the gold you get from the tracks allows you to hit all these early timings, whereas Execration, they're playing a slower game. You know, Tino went back for the Midas, is going for the Blink, probably the Travels after. It's that Doom that we've been seeing recently, which does want to play a slower game. Same thing goes for your Naga, and to the Manta, probably the Hearth, maybe a Diffusal. So it's a waiting game for Execration. And all things considered, TSM finding these kills, the pacing is good. I don't know if they've applied enough pressure just yet.
Walk up onto the high ground. Shanks just gets blown apart. And Bryle, looking for Tino, does get him with the inhibit there. And he's going to slowly bleed. They actually don't have a way to cancel it. The Shuriken's not close enough. Whitemon, you got an auto path. That feels so bad. You definitely tried to like run down to throw the Shuriken, but he just pathed backwards through the trees.
But does the Shuriken still cancel? It's a slow now, right?
Oh, it's a slow. You're right. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it has to be Shadow Walk.
Yeah.
Can you still cast Shuriken in the Fade of Shadow Walk though? Like that? Is that still an interaction? That's
I think so. It has like a little bit of a fade time. Shanks comes up here just to get the XP rune. I don't know if it's worth it though. You give a lot more XP the other way.
Yeah, Bryle's almost 12. It's just stacking up. Execration has a good read as to where to farm safely. Paolo's playing that triangle. And another smoke play out here.
They're going top for Tomato. They give it the Static Storm and the Rolling Thunder out from Bob. That will bump him outside of that Static Storm, and Tomato can play off of it.
Oh.
And he still has that Pierce the Veil available. As Carlo will just walk away. Bryle does find... He just finds the Naga Siren farming. Yeah. Stolen Ensnare from Ari. That's quite good with the smoke screen.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Exa.
Word Sentry will reveal this rotation as well.
They can keep being annoying. Whitemon just running up, loses a lot of HP with the Diffusal up on Bob on the Swash, but again, this is the pacing TSM needs to play around. They're just getting these kills, racking up that EXP advantage, racking up the gold. Smoke out from Exodo with Shanks and Tino. If they do get a good use of the Doom here, could be big.
Ooh, Ari, yeah, gonna be found. Does again have the ensnare. We'll trap him, but the silence does come through. He misses the Doom with it, and Ricky, give me the target of that one. Clips way far back into the enemy team with the TPs coming in from the Bango. They've lost Bryle. It's so far a 2-for-1 as Paulo's trying to get active. The Song of the Siren comes through. They've got the vision here. They see the bounty, but they want Kasane's Underlord. And with Bob being here on the Pango, it should be pretty easy. Ends up missing the Swash for a moment there, but Kasane can't get away. Just too many ensnares, too many roots. And he'll be able to grab a third kill. Very nicely done here from Execration.
Yeah, they get that big streak on Bryle. The gold bounce back is significant here for Exa. They get some early activity out from Palos. And I like this build he's going for. Into the Orchid, maybe the Blood Torn down the line, just more control, more fight to come out to give yourself some activity. Tino, though, not the safest, but is durable enough. You have to kind of watch yourself here. They have been able to give Tomato a lot of space, which again, this is exactly how Tomato likes to play, even though you could maybe take some activity here with a Muerta. Just wants to sit back, build up with a Maelstrom. Go into the BKB first. And once the Muerta does show up, you will have some problems in trying to deal with her. Her output is significant. And Bob?
Oh, mid lane. Both heroes silenced up, but Bob will be able to get away. He does have the trick. Ooh, he gets the... Oh, no, he only stole Swashbuckle. He stole too early. And they can't get out on Bryle. Kasane comes in, trying to offer some assistance. Just trying to hit his portal back to the other side of the map. And there is no way to cancel it. They're going to just channel themselves. Like, yeah, we can do this too, bud. Tino will come bottom.
Oh.
The rest of them will stay mid.
Yeah. Only Tino coming down. He does have the blink to bail out, so he's fine with that. Another bait play onto
They have a trap
Bryle.
on him. It's just going to continue to be very annoying here on this bounty hunter. They don't have any damage for this. This guy is so tanky.
Too much. Just with a Vanguard up. He is just way too durable. Shanks, though, not as durable, but Whitemon is weaving himself in the middle of multiple heroes, so a lot of pings coming out, but not much coming out from that either. Again, for Bryle, this is a little bit awkward. Like, I do love the activity he's taking on the mid, but he's been baited a couple of times. He is trying to go all in. He did have his team behind, to be fair, but you have to be cautious, as you know, when you're killing around, when you're running around finding these kills, then you build up a streak. You die the one time, the bounce back potential is massive.
Yep.
They're just worth a little bit too much. So it's a mixture of finding these openings and also understanding when to not go for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, I really thought Ari got the Rolling Thunder in that last fight, but I
Right?
think he just cast it a split second too early. Like, maybe it didn't finish the Rolling Thunder, but it was very close. They're going to go ahead and take the Twin Gate to the top side of the map, and will they actually scout this out? Bryle, I mean, he's invis, obviously, but they don't have a sentry.
Might still find a.
I mean, they know they
easy
Twin
pick-off.
Gated up here if these heroes are here. Question is, will they want to fight?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We saw him for a moment. Whitemon.
Oh, a lot
Sentry
of
drops.
sentries.
In comes Bryle. He gets the Static Storm off, but there is a nice dodge there on that glimpse. Now, Whitemon is going to be able to provide a lot of information on the backside of this fight, and they're going to try and TP on out. The cancel, of course, from Whitemon, as they will be able to grab the techies. They don't get more, though, and that's the problem. It feels like you need to get more out of this.
Yeah, like you want to be able to just build up way more track kills, way more kills on Bryle to get that bonus EXP per kill for the Ricky to really ramp into the 15 to 18 mark. The talent spikes feel massive for this hero right now. You're not able to. And again, for Execration, I mean, all the space for Palos. He is number 1 on the map. He's going for the heart next on the Naga. Your illusion clear is... It's not quite there. Like, Firestorm's decent. Timado with a Maelstrom and Gunslinger can kind of help. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Although, Palos...
Yeah.
A freebie.
Palos just gets the freebie, of course. Ari, not much he can really do about the Naga Siren, right? He has the Orchid completed. This is kind of just your standard Naga Siren build at this point. And in the jungle, they've managed to find the Rickies. He's trying to bring down the Disruptor in time. He gets saved, though. He's slowed up. He gets doomed as well. The BKB comes out from Tino, and Bryle is in so much trouble. They'll just go ahead and leave him. And the Glimpse is going to pull Whitemon right back in. The Ensnare to follow, and it's going to be 2 kills now for the side of Execration. It's potentially a third, as Kasane just gets jumped on here by Tino. The Orchid comes out from Palos once again. They have the Ensnare if they need it, and it's going to be able to connect. Bit of Malice to buy him a little bit of space, but Bob, thinking of going for the Rolling Thunder, doesn't even need it. Instead, they turn their attention to Ari as they get the Glimpse back.
What?
It's 4 heroes across the map.
That is... just streaming in one by one, TSM. They get punished. They don't manage to move as a unit all together there, and they get picked off one by one. The Orchid from Palos just providing that control that the Naga needs to soften them up as well. And for TSM, again, if they're getting space out for Timado, the Muerta is managing to farm. But I don't know. I don't know if the Muerta into the Naga is like the safest matchup, because I feel like the Naga on top of you just clears you out so fast. Again, you're a really squishy hero. Your illusion clear is dependent on Gunslinger procs and a good amount of Maelstrom procs coming out. And Palos is just going to be extra tanky when the Muerta decides to come in. Like, this BKB timing for Timado is still big,
Tower is under attack.
but it doesn't really answer your issues with Palos right now, as he already has the Reaver up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. He's just 1,000 gold away from the Heart of Tarask, and it's going to be so difficult to deal with it. You don't really have any options to deal with this. Top lane, they are going to go ahead and work on the Tormentor, picked up here for the side of TSM. Each team finishing their own, so Disruptor and Rubik going to be the winners there.
Yeah. The Disruptor shard is a It's a funky one, but it's actually pretty good for scouting, isn't it? Like, you just drop it and just wait until there's an enemy unit that comes up. It can be pretty cool in kind of getting that done.
Whoa, that's new. I did not know that they changed the shard. I hadn't looked at that one.
Yeah, it shifted out. This is pretty cool for like scouting. I think that's the one thing the utility that Carl is going to be getting out of this one.
1600 cast range, huh?
Yeah, that range is insane. And can you imagine if you use it to scout for a glimpse?
I mean, that's what you can. That's basically what it is, right? 1600 cast range with that 1800 cast range glimpse. Like, that's basically what it is. It's like having it's like kind of torrent in my eyes is is how I view it, right? You just like use torrent for vision to get X all the time.
Yep. It's going to be a lot of utility now for X to play with. Full BKB up on Bob as well. And in this game, you also don't have a direct Pango counter. So the rolls are always going to be impactful. Smoke out from Exa off the back of these item pickups. And if they find Tomato, that would be big, but he does back off in the nick of time on the opposite side of the map, so not going to be able to find too much here.
All right. Well, yeah, smoke not going to really net them anything here, but counter smoke from TSM is they're going to just play for bottom. I mean, can you even go Roche? I think you can, but they'd have to do it very quick.
They get scanned out.
They do.
Nothing
And
from mid,
they're not that
are they?
far from the twin gate.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The problem is, can you take the twin gate? Because that would be very scary. They'll see it if they start to channel it.
Radiant's top tower.
Both teams just kind of
Thinking
sitting
about
on the
it.
twin gate. They're going to try and come through right now. They know, as Whitemon is there. They managed to get the initiation, but the BKB is right away out from Tino, and he's caught Bryle on the Ricky. The Doom is there. Bob gonna try and chase these heroes on the backside. Bryle's just gonna get 1v1. Doom gets the kill. You've already lost your mid laner, and Bob is just gonna continue to crash on through to the backside. Tomato gonna stand his ground here with the Pierce of Veil. Try to bring down these heroes. The Song of the Siren is there, but Tomato with the BKB will find his first kill, and Kasane does get a nice bit of malice onto do. Bryle with a great screen, catching them as they look for Carlo as well. It's going to be TSM that come out ahead. The buyback from the Ricky ends up being super valuable, and that will open up this Roshan.
Now this is a super split up fight from Execration. They were fighting basically on two fronts. Stuck in the teleporter and down by the outpost. Too far apart for Bob to really get massive impact with the rolls. They didn't manage to fully connect on the blast off radius as well onto Tomato. He manages to stay alive long enough to pop the BKB. And with the Aegis going their way, TSM, they've got an opening for themselves here. It does cost... The buyback on Bryle's pretty big, but he can just pick up the Aegis himself. And for Execration, their one issue in these fights is they are reliant on that Doom, right? You Doom up, if you buy back, and obviously Doom's going to be down with no refresh, you just win. Like, you don't have that hard control for Ricky to stop him from spamming out the Blink Strike, spamming out the tricks and the smoke screen. So you always have that utility on hand. Your Naga is tanky, but Palos can't take on multiple heroes by himself. Although he does have the full Bloodthorn up, which could help him in trying to get that done.
Bryle needs to be careful here. They catch him for the moment. Does get the silence off, and he tries to jump his way on over to this Techies. And Tino coming in on the Doom with the BKB pop and managed to grab the Aegis. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment, but you gotta kill this. You gotta kill this Ricky twice. They just dropped the Static Storm right on top of him. He needs help, but I don't know if he's gonna get it. Okay, never mind. He will be saved here by Kasane as the pipe does come through, reducing a lot of that damage. And Tomato standing here very aggressively on the front, still has that BKB available. They did buy back the Techies though. Tomato will get glimpsed. Does have Pierce the Veil, does have the ult available. Looks like they'll just back away. Tomato taking a ton of damage here, so no real reason to stick around. His Execration, don't want to risk it as well.
The Lotus Orb kind of stopping Phyllis from fully committing on the run-up as well with a full Bloodthorn. Then you count your blessings. You don't lose too much there for TSM. Aegis, it does put you at a bit of a perilous spot where Bryle is not going to have buyback on cooldown for 5 more minutes. You don't get max use from your Aegis as well, and you didn't have to commit Doom on Execration. It was on cooldown from Tino. Has it up now along with the Octarine. So more uptime for that spell means Execration can try to go for more of these fights. See if they find an angle in. just kind of invading that bot jungle at the moment. I think this pickup from Palos into the shard, it's something I enjoy seeing, because that song as a reset is massive. 4% HP healing over the duration of song is a lot of healing. So I like that he's actually just going to buy it himself instead of relying on the shard, you know, your supports. No one's really buying their shards here, so you're probably just never going to get it unless you drop your items, but still a 50-50 chance on that.
Radiant are scanning.
See, I know I'm the highest in net worth here, but let me just drop my items so I get the shard. Thank you.
I love doing that sometimes. I mean, I'm a support player, but you know, when I'm playing offlane at least, I have a shard I really want, and
especially when
you just kind of grief your supports. Yeah, and you no one knows. You know, if no one's watching, you drop your items down. It's like, all right, freebie for me. Haha. Stay poor, nerds. As the supports weep.
Ooh, an enchanted quiver for Tomato. He's actually holding on to the Grove bow at the moment, which seems a little bit interesting. I feel like enchanted quiver is so good on this hero. It only gives you, 50 attack range as opposed to the 100, but that magic burst is nuts.
Yeah, it's a lot, and trying to find that quick kill, especially with a Ricky and a bounty. So I do appreciate that being picked up here by Tomato. The smoke, not going to be finding too much, although the pinks are out in Shanks. He bought back.
Well, they got vision for a moment. Ryle looking for his opening, and he's going to have it. Should be a pretty easy pickup here for the Ricky. Unless he gets disarmed, he does not. So manages to get the kill in time. Grabs that bonus XP. Bob here, however, has a gem. He will just back away. Does not want to risk anything here.
Play it a little bit safe. There's still a lot of fight on the side of TSM, and Tino is still kind of farming up. He does have the travels to kind of come into these fights, but he is working onto the halberd. That's going to help you massively up against the Muerta. Just the disarms during the Pierce the Veil. All of a sudden, you're not doing the damage you want to be. It takes away that big bite of the Muerta in these fights. Although
they found Bob. They got him this time. He's going to be able to BKB right away and jump away. So activates the shield rune as well, which gives him some nice left player on. Oh, there's going to be the initiation of Brow, but his BKB is a response. Carlo going to try and TP on out. Does he get the kill? He's able to hold him in place there with that Pit of Malice. So managed to make it happen. Bob here on the Rolling Thunder, seeing if he can find an opening. But instead, we'll just disengage. Where'd this portal go to? Okay, it is over to Tomato. I was like, I'm guessing it's to bring their carry into this. Paulos, he gets found, pops that to Manta though, so he's going to be just fine, able to just get away. Dispels the track as well. They're continuing the chase though. They don't want to let Paulos out, but I don't think they really have enough control there to do that, so it's going to be just fine. Mid-tier 1 tower is still standing. Okay,
yeah, that's pretty silly.
This.
Should just fall now. And Execration not going to force that, although they smoke off the back of this. They have Doom ready.
They're going to jump in. Tomato with a BKB. He gets the Doom off right away, though. The question is, can they stall this out? They need to be able to get Muerta to safety. Kasane is still very tanky. Shanks with a nice blast off catch at him. Drops a double 9, but the telekinesis does save him. The swashbuckle on forward. The Nets locking down this Underlord, and he's gone. Tomato, however, they've done what they needed. They stalled out that ult as Paulus just comes in with the Song and the Siren. There's no BKB. And so now, with Pierce the Veil completely spent, the opening here is a turn on to Muerta, and she's gone, baby. Ryle will TP to safety. Ari not going to be as lucky as he will burn here to the Doom. And it's a big win for Execration.
That is just huge. They bait out the BKB, Doom up, so you don't get the BKB plus Pierce the Veil. And again, even just the song to stall out the Pierce the Veil duration, it feels awful for the Muerta to fight without it. Like, you are not really a hero without that spell, at least when it comes down to dishing damage up front as the carry that you'd want to be. Execration, they poke and prod really well to bait out those item usages, and they just re-engage. That's them, losing out a couple of heroes before that as well. They just know what to wait for, come back in, they've got the Doom, Tino gets the control going, he's got that full halberd that we were talking about up now, so more ways to control Tomato, which you've put your entire investment into here. And again, all these ways of just stopping the Muerta from hitting it, it feels awful.
Yeah.
Like, how do you even deal with that? Like, it's not a straightforward game for TSM, or at least for Tomato to kind of just stand there and be the carry that he wants to be now.
Brow's actually queued up the Aghanim Scepter. He does have the Manta done. I'm a little bit curious, like, what he wants to do with the Ags, because I don't know if it's actually going to be enough. I feel like Nullifier is just more value at this point, because they need to be able to actually secure kills. But, I don't know. Brow,
He has Doom.
they're going to be able to jump him. He does manage to get the BKB off, and there it is. The Doom ends up getting reflected onto
stolen
Tino as
Doom.
Brow's looking for Carlo. He drops that Static Storm, the Eye. Well, they're going to be able to just put him to sleep. And the question is, can Brow get out now? He's got nothing left. Pops the Manta. The Rolling Thunder comes in. The Chain Suns are there. He's trying to hobble away, but no. Dead to the Techie's Vines for 90 seconds. As they continue to look for more. Off the mark there with the War Stomp, though. And they're just going to take the Tormentor. Why not?
Not to take too long for them. Find a free shard now for Shanks. So he gets a little bit more with that reactive. Using it on your Naga as a bailout is pretty damn big. You also have the Hex for Paulus, which did do a lot in that last fight. You still have some worries, though. Like, Stolen Doom on Ahri is concerning. And that can turn the fights really well if they use that spell on the right target. I'm not sure if Execration even saw it being stolen as well, because Tino was spamming a lot of spells after casting the Doom. So theoretically, he might feel like it wasn't taken away. This could be a good revealing factor as
they're heading bottom. They're looking for Tino. They've got him. The Blink Doom comes out right away from Ahri. So they will find the Doom here, and that's a nice one.
Yeah. Get the kills they want, but Execration, they're still kind of clumped up for this fight.
They're thinking about it. They just take the Fiend's Gate back. They're like, nope, we're not fighting here.
Wipe them on?
They don't have their gem here, so...
Not able to punish Execration, though. I mean, they're still in control, 11k up, but these pickoffs do keep TSM neatly in the game. Are you not going to... Actually, might be able to get another Doom use off here. You should be able to, so theoretically, if they wait out the cooldown, they get that control again. It's going to be really awkward for Tino. Someone needs to kill off that Rubik in the back. Because Ahri's just going to have a lot of impact in this. A few more seconds until the Roche respawn. It will turn to night, though, in half a minute, so I don't know if it's really the perfect time to gun for Roshan, but they can clear it out fast with the Naga at the least.
Well, they're going to hold top here. Don't know what Tomato is doing.
It's going to walk. They're going to walk and meet at the Roche fight. What is this?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The TP's to the top lane. Roche, is he going to do an Uno reverse card and come back anyway? That's the real question. He's not. Okay, he's actually going into the Dire Pit. All right. The question is, are they set up here to start the fight? They get Tino. He's going to pop the BKB immediately. The Song of the Siren comes out. They're just chasing down Tomato. His BKB is going to be forced. The question is, can they actually turn this now on TSM? They've spent some big cooldowns. You don't have the BKB here on the Muerto, but there's no Song. The Doom is still available. He comes in, he gets silenced for the moment as Bryle's trying to just bring down this Carlo. He got him. The track's starting to go through as well. They've got the Nagasar and they see Shanks on the Techies. It's continuing to dance around. There's going to be the disarm, though, preventing Muerta from doing a whole lot here. They will just run down the Doom on the backside as Shanks will fall. Tomato finally getting to work, but Paulo's trying to find his opening. He's surrounded. He is all alone. Can he actually get out of here is the question. He's got a Scythe. He's got a Manta. The Doom comes back on cooldown from Ahri. He's looking for blood, man. But can they chase down the Nagasar and the buyback coming through from the Doom? He's in a silence of his own. He's got a Doom available, but he can't find his opening. They've got it. The Nagasar falls and Ahri continuing to chase. If they get Tito, it would be massive. A dieback on the Doom would be everything they could ask for, but it's going to be a buyback from Paulos instead. They want to find these heroes, but they don't have the catch. They all just disengage, and TSM find the fight of their lives. And they will just go to base real quick to reset.
I mean, Roshan's still open for the side of Execration if they want to try. It does feel like they have to.
They have no choice. Ryle, he's running back in. He finds the Doom. But they managed to get the Hex here for the moment onto Kasane. A big Static Storm onto 3. Bounty has to try to do what he can, but he gets the Doom onto Muerta. The disarm there as well. The BKB, they're just trying to chase him down, but he's on the run. Whitemon still very tanky as Bryle's just going to be able to take down Shanks. The Muerta isolated. Finally, though, the nice save, though, pulls him down to the low ground. The Hex finally, as the chase continues into the river, and they get Tomato. But you haven't killed the Riki. The Song of the Siren might be enough to allow them to reset. Pango stuck in this net for eternity. He can't get out. Finally, Swashbuckler's away, but Bryle, he's got the BKB. He's chasing after Bob. He gets the silence. He takes him down. A triple kill now for Bryle, as Paulos here on this Naga Siren is very tanky. Whitemon trying to chase down Tino, and the dieback on the Doom. It would be massive if they can get it. They get the Pit of Malice down as well as Ari. He's got an ensnare. He can throw it from downtown. They get an ultra kill now for the Riki as Paulos is on the run all the way back to the base. The 4-step forward. Whitemon's found him. He's going to be able to get out for the moment. Turns it around here with the Hex onto the Bounty, but they've got him trapped in the Pit of Malice with the ensnare. There's no way to escape. Shanks is back. He's going to try and save him here with a nice blast off, but they can't escape on the Naga Siren for the moment. And pop the drums. He's trying to get away. He's got this track on top of Dispels with the Manta, but no mirror image. And Paulos, it's only a matter of time.
Wait, what?
Buybacks again? What? They managed to get him out. Bryle in trouble. Pango wants to get in. Gets the Rolling Thunder. Gonna try and chase down Kasane here. They don't have vision of the rest of these heroes. Dude, this fight has been going on for 5 minutes, dude. They will be able to find Kasane. Paulo still just surviving through this, all seemingly impossible, but makes it happen, and Kasane will give his life for the cause.
Oh, that is a very unfortunate series of events for Execration. TSM, they find these big openings. They drag them out. They've got all of the save from Ari. And someone has to kill this Rubik in the back. They're targeting on Execration. It doesn't feel smooth. They're just jumping these targets that they see as they come. But they're not hard committing the heroes they really have to. Which, it feels like it's a Rubik. The lift backs, the stolen spells have just been too huge. Palos has to watch his Song of the Siren usage as well. And that kind of caused issues as they went through the gate. Tomato's
just going in, trying to find his opening, looking for Paulos here on the Naga Siren, but doesn't get it. Kasane with the buyback though of the pit will track Shanks for the moment. Again, they're trying to just get this Naga Siren. That's the big kill. The BKB out from Bryle. He's going to try and chase him. The fear, but he's just getting too far away. This hero's too fast. They're going to be just fine for the moment, and that is a lot of spells committed from TSM. I mean, you'd pop the Pierce the Veil from Tomato. He still has the BKB available. But the reset from Execration, they're smoked up. They want to go in. They do have vision of this Tino Doom. Toronto pops the BKB. They're going to turn around onto the Naga Siren here once again. See if they can bring her down. They're doing some good damage, but is it going to be enough in time? He will survive, and the Doom comes out. They've caught Bryle on the Riki. He's in trouble. Again. He's focused down. He's going to buy back right away. Shanks will be the next to fall as Whitemon sitting in the trees continue to stack up the damage, but Tomato with a triple kill. He gets them all.
My God.
They're all falling. Execration on the run as Whitemon gets the vision onto the Disruptor, the 4-staff on forward, and Tomato, give it, baby. The ultra kill, the second one of the game, is now with Execration all sidelined. They're going to go back for this Roshan before they go to the high ground.
Yeah, they've got the opening. Again, Execration.
Guys, it's bottom. They know this. It has to be bottom. Okay, there they go. They're getting there.
Yeah. Yeah. They grab a gem and they leave a gem? The gem just stays. I think Whitemon tried to pick it up with a full inventory. And the gem's just on the ground. But Execration in these fights, it feels so forced. Again, they don't have this jump for the backline support saves. They leave Ari alone. He steals a Doom. Not even the most important thing that happens there, but just all this counter control, all of this focus on the Naga, who's not comfy in building into a BKB, simplifies these fights in such a big way for TSM.
And look at the
now they've got the Aegis.
They just pull the whole team up. They grab the Roche, and they're like, all right, back to top lane, pushing. Kasane's got this wave here. Aegis for Bryle, since he did buyback once again in this fight, and Tomato will hold the cheese. And with this, they're going to be able to clean up these buildings. Dude, such a different build from Huerta from what we've been seeing, right? He's got Lincoln's Manta style. Not something that a lot of Huertas have been building. But this game, it's absolutely essential.
It's necessary. Yeah, he just doesn't get spell use out. if he gets disarmed or doomed. So you really need that protection here. It does pay off. Just pushing into the high ground.
He's going to swamp that one in instead of the cheese, at least for now. Glimpse will find Kasane. He might be in some trouble here. Pops all the defensive items. He actually gets bonked out and saved. They're going to be fine. Bob just gets shredded by Tomato. Oh my goodness. Tino on the run. As he's going to be saved thanks to the taser. As Browl jumps in super aggressively, gets caught. But Ari with an axe, dude!
God!
You're kidding me! He's the real carry here, man. Holding them all in place as they run down Shanks, and Browl now looking for more. Trying to chase the backside. Looking for this Doom would be nice, but they will be able to survive. He has no blink strikes left. And Tomato will get to work on these buildings. They have no fortifications left here on the side of Execration. Dude, a BKB axe, dude, from this Rubik. What a player.
Ari's been on point. Like we saw it in the last game as well. His positioning as the Coddle is massive. And in both games, Execration are having a hard time reaching into him. Just gets way too much out in the middle of these fights. They're going for the end. They know they're so far ahead.
I mean, they've got to end this game. Tino goes in. He does not have a BKB. He does not have Doom. Song of the Siren at the last possible second will get him out. But Muerta, she's got everything available here. She's backpacked the BKB, but just pops that ult, just starts laying into Palos on this Naga Siren. He's on the run. The telekinesis pulls him right back in. No buyback. Techie's dead as well. And that might be it. Carlo trying to make his way into the base. He will survive thanks to the Ghost Scepter, but now Tino trying to get active once again, has the Doom, but it doesn't matter. It is all over. GG comes out. The TSM will end this game in a draw.
Yeah, they managed to recover. They clean up very nicely in game 2. They adjust styles, getting a little bit more aggressive out early, especially with Bryle. There were some really good counterfights coming out there from Execration. For quite some time, it felt like it was their game and it was in their control, but they slip up in those last few fights. TSM find those openings. Again, Ari in the backline, stealing this Doom consistently from Tino. It just caused so many issues. Like it was insanity. And Execration, they had this mindset of just jumping whoever they saw first, which it worked for a long time, but down the line, like the saves coming out, the pullbacks on the Muerta, like you can't just run down the Muerta first and hope everything happens. Brawl starts to dish out a lot of damage. The information you're getting out from the bounty is huge. And again, TSM, they adjust their style. They play a lot faster than what we've seen from their other games, which is really the big change I've always wanted from them after watching them in our first day. So it's good to see adjustments there. For Execration, this is a bit of a painful one. They had a solid commanding lead, and then they force out these really awkward fights. They're very reliant on Tino finding the right targets with Doom, and Brawl is a solid target. But if no one controls Ari in the back, he just steals Doom, then you're kind of screwed in these fights.
Yeah, it was that combined with the fact that you're like just smokescreen alone is such a rough ability to play around, because you can only BKB once in these fights, like realistically. And as soon as that BKB is off cooldown, it's like these smoke screens are just blanketing these fights. And even if you're able to, get on top of the Muerta, it's the Ricky who's just shredding your backline. It's the bounty hunter who's just doing so much work. You have constant saves from Ari. You're just forced to go so far out of your way to kill the Muerta. And I mean, we saw it, right? It takes them so long. They Doom him up almost the entire duration of the Doom before they finally get that kill. And then you still have the rest of TSM to deal with. So it's just beautifully played by TSM. I think Ari had an insane performance on this Rubik. I have to agree with you. And Wybon as well, dude. Like, these guys positioned super well. They itemized perfectly, and they're just giving so much vision for their team.
Yeah, they did a lot of work. And I think for Execration coming out of this, like, I don't know. I don't know what they have to clean up. Just targeting. That was my big issue. Like, targeting the backline. They couldn't angle in. Sometimes, again, very hasty spell usage as well, where they go through the gate, they instantly try the song, they don't really find an angle off the back of it, so they lack the song for control in the next fight or for a reset in the middle of a fight. And TSM just finds these openings, man. Like, they've cleaned up quite a fair bit. For Execration, getting a draw here doesn't pull them up enough to feel secure. They're still in a very scary spot. It has to be absolutely all wins going forward for the side of Execration. Same thing goes for TSM, though. It's not like these two teams are up there in the standings just yet without a full win for either side. the draw just leaves them in this dead zone at the bottom. So both will have to struggle for it, but for both sides, it's some good momentum coming out, right? Like Execration finally finding their first win. TSM at least getting a draw sets up for themselves. So hopefully both teams find things to learn off the back of both of these games and try to keep climbing up.
Yeah, I agree, man. One of the things I noticed in that last fight near the Dire like Roshan pit was Tomato was backing out of the fight entirely, like trying to just run away from the Doom. He runs all the way into the pit and got glimpsed right back into the center of the Execration team and just pressed R and killed all of them. So it was kind of one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, we want to put Muerta right back into danger, and it was the classic, like, you know, I'm not trapped in here with you, you know, moments. It was pretty funny. I don't think they really intended it. Tomato, you know, obviously late game Muerta is just another beast of its own, just being able to pump out so much damage. It's very fun to watch. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening as their later series. That will do it for today in terms of John and myself. We are halfway through the day, so that means we're gonna get another set of casters, and it's gonna be Lyrical and Fear, of course, some other fantastic gentlemen. John, how you feeling so far now that we are pretty much halfway through the group stage?
It's kind of crazy what we're seeing from a lot of these teams. I'm loving the adjustments and I'm loving some of the takes that the teams are finding. I think game one of TSM versus Execration was pretty wild. I think anyone who didn't see that first game, look up the clips for sure, because that was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Like,
there's probably gonna be some clips somewhere, I'm sure.
It's really dumb, so check it out. But it's been a great tournament so far. I think it's not too surprising yet with the results. Maybe Southeast Asia bombing out, I would say, is surprising, but honestly, it was more that Lima was a surprise. So that was the outlier performance for my region, and now we're back to the airport. So it's rough and tumble, but you know, it is what it is. A lot of great Dota, and I just want to watch more, Ricky. I can't wait for more.
I agree, man. All right, everyone, definitely stay tuned for more here on the ESL One Berlin Major. This is, again, the Storm stream. We're going to be going to a short break, and when we come back, it'll be Fear and Lyrical walking you through the next games, which will be Extreme Gaming versus Beast Coast. So definitely a very fun one, so stay tuned for that, everyone. We will see you all in just a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Oh, welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We're taking a look at another day of Dota 2, and Fear's shirt is very orange. I did not realize that until he just went live right now.
It's actually
it looks
red,
beautiful.
but it might be the lighting that makes it look orange.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks good regardless. Welcome back again. We've got Extreme versus Beast Coast. Thanks to Ricky and John X Fire for holding us down through the first series of games today. Looked like some pretty crazy ones, particularly that game number 1 with the TSM match. But this game, I am a little bit curious what's going to happen, particularly because none of the 10 players are in the lobby yet.
Yeah, it's might have a little bit of a later start here unless they all start flooding in pretty soon here. But the match itself should be pretty good, or so I'm hoping. Extreme Gaming versus Beast Coast. Haven't really caught any of their matches yet, as I've been mainly watching some of the other teams. Got to catch the Gaming Gladiators Liquid one to see how that one was going. Gaming Gladiators looking strong as always, and Liquid not doing as well as most people would have thought here. But you do have teams like Extreme Gaming and Beast Coast that are going to be playing sitting in the middle to lower of the pack of Group B here. So it's going to be pretty important for both these teams to pull out, I would say, a 2-0 if they want their dreams of getting into the upper bracket to become a reality.
Well, yeah, definitely. And we're seeing instead a bit of a rise in Eastern Europe in terms of their results. Taking a look at Nine Pandas and BetBoom. I have been following Nine Pandas for a long time. Well, not necessarily as much them like as a whole, but the main one, the main one that I really like on this team. Obviously, everybody's amazing, but Kiyotaka, which is formerly Depressed Kid. This is somebody that's so freaking talented. I just want to see him do well.
Were you following them since like the Hawk days, or since they became the Nine Pandas?
So for me, I actually, the Hellraisers lineup was something that I really liked a lot. But I for me, the follow up was TI-10 Eastern European qualifiers. I cast that with Trent.
Well, that's a long time ago.
It was, but they went the full best of 5. Depressed Kid did against Team Spirit, and they almost knocked them out of the TI that they won. Which is crazy because it was basically just him. No offense to those other Empire players, but it was mainly Depressed Kid. And it was crazy. So I'm excited to see them doing well. And Spirit on the other side, we saw them yesterday. They're also looking good. So Eastern Europe rising up.
Yeah, for sure. And another region that has been rising up as well is South America. They've been doing super well in most all the tournaments, doing better than their average performances, I want to say. EG always coming into, I would say, like a decent placing, probably not exactly where they would like to be in the long run here, but Beast Coast and EG throughout the group stages have been putting on a show, and I think it was Dream League where they're like not top of their groups, but making into the upper bracket. Quite impressive performances. They're struggling a little bit more here at this major, but still middle of the pack here and still have a lot to show.
Right. And I think that that's sort of been one of those points of contention where people always think about, like, okay, what does these major results mean for slot contention, right? And South America very clearly is like in a position where they deserve these extra slots that they're getting. You could maybe even make an argument for another. Who knows? It's a little bit crazy, but it's a possibility. I think Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia were two that not necessarily, and China aren't necessarily like on the chopping block, but in terms of their international performance has been a little bit lackluster the last couple of majors. And it's been the South American teams that have been killing it. And, of course, also playing for prize pool, these DPC points, massively important, because if you get a team from Eastern Europe that gets like top 3, then suddenly maybe you can get an extra team in there through DPC points alone, and then you're not having to play against them in qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The DPC points are going to mean a lot. When it comes to like slots, it's hard to really say at this point who deserves how many slots, because I could easily see potentially, Eastern Europe, they got 3, Southeast Asia, they got 3, South America only has 2, NA only has 2. I think it's fair that NA only has 2, to be totally honest with you. I don't think there's like that third team right now that desperately needs one, as TSM is already like really struggling to find footing in international play. But I'm not sure. Maybe there's a third South American team out there that has what it takes to show on the international stage. Because I feel like in Southeast Asia, that third team, such as like Execration, isn't really showing up super big either. And for Eastern Europe, they've been struggling a little bit as well for the most part. So I feel like those 3 regions are actually really close right now. The ones of Southeast Asia, South America, and Eastern Europe.
I agree. And I mean, there is also that other argument of like, okay, you give slots sometimes to these teams so that way they're going to have the type of success that lets them get to these big tournaments and they become stronger by playing in it. And of course, that's what we've seen happen in, you know, the South American region. And that's why Beast Coast is one of the top teams to contend against and a scary team to go against for this team like Extreme Gaming, who are trying to sort of find their footing here and bring a bit of a resurgence to China Dota, which is definitely needed. Right now, they're sitting in 5th spot. Beast Coast, actually, if we were to end the group stage right now, would be eliminated. That is not where we anticipate this team being. So both of these squads desperately needing a win here. It would give them a huge boost and put them out of contention for being in that elimination spot, at least a little bit more so than they are right now.
Yeah, for this Beast Coast roster here, this is a team that, no matter who you are, playing against them is scary. The unpredictability that this team brings to the table, like where's Schofield going to be on the map? Where is he baiting you from? You never know. It is very scary to play against, and the rest of their players as well have their own type of flair. You've got Sacred in the offlane, who loves playing heroes like Pango, which you don't see a ton in the offlane. Sure, it's a traditional old school Pango in the offlane, but he likes it as his main type of hero. He likes playing the Dawnbreakers in the offlane, the hero pools that these type of guys want to pick. Hector, he's got his very specialized hero pool as well. They don't play the meta. I don't even know what the full meta is right now as it's being developed currently in this patch, but they're going to find a way to make it super far from what is currently considered normal.
Right. We don't know what the meta is, but we know Beast Coast isn't doing it. Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, they might play the Chen and stuff. Like, Stinger, I think, is the only one that's kind of, and maybe Dark Mago, they're kind of within the meta. Everyone else, they're just going to play whatever they feel like they want to play.
Do you feel like Dark Mago's increased his hero pool a significant amount? Because I remember
Probably
back
not.
in the... Right, because that's the thing I was wondering. Is it like the meta has sort of evolved to fit him? It's worked out quite well. But yeah, I remember for a while it was just like 2 to 3 heroes, and that was it.
It's probably like 5 now.
Okay.
So if you look at it, that metric is percentile wise, it's increased a lot, but it's still a small hero pool. Like going from 3 to 5, it's a huge bump in a lot of ways, but not really at the same time. So we'll see what they want to pick here. I do think Stinger's like kind of like the rock of the team. He's very stable. He likes to play the OP supports, is going to play what's necessary for the team, and kind of like locks down those early picks and makes their drafts as stable as they possibly. They don't go completely wild. We don't get like these Naga Pos 5s and stuff, and there's weird stuff you might see other teams do in the position 5 role.
Well, I mean, you see that and talk about that, and immediately they're going to ban out 2 position 5s for Extreme, 2 Stinger heroes, the Disruptor and the Chen. And then Beast Coast, they're taking out the Pugna of all things, along with the Doom. So the main way that I've seen Pugna played so far has been as that mana battery for Storm, but there's a lot of other heroes that fulfill that role, like the Coddle. So Extreme, they're going to take the Keeper of the Light first. What Stinger's and Dark Mago going to come up with as answers to this?
Nyx might be a good response, always good versus Coddle. You got the Illuminate, you can always reflect back for an easy stun to set up. And of course the Mind Flare against Intelligence Hero. This does a lot of damage, so that is something that they should consider. I do know that Schofield, he does like playing that hero, so we'll see if they pick that up. Underlord is a hero that I've been noticing getting a lot of attention. Even in even the Liquid versus Gaming Gladiator series, it was first face banned. And Rubik Underlord has been one of those kind of stable second pick openers that you want to pick that doesn't have a lot of flaws.
Right. It would mean that if they wanted to run that Nyx later, you kind of run out of opportunities to do it without putting Nyx in the 5 role, which I guess nowadays, I don't know if that's a huge problem because lanes are so chaotic after 4 to 8 minutes that it might not even matter. I feel like Beast Coast is one of those teams that's going to lean into the insanity and start running at you. Also, if they did want to run that Storm Spirit on the side of Extreme, Nyx feels like he absolutely eviscerates Storm nowadays with that mana burn that comes out on his ulti. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely good, but they're going to go for the DK instead. So they either don't want to run that particular support duo, and they believe the Rubik has a bit more value than the Nyx in this game, and then they go for the Dragonite, which is a hero that is pretty standard. You got a couple buffs in the patch, nothing that really screams out to me as being like, oh wow, DK is just first phaseable now, but we're talking about Beast Coast here. We already talked about whatever you think might be normal, might be meta, they're not going to go that route, and we're going to see a DK versus the Coddle, which I personally don't think is particularly good. The Solar Blind, quite good against him by reducing his magic resist. He's a heavy armor hero, so you want to kill him with magic damage anyway. Coddle often known for buying a vessel. Pretty annoying for DK to deal with here, but DK is DK. At the end of the day, you buy Blink Dagger, you stun some heroes, hope your team follows up.
Okay. Well, I like it. It also, again, preempts if there was any storm coming out. It makes it a little bit harder to play against that DK. Considering that is something that Extreme have run time and time again in this tournament. We've seen them run it with the Aya, we've seen them run it with the Pugna, and we've seen them run it with the Coddle, I think, as well. But now, playing with this Pango could also be that JT hero. I think it's more likely than not just going to be out of mid, but we'll see which way they decide to go with it.
Yeah, just with Coddle, it's great, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned that. Just refreshing both his spells in the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash, allowing him to keep fighting with the Diffusal Blade. Incredibly annoying to deal with here, so strong combination. I can see why they might want this over the Storm Spirit. Not sure which one's better, per se. Storm has looked really good with the Coddle, but Pango is a great alternative here too. Maybe afraid of the DK stun, but Pango does suffer some issues as well playing versus the DK. I think the mid lane isn't particularly easy for the Pangolier if DK just wants to right click you in the laning stage. However, does Dark Mago want to pick up that DK in the mid lane? It's not really one of his heroes I really think about. When I think of Dark Mago, I think of Ember Spirit, I think of Tiny, I think of Kunkka, Bat Rider. Those are kind of like the big ones. But he has been trying to increase his pool, so we'll see how far that goes. But for me, most likely, I kind of see this as like, all right, so they picked up this 4-5 in the Rubik, and most likely Sacred will be picking up this Dragonite. Potentially, Hector could play it. You know how much he does love his strength carry type heroes.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's a low percentile chance, though, unless it's a perfect game for him to be on DK.
Okay, well, we'll see if that is something that he wants to go for, but keeping that flexibility, definitely good. But no, that's the Hector hero.
Yep, there you go.
Interesting. So they did already ban out the Timber on the side of Extreme Gaming. This would have looked like a juicy Timber game for them. Although I guess playing into Rubik's a little bit funky. Regardless, this sets the tempo now, and it puts forward a problem that Extreme Gaming need to deal with. We have seen these Alks get completely out of control with these side lane camps that are really hard to gank, really hard to find them, so many new places to farm. It feels like Alks can get away with a lot in this patch. What do you think is the appropriate response for Extreme? Do they try and find heroes to hunt them? Do you think you want to instead try and shut down the map? What do you think is looking good in this patch?
I like Ursa. You just need a hero that can kill the Alchemist. That's essentially what it comes down to. Okay. Slowing him down is, I believe, nothing more than a dream that is very hard to achieve. Because as you mentioned, there are so many camps, you're not going to cut off the map anymore. He's going to farm. So if you can slow him down in the laning stage and have something that can scale better than him, that's probably your best bet of how to deal with this hero.
Okay. So at all stages, somebody that can kill him and take him out of the game. And even if he gets mega farmed, you still have options if you can keep him under control. I mean, this is another way to do that, at least
there you go.
In some capacity. It's not like that big, hard right clicker in the same way that the Ursa is. Maybe they're worried about it being counterpicked this early?
Well, they got 2 picks here. They can still pick it now if they wanted to, but logically speaking, you'd probably want to pick your offlaner.
Yeah.
You have a decent amount of carries. I think Ursa and Terrorblade and Morphling are probably your best heroes. Terrorblade got banned, and I think that's why they picked Alk there, because they banned the TB. Definitely what Hector was the most afraid of. He probably feels like all the other matchups they're manageable, and I would tend to agree with that. However, you do bring the AA into the mix now, so you could pick a hero like Faceless Void, with this, and now if you manage to get any type of stun, that'll be enough damage to end up killing him. So the offlaner choice, as I expected, would probably come out here. I already mentioned 3 heroes that he potentially could pick already. I mentioned 4. One of them's banned. The other one was Ursa, Morphling, and then Faceless Void. Those are all good enough, in my opinion. And there might be more too, right? Like, I don't know every single hero in the game, but those already seem like acceptable to me. So they're going to get that stun in the game, make sure they have that set up for the Ice Blast, and now they'll have some options for their last pick carry to potentially get some more information here from Beast Coast to have a better laning stage for their carry.
Just to be clear, I do think you know every hero in the game, but I don't know if you know all of them off the top of your head that can answer.
Yes, of course. That is what I mean. Like, I don't know if I have every single hero. Oh no, there's a new hero in the game. Sometimes they do forget about Morta being in captain's mode, to be fair.
Whoa! Support Alk? Did they do the Swapperino?
Could be. Oh, actually.
Or
hold up. No. There's a hero we forgot about for Dark Mago. It's a pub special.
What's that?
It's Alchemist mid. This is his pub special. He loves playing Alchemid. He spams this hero. Yeah, he loves his Alchemist mid. So this Alk is potentially a mid laner. He doesn't bring it out much in officials from what I've seen, but throughout his career, this is one of the heroes he just loved playing in the mid lane.
Okay.
In pubs, of course.
So then, do we know all 3 of the cores? Is there a chance that this is a Skullfield or Stinger Dragon Knight support, or do we just know what the cores are now?
It's Beast Coast, man. We don't know anything. Like, okay. I tried to preface this with, like, you're not gonna know what's gonna happen here. Like, I don't try to sound like a smart guy while analyzing Beast Coast, because I'll never look good. It's just nobody can look good trying to analyze this team. You don't know what they're gonna do. This could be a POS 5 Alk. There could be a 4 DK. Ruba could be going mid. Luna could be offlane. Like, we have no idea. They probably don't even know what they're doing right now, but they're gonna do it, and we're gonna sit back and we're just gonna enjoy it. As far as extreme gaming, though, they need to carry. That's for sure. They play a bit more standard Dota, more predictable, and that's kind of like why Beast Coast is such a volatile team, is because they like to do stuff like this, and it catches the other teams by surprise. They can win against anyone, but they can also lose to anyone too.
Right. Well, I gotta say, I am very concerned about Beast Coast at the moment. As much as this is, going to be a Dark Maga specialty, I am looking at potentially 3 cores with a lot of physical damage that's little ticks, and a Centaur that's going to be taking a very juicy Crimson Guard with 1 billion strength. I don't know if they're going to have the damage to kill these heroes. Like, I don't know. It seems a little bit scary. I mean, obviously Hector's going to be crazy farmed, but already I feel like Extreme have a lot of great answers, and they're going to go for the Sven. Even more armor, mass physical damage from Beast Coast. Extreme Gaming, they've got so much defense capabilities.
I think a lot of teams are getting this Mars pick.
Whoa.
Is also a Dark Mago hero.
What the okay, all right, so it's Alk support.
All right, so we're going to get an Alk support. It's going to POS 5 Alk. Okay. At the end of the day, that's what we get. And Alchemist support right now isn't even as good as last patch, the way I see it. Because you get this built-in Grievel's Greed, which means you can farm and level up your damaging spells at the same time.
Interesting.
So now you are kind of wasting the aspect of having that Grievel's Greed. But they're going for the surprise effect. They tried winning the draft with it. Stinger ended up tanking the Alchemist, I feel, because no core wanted to play against AA.
Yeah.
I think that's ended up what happening here. And it'll be interesting to see how this one works out. They love their Mars. Dark Mago loves playing this. I'm not surprised they picked it up.
Right. I will say, I love also Stinger's Alk set. It's so freaking awesome looking. He's like Mr. Spacesuit.
Yeah, I was going to say he's in outer space.
We've got to get a close-up of that when we get into the game.
I mean, I don't know, man. Would you want to be in a spacesuit if you're cooking all these potions? I feel like that's not the smartest thing to do.
I feel like that's how he got like that, you know, the little thing that he's riding, whatever it is. Because again, the Alchemist is the little guy that's on top of him. And then
it's in the zombies below. Yeah, it's his ogre.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, here we go. Extreme Gaming versus Beast Coast, game number 1. Beast Coast, either they look really good or it looks quite bad, and I'm a little bit worried about them this game. do you think that Extreme Gaming have the pieces to sort of hold this game together? Is there anything that this switch up has given Beast Coast that helps them a little bit?
They forced out an AA pick, which in the past you would think is a good thing, but this hero got a sizable amount of buffs. I mean, it just got nerfed in the B patch, actually. However, but the Shard now applies a stun, a small half-duration cold feet, which is pretty nice if you do get to that point here. So the hero itself is a little bit better, and you're picking a support as an Alchemist, which is a little bit worse than last patch, in my eyes. So I would say this debate by Beast Coast wasn't even favorable last patch in my eyes, so I think it's even worse now. However, you do have Sven carry.
Right.
I'm not sure if this hero's a debate or not. You did get the cleave that gives him, I mean, it's 40% at level 1 instead of 25. So if you get that in the early laning stage, you can harass more than you did at the early levels. But I think the big thing is it adds strength now to your cleave.
Right.
So you just get 2, 4, 6, 8 strength. And of course, we mentioned the camps. Heroes that can farm all these camps are quite beneficial. So we'll see if this hero's a debate or not, but first blood, we'll see if something happens here.
They're making their way over, and it looks like it's just going to be a trade-off of 2 apiece, as Beast Coast managed to pick up a couple of them there. And yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. What can DY get done on this Ancient Apparition? Is it going to become somewhat useless, as we're seeing the battle between Kaka and Stinger there? You know, something else that we didn't talk about a ton in the draft, but Kaka playing on this hero that has a lot of capabilities to farm also. We've seen this guy do magical things on these supports before. I always think about the Lion, the Phoenix, those types of dynamics.
We see Kaka not on Lion or Shadow Shaman.
Right?
Now that's an old running joke, but he played those heroes for so many years.
Yeah.
They did get buffed this patch, so maybe he'll be back to them soon.
Kaka's back, absolutely. Up top, they get some good damage onto Sacred. Oh, you know what? If we can go up to the top lane real quickly, they did the Cold Feet stun combination, but it doesn't link anymore because the stun duration is less on Stormhammer. So they couldn't get the full Cold Feet stun combo.
Yeah, it's just a 1 second stun now with all the changes to 1.2 as well. And I think before I would level stun up, but maybe you still do because the damage doubles, but the stun duration is not that appealing.
That's quite bad. But it looked like they were trying to hit that combo, and it just doesn't work anymore. You don't get the Cold Feet proc. So
yeah, that's something I didn't think a lot about. With all the stuns being nerfed here and the Cold Feet, what is it, the latch time is the same?
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to land that nowadays. Very interesting.
If that gets changed or not. Regardless, Hector, not able to get the stun onto Hector. JT takes some damage to the Blood Grenade and some Lucent Beams thrown back over. It's going to force him back, but Centaur, a very strong laner, has a ton of regen going now for himself and looks to be pretty solid.
Yeah, this lane should be super strong. It's maybe not the dream Coddle lane to lane with, because you don't have the abilities to spam. Yeah, he's pretty low up there. So the thing about Sven I was kind of talking about before is everything about Sven is slightly better this patch, but he still runs into the same issues as this hero has always ran into. But I feel like they needed to pick this type of hero just because, look at their supports, it's Coddle AA. They needed all the stuns they could get to have like a well-rounded lineup, and I think teams like Extreme Gaming really value having a lineup that is just stable and makes sense and checks all the boxes.
Right. Well, and you know, you talked about the potential of running a Faceless Void. That's not something that gives you that power in the lane to be able to like make this solid thing go. But I think, I mean, I always feel uncomfortable saying like, did pro teams know about this beforehand or not? But because it's a new patch, I feel like it's one of the times where they might not have practiced like the Cold Feet combination. You don't really get that same value out of it here either. And DY, he's going to get caught. For the moment, Sacred gets the stun off. They turn on to Ghost, forcing him back for the moment. And get some good damage out there, but the Warcry making up for it. But yeah, it makes me wonder if, like, you know, they're not having that strength out of the lane, if maybe something like that Faceless Void could have been a nice pick for them too.
Yeah, it would have been fine. I think both of them do the job. I think Void gives you that late game security, but however will make your mid game a little weaker because Sven does have power spikes. As K1 in this bot lane, he's not having a good time. Talked about this Luna getting farmed. Sure, it'll still happen, and I think given how the lane's going for K1, he'll probably stop at one point in Lucent Beam and not make the same mistake as we saw some other Lunas doing and putting too many points of it and not being able to jungle if their lane goes badly. Knowing K1, he cares about his farm first and foremost above anything else here. So I think it's just 1 point in Beam for him, and then off to the jungle.
So, Fear, there's always been this meme about this alchemist buying people Aghanim scepters. Is this finally the patch where we see it? You've got cores that are going off jungle, and you got a bunch of small camps that he can do. He gets the innate Grievelous Greed. Are we finally going to see the support alch buying people Ags in Pro Dota?
Not in this game.
Okay.
But in Pro Dota in general, there might be a strat revolved around it. It depends on... Because the trade-off is so big. I think the answer is going to be no.
Right.
Just because auras are still so strong that I think even if you're an offlane alchemist, you buy Crimson Guard, you buy the Support Arms JT. Ooh, he has another beam in one.
Lower and lower, tries to hide away, but the stun is going to be there. And Stinger, he gets first blood. That's the Ags, baby. It's coming.
Yeah, he's going straight there to buy the point booster right now. And Ags coming near you. Actually, they might kill Centaur's Courier if Stinger does get wind of this. But I think he's just going for another kill here.
I mean, they're setting up for it down bottom. Makes the stun happen. Kaka caught.
Light.
Ooh, they didn't have another Lucent Beam up for a second.
Oh, he actually went 2 points in the beam, so I think going for that kill inspired him to get 1 extra point there.
Okay.
Feeling like he can win the lane. Which is fine. If he can continuously stay in the lane, it's good. It only gets bad if there's a rotation. Let's say the Pango comes down. Now Luna has to go to the jungle, and then you have this point in beam that you didn't want to have. But if you continuously get kills and apply some pressure in the lane, I'm totally fine with it.
Well, Alk did have to TP back home, which is a little bit scary, and now Centaur has his Vanguard. So we'll see if they can actually keep that pressure on. But it's up top where they're putting a ton of pressure on from Beast Coast. Extreme not really having that many answers to this at all. And I mean, Sacred, he doesn't have that much mana, but he's just walking at DY and saying, come deal with me. Pops it. The Lotus finds him. Couple more hits. Dead. Sacred killing it on this offlane DK. Now Schofield trying to run away from Ghost. They're keeping after him, but Paparazzi makes the move, able to dodge from the stun, but Ghost, he might go down to Sacred. So a double kill for Sacred. Schofield gets the damage reduction. The stun comes a second too late. Paparazzi does secure the kill onto Rubik, but you take that if you're Beast Coast every day of the week, and he's under tower saying, yeah, I'm still coming at you. Dark Mago's
here.
Made the rotation over. They've also got the Alf in the area. Paparazzi caught. Paparazzi done.
They're just getting outmaneuvered on the map right now. Like, they lost some lanes. This Sven is not having the greatest time. AA doesn't seem like it's helping too much. And Sven, he stuck around.
Sir? I don't know about that one. Ghost is going to get caught by the Stinger stun. And it's going to be Sacred on a killing spree. 3-0-1. He's having a great time on this DK.
Yeah, you early pick this DK. You try to respond with it. Actually, you don't respond to it. You over-respond to the Alchemist. The Alchemist just goes pos 5. Somehow gets first blood.
Oh my god.
Is rotating around the map. Steals the Wisdom Rune. Oh, actually, no, he gets his own, but let's see if he can steal the other one. No one's going for it. 43 seconds. It's still alive for Dire.
Yeah.
They forgot, or what?
Maybe they think somebody already stole it. Who knows? Or I mean, they're kind of getting ran at, and it hasn't been like a free moment for anybody to go do anything on the map. It feels like they're just trying to stem the bleeding.
Sometimes I watch this patch and I forget who's on what side because of the twin gates.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, it's just like you can be anywhere on the map anymore. Side barely matters. It's just kind of where your throne's at this point, and I suppose your tier 2 towers, it's hard to breach those.
Yeah.
There's like a path to almost everywhere now on the map without... You can bypass any tower in the game now, except for what, the tier 3s?
Pretty much. I mean,
Yeah.
even that one you can. You can go through the Defender's Gate. Just get a blink or a Force Staff. Oh. Okay, Mars. Finds him
This
up top.
Sven is level 4.
Dude, he is getting absolutely bodied. Oh, God. I mean, compare that to where, you know, K1 is at. Hector is dominant in this so far. I mean, not in terms of, like, the lane necessarily, but
He's
over
doing
the
better,
Sven.
but yeah. He's not having the best game either. Both carries are lowest net worth in this game. But Sven is not having much of a game at all. He's only 400 gold or so ahead of the support Alchemist,
Right.
Boss 5, which is not where you want to be at all. But the big breadwinners of this game is going to be Sacred on the DK. Helped a lot by the Boss 5 Alch and Dark Mago rotating to his lane.
Right.
So
And
that was really a team effort.
the other thing, though, I would say is that you compare the levels, right? That's the big issue.
Yeah.
Luna is level 7 and Sven is just now 5. So he has 2 points in stun, 2 points in cleave, whereas Hector has already gotten 4 in his blessing. And, like, Stinger's kind of farming off to the side and stacking up camps for him. It's... Also, look at Stinger's build on this Alch. Double Sage's Mask into Medallion.
Yeah, needs the mana. Probably turn those into something a little bit later into the game here. But right now, yeah, I think your point's pretty valid here. Just the fact that you have these levels on Luna just means this disparity between the Sven and Luna will continuously grow, especially if Dark Mago can find another connection to killing this Sven on the map, which is quite possible. I think any hero they bring to him, he went for a Wraith Band, he went for Phase Boots on the Sven, and he's got a Sage's Mask. His HP pool is not particularly high, not as high as it could be with this amount of net worth.
Right. Well, that's a scary time to be a Sven on this map with people hunting him. Dark Mago, Schofield trying to find somebody. It looks like they're going to run by DY, and this is one of the issues in this patch, right? You sort of make these big wraparound moves trying to catch somebody, and it can sometimes be a little bit tough, but the arena is down. Pango tries to roll on through. You can't get through there, buddy. He's stuck on the outside. Blast stolen, thrown back now, but it's not going to be enough. Mago goes down. Now trying to kill off Rubik to boot. Schofield, he too is going to die. So a bit big for their bridges.
This is the most Beast Coast thing ever now. Because, like, they double down on this aggression. It's very much so. We will try to make space for Hector to farm. They have a blink on the DK. They have a blink on the Mars with brown boots. They put their first 2,000 gold on items just to run around the map and kill their opponents.
Yeah.
But they end up in situations where the map is bigger. It's going to be harder to find these connections on the map. And if you die 1 or 2 times, you're not investing in a farming item for yourself, so you're not pushing waves out, you're not jungling. This DK could have had a Midas or something and just scaled into late game and just maybe they had 1 core, but they're going all in here.
Well, and they're going to at least be gifted, it looks like, with a paparazzi kill. No, they won't be able to. So everybody runs in towards mid, and the spear back was not enough to catch for the kill. Now, it is, again, like you talk about, still a... you know, very free amount of farm going the way of Hector. But I'm looking again at these damage mitigation elements that Extreme have. They've got the Crimson Guard already done on the Centaur. The main source of damage being Luna, it's going to be mitigated like crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, when you have a Blink Dagger on your DK and your Dragon Knight, you don't have much damage on those heroes. You don't have much scaling potential, but the biggest thing is you also don't have mitigation yourself.
Right.
So once you buy this mitigation on JT, he's not even going to Blink this game. He's just going to go straight into Pipe, into Crimson, realizing if you jump in with this DK and Mars and you no longer can kill a hero, then they're no longer a threat here. And I think this move is really good here, and it's very scary to Beast Coast. Not saying this can't work, but this is by far the riskiest way to play their draft.
Yeah. Well, that's their style.
GT. It is indeed.
No blink for JT like you talked about, so that does mean that, you know, they can't find that initial jump. There is one little, like, X factor I feel like that's going on here, and that's Stinger. And you know, the acid spray minus armor that he's got, he also has built this medallion that does have some pretty solid potential to amp up the damage that's coming from this Luna in the later stages of the game. Is Paparazzi going to be forced to roll away? The haste rune on Mago catches on to these two. It's a Crimson Guard already out. Again, the Pango roll not really working for him, but Mago in trouble. He is down low and going to die. They get the AA blast onto a couple from Extreme. JT gets hit by the stun, but they can't really go in for that much more. They do find him there for the kill. Schofield getting punched and killed by DY.
This is not good for Beast Coast.
Yeah, they think about going in for another stun here from Stinger. Gets it on to DY, and, well, maybe decides to
Sacred
kill
getting
him
out
off.
of there.
Okay, Sacred, does he think about going back in? TP's out. Sacred manages to live.
He just juked him in the fog there. That was for sure the kill they wanted to get. This DK was top net worth, but he just TP's on out of there. So with Coddle dying in the fight there, I think that was a 3-for-3 trade at the end. So not particularly bad for Extreme Gaming, but Hector, he's farming. He's farming faster, much faster than Sven at this point. So that space, more beneficial for Hector at this point in the game.
Yeah, I hear you. That's what they want to see. I mean, it's interesting, too, because like we talked about, Ghost having such a rough game at the start. In the next couple of minutes here, if Alk keeps on getting these free farm times for himself, which, by the way, check out Stinger right now on this Alchemist. Alk ended up stunning himself to get more damage onto the creeps, I guess?
Oh, yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, it does. He was just farming.
That's pretty awesome. But he almost has pipe. He's going to be ahead of the Sven soon.
I don't know. Will he?
I don't know, man.
I hope not, because Ghost, he caught up in farm. He's still farming pretty decently. He's got his Mask of Madness. He's got his levels. If he ends up bypassing Sven either destroys all his items or he dies 3 times in a row.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
I think those are the scenarios here, because you can farm decently fast on this Alk, but, you know, he's stunning himself to do that extra damage to farm. It's not the fastest farming speed.
Fair enough. Extreme, they're waiting up here top. Stinger, they scan, they realize they're in the area. Beast Coast, never a team to back down from a fight, but are going to realize now, hey, there's a ward up on our high ground. Let's get the hell out of trouble. Are they going to smoke and try and take this fight on Extreme? It looks like they're grouped together for it.
Is there a pipe coming out? Oh, Blink on Centaur. Okay. This is why they want to go.
Okay.
Don't even need it.
Sacred mega dead, but the AA blast afterwards connects onto AA. Stun goes there onto Stinger. Good AoE damage onto all of them. DY starting to burn down, and he is going to die. So Stinger, the one that gets the kill, but a trade of support for DK doesn't feel great. Can they find more?
Schofield keep getting Ice Blast.
Ghost. JT with the big stun, though, to try and turn it. Are they going to be able to keep alive Ghost, though? No, they aren't. That is a dead Sven, and Paparazzi maybe going to go down next. Hector, kind of low on mana, into the midst of the fight, is going to start farming camps. They do get a stun onto Kaka, and then finally kill him. Another big stun from JT, but where's the follow-up damage? It's not there. DY back alive, and Hector realizing the danger, they're all going to back away.
Dire's top tower is under
I haven't felt the presence of Kaka's Coddle this game. Normally you see the Coddle in these games. He's hooked up with some... It's supposed to be Paparazzi, right? To make some plays with the mana battery being super annoying in the backlines, but it feels like he's just been in the front most all these fights. Getting picked off, getting caught into the arenas, getting speared back by Mago. Mago's doing a really good job of finding the targets of value in this game, and somehow Schofield's been stealing Ice Blast every single fight. I feel like that is something that is pretty hard to do. Either you have like perfect timing on it, or DY is just not casting his Ice Vortex right away after casting this spell. Probably the latter here, but these supports and Dark Mago are making a big impact in this game for Beast Coast.
Right. I mean, he's getting everything that you want out of him. Hector is in some... Oh, no. Hector's, I think, about to die. He's on a ward. Does he realize the danger? He's going for that one extra wave. They know right where he's at. Hector needs to run out of here. Ice Blast. TP. Oh, God. He just barely gets away. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Blink on cooldown for the Centaur, so not able to get that little bit of distance and connect with that stun there, as Dark Mago is going to pick up a DD rune.
Okay.
At the 18-minute mark here. 2 minutes until Tormentors are spawning. We'll see if a team puts any priority into those.
Oh,
for now, we are going to destroy this illusion. There we go. That's what the combo looks like. Kaka demonstrating, perfect scenario. What's he use his ult for? His ult is going down. Which means he used it to try and stop the TP? from Luna earlier?
Maybe.
I feel like Kaka's not super comfortable in this year right now. I'm not going to lie to you, but there's a lot of game left to be played. Beast Coast, they're just playing with him at this point.
I think this Alk pick really threw them for a loop. Like, as
Threw us
soon
for a
as they
loop, too.
yeah, as soon as they picked this AA, they were like, all right, well, we're just gonna swap it then, and it has worked out perfectly. Stinger has gotten so much value out of this. His little glorious spacesuit, pipe done with medallion, like he's chilling.
This is a lot of farm for position 5.
Yeah,
I mean, of course, he's been farming a lot too. He is Alchemist. He has the Grievel's Greed. So technically, I did mention how you lose value as a support, but if you're hitting creeps as a support, then I guess you're still getting value from it, as he is getting priority and hitting creeps in this bottom lane here, getting that extra gold. Moving into Pavis. Remember? Pavis. This is the dual American cast. That's right.
Exactly.
Good old Pavis.
Got our Pavis here. Up top, they're going to go again onto Hector. On this ward, they will see him TP out, and again, just going to come in a bit too late. Hector always just out at the right time.
So if you're on Extreme now, how do you get back into this game? 8k gold advantage. This is pretty typical when you're losing the game at this stage of the game here.
You see that? Sorry,
No,
he
it's just
blinked
blink,
away
dodge.
from the hoof stomp.
Yeah.
Blink dodge and stole hoof stomp. So how do they get back in?
You have to play at some point around the Sven's BKB timing. He's very close to it. He's going to have it and about 400 gold here. And then you have to make something happen, because so far Ghost has been invisible in this game. We've only seen him dying. We've seen him with a hard lane. Other than that, he's just been hitting creeps. And in the mid lane, real bad news if they can kill this Centaur.
Goodness gracious. JT gets the stun out.
Okay.
Stampede stolen. Catches him on the rego. Paparazzi, he is stuck again in that arena. And do they just find him for the finish? It looks like... Ooh, spear a little off the mark. But now they're going to take the tower. Schofield blinks high ground sacred.
That's
He
not
also
your
goes
base,
high ground.
Schofield.
I'm not done with you, paparazzi. Get the hell back here. He thought he was safe. He was not safe at all. And Sacred TP's out in the nick of time. Almost killing, and they do get it. Schofield finds the Fade Bolt, and then the Acid Spray ticks him down. DY, so sad.
I mean, in that fight, Schofield stole another big ultimate in the Stampede. Getting Ice Blast, getting Stampedes, making the connections on the map. Extreme Gaming, haven't seen much from them. I feel like their supports, for the most part, have been getting caught, delaying their timings over and over again. Now it's to the point where their big boy Centaur, he's killable. And that's the most scary part about this game. If they can jump on your Centaur and feel like he's killable, it feels like you can do just about anything on Beast Coast. There's no longer a jump that's bad.
So I think right now, Extreme need to take this Tormentor and let Kaka die. Just let him die. Get a Spirit Vessel charge on this man, for goodness sake.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, like...
Let's not just burst and kill someone to get a charge. This man needs to die to get a charge.
Exactly.
That might be better.
Like, you're not killing Stinger easily. Schofield is staying so far back, it's going to be hard to find him. And they need these charges. They need that Spirit Vessel to have some value.
Yeah, there's no real easy target for Beast Coast to jump. A lot of, I would say pretty much any of them you can kill with the proper chain stun, but it's easier said than done, right? Dark Margot's got a invisibility bottled. They do have 2 BKBs on the cores. 3, actually. Luna has a BKB as well. I'm not sure if she would complete that or go for an ultra greedy build. And yeah, Stinger with the Pavice and the pipe. It's not the easiest kill. But with chain stuns and with God Strength, maybe they can make it happen. But this Sven, he doesn't have the toolkit that you want him to have yet. He doesn't even have a Blink Dagger. It's Echo Saber had to be disassembled to finish the BKB. He is poor.
Oh, man. And Paparazzi just took 2 of his creeps away, too.
We have a gameplay?
Oh, my God.
They're going.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
They're going.
This is weird. They're both going through it. They end up on the other side. Oh, my God. So much gifted gold.
And the others just canceled right away.
And then right into Roche. Dude, that's insane. What?
Yeah. That was, Really well planned by Extreme Gaming. We'll put it that way.
Oh.
They were there and waiting. Like, they couldn't have known. They had no ward on the Dire side, so they just, that was map movement. They just kind of read the map, and they were setting up for Roshan, and it just so happened that Beast Coast being ahead, thinking they're so strong that they could just take the gate like that, but get punished immediately.
Oh my god. Are we going to find more?
No way.
Stampede
stolen again. That's on cooldown, though.
Okay, he's going to have it back off cooldown at 50, so it's going to be a little bit. Paparazzi will be able to walk on through there, but they find JT. JT in trouble, and K1 Hector very strong, but the armor's starting to play a role. They don't find enough to get the kill right there. Stinger now throws the stun on a Ghost, but Ghost the BKB, and now the stun coming out from the DY Shard. Hector in trouble, has to back away from this. Ghost BKB running out. Schofield now has the lift available, and, well, they stuck around a bit too long on XG, as they do manage to burn through that Aegis. So we saw the value of everything, all of the damage mitigation, but XG stuck around a bit too long, and, well, they're just a bit too farmed on Beast Coast.
Yep, got the AA kill at the same time as killing the Sven. That's kind of what happens when you fight with Sven and God Strength is on cooldown. You don't really hit very hard. Whereas Luna, if your ult's on cooldown, doesn't matter that much for the hero. You can still keep fighting there. So very advantageous fight. I feel like Extreme thought they could take that fight, make a really quick play, but overextended a bit and didn't realize that their damage is just too low, as they're going to go onto the Centaur here. But do they have the damage for this? I feel like JT's too tanky.
Yeah, that is, that's a problem there. Now they pop the Crimson Guard to try and keep this alive as long as possible, but Beast Coast with the Luna just have that ability to take these ones. Now, they do need
that's a big Ice Blast.
Big Ice Blast coming through, and all that magical damage. Hector's about to die. Paparazzi with the double kill. Mago pops that BKB along with Sacred just to TP out. So they don't even get the melee racks and lose the Alk and the Luna.
Yeah, if you can manage to get Hector before he gets his BKB off, he's a very killable target. In the last fight, everything looked really good, but the prioritization was just the fact that Sven was going on top of the Luna there. But that was a Sven without God Strength. If you connect with all your abilities, maybe you can make something happen. And Sven, realizing that his damage output is super weak, is going to bypass the Blink Dagger and go straight in MKB to deal with this Butterfly that's going to come out from Hector very soon.
Okay.
Doesn't have a choice, I think. I feel like Vigo's Blink and Hector shows up with a Butterfly. That's not how you want to feel on Sven. You want to feel like you pop ulti, everyone runs from you, but he'll have to run if he doesn't have this MKB anytime soon.
Oh, no. Oh, Dark Mago. They left this ward down here, and that sets up for an easy pickoff. Dark Mago going to die. And, you know, Extreme, in spite of some of like the woes in the laning stage and everything else, there are these issues where they're setting up for really good kills onto Beast Coast and kind of outplaying them on the map, it feels like.
Yeah, so something we didn't talk about a whole lot, but Coddle's Solar Blind reduces their magic resistance by 35. And DY, his Ice Vortex, increases your magic damage done by 25%. So these supports can do a lot of damage, but you kind of mentioned before that their cores don't do the most magic damage. So this Vessel coming into play and DY getting some more farm, maybe Kaka getting a bit more damage out in these fights is something that they really need to do. And it's why they also can't die. If these supports stay alive in the fights, kite out the BKBs, they'll be doing a lot of work in the fights.
True. Yeah, if they can survive through it. But that has been the issue so far, as we've been seeing a lot of DY getting caught, a lot of Kaka getting caught. As the game gets later, you have better avenues to sort of play around this vision when the objectives become more clear where each team is going to be going for, as opposed to these skirmishy things that we've been seeing. So Schofield will head on over, get the D ward. Obviously knew that that one was there, but still set up for a free kill. And probably going to be waiting for that next Tormentor to come up in a little bit here. Do you think that, and this always feels like an awkward stage of the game, right? Because it's 3 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning. Tormentors aren't up in the rest of the game, there's so many objectives. Now, what do you see teams wanting to do? Do they try and go for kills, or do you sort of sit back and just try and farm up?
Objective is very clear for Extreme Gaming. You're waiting for Ghost to get his MKB.
Okay.
And if you're Beast Coast, you want to make something happen before that happens. So Beast Coast want to fight. They don't care where or when. They just want to do it now. Extreme, they want to delay until Ghost has MKB, and then they'll think about taking the fight. But I believe they want to delay this game out as much as possible as well, because they're not in the best spot right now to take the fights. Dodge them, defend your high grounds. Ghost is desperately going to farm for this MKB, but Beast Coast don't want that to happen. So they're just going to continuously push here, as it looks like they got a wave cut on the bot lane. Not sure who did that.
It was
They have one small
Kaka.
creep. Yeah, Kaka being a bit annoying there. Realizing what they need to play for as well.
Okay.
Beast Coast on the smoke.
Seeing if they can find anybody, and Kaka is in that area. This is, again, a key point. Oh my god, they found him. They saw that he was swashbuckling. Oh, they saw it through the fog. Oh no, paparazzi. He BKBs even, but is still going to die.
Oh, Schofield. Schofield's been
Nice
so
play.
clutch this game. He stole Hoof Stomp. That's the spell he previously had stolen. Double stuns him. Ends up getting chain stunned. He barely survives by popping his BKB, then gets the swashbuckle steal. Ends up getting that last hit there. Schofield's been on fire this game.
He's been looking really, really good. And dude, are they calling just to go for tier 4? Like, what the hell? There's no way. I mean, I guess there's no Pango. They're doing a lot of damage. This is 2 sets of racks because there's no buyback on Pango and nobody's here to defend. They're just going for Megas and Extreme. Where's the defense? They're going to show up, but they don't have Blink on Ghost. They immediately go through and break his Blink on JT. What a god. The Aeon Disc gives him so much confidence. Catches there, on to 2. Sacred going to start to go to town also as Hector beating into these heroes. Kaka is dead. Dude, Schofield MVP. What a god.
Nah, he's playing really well with this. But they might go on Sacred here. No BKB.
Okay, Sacred, 4 staff, still gonna die. Stinger tries to back away. Ghost is chasing very far. Do they have the follow-up to keep him alive? Well, things looking a little bit scary now. JT getting his Blink broken, and that means that they can't chase anymore on Extreme, but that's still 2 sets of racks down. Schofield gonna be found. Does have Swashbuckle himself to try and escape. 4 staff, Blink back up,
He's
TP
out.
away, right by the defender's gate.
No Basher on Pango, so he's just completely out of there. Yeah, Schofield, with that stolen Swashbuckle, breaks the smoke, then breaks the Blink Daggers, which allows Dark Mago to get in there with the shard on the spear, gets a double stun on the arena there. Extreme Gaming, like, nothing's working out for them right now. Feels like every single time they try to make a move, Beast Coast is just there, and their move is better.
Right. Yeah. Man, very solid stuff. And I mean, that's the thing that's so weird about this game in general. And I'm pretty concerned for Extreme Gaming, not just in. I mean, this game just feels like it's almost been an aberration where, like, they haven't been able to make a sort of solid move themselves besides that one where they waited for them to come through the Fiend's Gate. It's all kind of been just trying to react to the aggression that Beast Coast is bringing to them. They're just running at them.
It feels like with the start that their cores had, they were unable to enable the supports in this game.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen Pango play much with the supports. Sven had an atrocious start. The Centaur decided to go, well, DUI. He will be dying here. And losing the gem on top of it.
Ooh. Yeah.
And Dark Mago has a refresher orb. Didn't notice that
Okay.
until now. I mean, he's had that one for a while, as he has 2.6k gold on top of it.
Jeez. Now they're gonna.
Yeah,
come
they got
take
all
that
the items they
Tormentor.
want. And look what Schofield
Oh.
has again. Swashbuckle yet again.
Yep.
And now he gets a shard for his troubles. Let's be more annoying on Schofield, if that was even possible.
Jeez. That's crazy, man. They also got that Alchemist shard, so the Berserk potion, he can pass that one over to the Luna if he needs to.
That's
yeah.
actually really good against the Coddle to get rid of the Solar Bind.
Right.
And the Vessel, so quite good. Basically, everything's going well for Beast Coast right now. And Extreme Gaming has a couple timings they can play against around, but it's really just going to come down to, can they defend their base? because I don't think they can do anything to this Roshan. But we'll see. Maybe it is dying kind of slow. Luna's not the best single target hero.
Yeah.
Maybe they can find the opening after it dies.
A blast is coming in. It's going to connect on
Schofield
all
blinked
of these
out again.
heroes. He makes it happen, but stun. Jail, he gets it. Goes over. It's going to be a snatch. Luna trying to do what damage she can, but this into the Crimson Guard, and she is going to be coming back to life in just a moment. The roll comes through. Drums purchased in the midst of this fight as they get the arena down. Now trying to do what she can. 4 stabs to the other side, but that's right into Paparazzi. Kaka is going to die as Ghost also goes down, and with a second 4 staff, it looks like Hector's going to be able to survive through after the second volley. Spear connects onto both. Schofield with the stolen stun. And Paparazzi, the last one left nearby, is also going to be brought down. It's just Schofield today.
Yeah, Schofield broke the smoke. Centaur blinked to stun him. He blinked out of the stun quickly again. And that kind of set up, like, the whole fight. Now Centaur was unable to make an initiation there. They tried to go in. They're just a little bit too late. And unfortunately, the Aegis on the Luna was something that they could not deal with that second life. Once Sven's BKB went down, that's all she wrote on that one. And I think that may have been their last attempt here, as their base against the Luna might die very quickly here. I feel like you just need to reset if you're Beast Coast and go again. I feel like you could just go high ground if you wanted. I don't think you need to. It's a little scary because Luna has no BKB for 2 more seconds, but he's got to be quick on his BKB finger. If he can end up dodging the Centaur stun with Blink or the Sven stun, they can do this. And he didn't.
Okay, roll with the force. A blast only connects onto Sacred. He is gonna again be left behind and in some trouble. Well, maybe not actually, because no, they don't have anybody that can jump on these heroes right now. Ghost is TPing over, has God Strength, waiting for his perfect moment, but Mago, he just pops Refresher and has another round of BKB ready. So Ghost having to sit outside of this fight just feels so bad for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Mago there, he brought a full Hex to him on Courier, it looks like. But he had no slot for it, so it went into his backpack. So he tried to take it out of his backpack with a swap with the Soul Ring. So he didn't have that Hex available, and he refreshed. He could have had a double Hex with the Refresh Orb. That's basically what I'm getting at. Which could have turned that fight a little bit, but seeing as that didn't happen, they might just have to wait for a Refresh Orb. Or they can just play the map again. It's hard to know in these type of scenarios what the correct play is, but almost always rushing to the high ground like this is probably the wrong play. Because if Luna does get chain stunned and gets hit by Ice Blast, she can still die. You're just setting up a perfect opportunity for Extreme to come at any angle they want to get the perfect initiation, and you want to avoid that.
And I think the thing that's interesting too is, like, you know, Beast Coast always is thought of as this like chaotic team, but it's good to see that they also have that like controlled element to them, right? Where they're not just like, I remember a couple years ago seeing these teams sort of just run high ground with reckless abandonment, but now also having like these very clear objectives that you can go back for. They go for the Tormentor. Even that alone, I feel like gives like all teams some more direction of like where to go to chill when you're waiting for that high ground push. So I don't know, it's good stuff. So like what I'm seeing out of them.
Yeah, I'm also learning, Hector's still learning the new patch as well. He went up to the Tormentor, tried to solo it, used his Manta. Manta's died immediately. Pressed Satanic to try and heal by hitting the Tormentor. Nope, it's a building. Satanic doesn't work on Tormentor either.
Yeah, it's
so he got his lesson there. And for everyone else, all the carry players, yeah, you can't really solo the Tormentor. I think that's why no carry player wants to do the Tormentor, because it doesn't really benefit them that much. And they can't solo it.
Well, trying to set up now. Finding Schofield would be good, except he has that Aeon Disc, so they can't actually go on him. And hey, nobody's home. Hector just moves on in with Sacred, and they're going to come pretty close to taking this melee rack. Glyph used.
Yeah, I think you just let DK hit it.
Well, there's the connection. The Spear, the Hex. Second round if they want it. Paparazzi pops his BKB, and now they're going to pop the Eclipse. Hector tries to run away. Stolen Swashbuckle. to back out. Paparazzi rolls in. It is no BKB left around for Sacred. He's going to get forced out away from that Ice Blast, and JT under fire. A couple more hits coming out now. Seeing what they can do. The stun actually onto himself for Stinger there. Okay, do they want to keep going into this fight? Hector is somewhat low, doesn't have that much mana, but does have Satanic available. Is going to pop it now, but disarmed. Heaven's Halberd making some good use of that one. Now turns on to Paparazzi again, seeing if they can bring him down, but it's Sacred who's going to get stunned, and again, very low. Stun coming from Schofield, stolen away from the Sven. Paparazzi glimmers, but they have the sentry down. Another round, that's going to be the arena connection, but do they have enough damage for the kill?
Three-man concoction there.
They find all of them, and yeah, it's over.
No buybacks available, so they know their throne is going to go down after that fight, regardless of if they want to buy back on this Coddle or not. So this is quite possibly the cleanest game I have ever seen from Beast Coast in my entire life. They looked so damn good this game. Everything was working for them. Extreme Gaming, I don't think they really wanted this AA in their draft, not particularly, but they picked it to try and deal with the Alchemist. They pivoted it, moved the Alchemist to POS 5, had a lot of impact in that bottom lane, getting first blood, but also using the gate plays, making plays on the top lane. Stinger kind of playing out of his mind in this one, but I think overall the whole Beast Coast team played amazing, and Schofield, I think, was overall match MVP. The plays he was making this game, the steals that were happening, looked absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, and that's sort of the thing that was interesting, right? Is that when you look at this lineup from Extreme, you think, hey, there are going to be ways that they can get on top of this Rubik and make something happen. But it comes out of, like, JT, it comes out of Paparazzi, they're all that initiation, but they don't really have that like vision themselves to catch people, right? They don't have a Beastmaster or a Clockwork or something like that that was able to set up for good fights. And in moments when they did, things looked amazing. Those two moments were like going through the gate, and then also that ward down bottom that caught Dark Mago. Besides that, it was pretty rough.
Yeah, I think this game for Extreme Gaming really came down to Ghost. He had to have a standard game on Sven. Right. He had to be in a point where he felt comfortable enough to buy Blink Dagger, I feel, even before BKB, just straight into Echo, Mask of Madness, Blink Dagger, and start making plays on the map, enabling his supports. But unfortunately, with the rotation Stingers was making, and just how poorly the top lane went, Dark Mago also made a couple visits to that top lane, they shut down the Sven so much that it felt like they were missing that +1 hero in the fights that they desperately needed to make anything happen on the map. So we'll see if they can make an adjustment to that going into game number 2.
I would hope so, because 0-8 on your carry is not great. But like you said, we are going to be going into... He actually died the most in that game out of anybody. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have game number 2, Beast Coast versus Extreme. See you then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want.
Got to see some lovely little views there of Berlin, where the major is happening. How many times have you been to Berlin before?
Berlin? Never, actually.
Really?
No, I've been, like, normally when I go there, it's Cologne or Frankfurt. Some personal trips I did more in the south area as well, so.
I like
Berlin.
Berlin a lot. It's a cool city.
Yeah. What's so cool about it? Give me one example at least if you're going to say it's cool.
So I think there are, first of all, a lot of really good clubs to go check out as we're going to take a look at some of the highlights. We're just going to talk about Berlin a little bit.
Clubs, not this
yeah.
game. There was nothing to see this game, let's be real.
But I think the big thing is there's a lot of really cool history there. You can go on a bunch of tours, a bunch of like walking tours, check a bunch of stuff out. It's just such an interesting city in terms of like, I don't know, a lot of stuff happened in and around Berlin, and they got a bunch of cool things that you can check out, and they'll tell you about it. Check it out if you get a chance. But we do have, a bit of a stomp game number one. The only thing I really want to talk about is the switch up of Alk to support, because it felt like that kind of set the tempo for the rest of that game. And then also like the Sven AA game, the lane itself, that ended up looking like pretty bad. And I wonder if they would have gone that option that you were talking about of just taking the Ursa instead of the AA. It feels like that would have set them up for a lot more success, because then they wouldn't have had this like terrible, carry Sven, and instead could have picked some more stun out of their support roles.
It's hard to say because Beast Coast did put a high priority in shutting the Sven down. This Alchemist used the gate several times to gank the Sven. On top of that, Dark Mago lived in that top lane to shut him down as well. So I think Ursa would have struggled in that scenario as well. But yeah, the thing you talked about, having the stun durations inherently just being less in this patch, doesn't benefit AA at all in getting that cold feed off, whereas potentially with an Ursa, that slow might be enough. It's surely better than 1 second stun.
Right.
But even then, it's probably not enough unless you get an Orb of Venom on your Ursa. More than anything, it's just outplayed. Beast Coast really just outplayed him this game.
Yeah.
From start to finish, the draft of Extreme Gaming, sure, it was not ideal, but they did lose to a position 5 Alchemist, which is by no means the meta either. So I think Stinger just found a way to make this hero look good, and he just played really well in this particular game with his rotations. And Dark Mago also, his rotations were on point, and if you look at rotations from Extreme Gaming, they're pretty non-existent here. Just Beast Coast was in the driver's seat for the majority of the game, but that game is all done and dusted. We're going into the next one here, and we'll see if there's any adjustments in either play or picks here for either team.
Okay, so before we get into this draft, we'll talk about it in a second. I just want to pick your brain about this for a second. You said that they won with a position 5 Alk, not necessarily in the meta, but might it become in the meta? Because we saw something that last game that was really cool, which was you normally have to make this choice in your offlaners of, do you build auras, or do you build fight? Do you build to carry yourself? Do you build to try and shut other teams down? They could get auras from the Alchemist while farming, while still getting those fighting items on their other heroes, kind of in a similar way to what we see from Chen. Is there some value there?
Could it be in the meta? Yeah, it's definitely possible. And I think the reason why it could become the meta, it's not going to be like Chen meta as this hero's OP support every game type of situation. It could become meta just because the carry Alk is so damn strong. And if you counterpick it, and if you can still find impact and it's good enough as a support, now you have yourself a powerful flex pick, which we'll see if Extreme want to go that route. It's definitely a possibility. But Extreme doesn't seem like the type of team that Beast Coast is, where they're willing to just do whatever. And they kind of showed their cards last game for Beast Coast. Hector clearly thinks this is the hero that stops the Alchemist from the carry position, at least.
So just so everybody's clear what Fear's talking about, in game number 1, when Beast Coast picked the Alk right beforehand, they banned out Terrorblade. They took that as because they were wanting to have this as like the option at least to be a carry Alk, even though it turned into a support. So they're already picking up some answers with both the Doom and the Terrorblade to really make this Alk feel terrible if it is going to be a carry Alk. I think Extreme Gaming are really lost right now. This does not feel like a great draft already. We'll see, though.
But what if they move the Alchemist to support?
I mean,
would you be more of a believer?
I also think that a lot of the strength of this Alk comes from lowering the armor of these heroes, and I'm not seeing that really mattering against Terrorblade, right?
Yeah, the armor reduction isn't having a lot of value against the Terrorblade, unless you decide to stack it incredibly high and pick a lot of heroes that have minus armor, but I feel like that's not the route you want to go versus Terrorblade, generally speaking. So they're going to need some magic damage. However, the AoE stun's okay. I suppose you're buying some auras. Is it good versus Alchemist? No, it definitely is not. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, Sven last game, arguably, his Warcry is good versus Alchemist minus armor too, right? But how often did that come into play? Not very frequently, right? So Dota's not a game where it can be so black and white, where something like that can matter a lot. It really just comes down to, can he find the stuns as a support, or if he goes carry, can he carry the game? And that's a question Extreme just have to answer themselves, really.
Right. Well, and I think that there probably is going to be some amount of... I don't know. I think that the way to beat Beast Coast is not to just sit back and farm. And, like, that's what I feel like this Alk would turn into. You know,
yes.
Radiance, I don't know.
So, yes and no. I think the best way to beat Beast Coast is to not overreact to what they're doing.
Okay.
Whether that's in the drafting stage or in the game. If you just play a clean, methodical game, teams like, if we think of Tundra, right?
Yeah.
You think of teams like Rebellion, Gaming Gladiators, Liquid. These teams play just very methodically and clean, and these are the type of teams that Beast Coast struggle against the most. If you just like have your stuff together, you don't overreact to what they're doing, you play your own game, make sure when Schofield's behind your tier 3 tower, baiting you there, you don't take that bait. When they pick an Alchemist early, you don't take that bait. You know what I mean? You just kind of like make sure your draft is solid and you're happy with your draft, and you play your clean, make it as crisp as possible from your end, and don't worry too much about what Beast Coast is doing if you want to beat this team. Because the moment they lure you in, you're in the abyss now. It's hard to get out from the Beast Coast grips once you start playing their type of game. You don't want to play their game because they're the best at it, and that's chaos.
Well, Extreme, they take a long time to try and distill and understand that chaos, and they decide to take away the Enchantress and the CM, so maybe going for some type of a Zeus strat or something here. Beastmaster is available. That Drums of Slom is pretty freaking good. I don't know what else they'd really be going for out of like a summon here. Is there any other reason that you ban out Ench CM?
I mean, Ench is just... I think these two heroes... Well, I have a lot of ways I can answer this. See, Ench is just really powerful right now. Very strong laner. You can get the Alchemist out of the laning stage very easily, or sort of the Terrorblade out of the laning stage very easily. Crystal Maiden, this hero can prevent a lot of spirit picks with the high root duration, but I think CM is a bit on the come up as well, as far as just being a powerful laning support.
Right.
Just in general. I don't know if there's a definite answer, unless I can get in their booth and hear what they're talking about, of course. But for me, it's kind of protects against spirit heroes, and as you mentioned, it's pretty decent against the Zoo. Not sure they want to pick it, though, with a Doom.
To be honest, I also think if you're in the booth, it probably wouldn't help because they're probably speaking Chinese. So that's a little bit of a rough
That's
one,
true. I mean, you don't know if I don't know Chinese. Ni hao.
That's fair. My bad. I'm messing up. I'm underestimating. Well, I am going to say it's a pretty bold move by Beast Coast to take the Terrorblade and then not ban out the Darkseer at all. Obviously, now with the Tusk taken, it gives you much more likelihood that this could be a strong lane combination to deal with. Playing into Doom's a little bit scary, but it's one of the best answers against Terrorblade.
Darkseer?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's the hero that I normally always look at for my offlaner if I see a Terrorblade, is Darkseer in the pool. And it indeed is. So it could be a very good pick here. Lane's pretty well at the Tusk, too. I don't know if it's the best lane partner with Darkseer, but it gets the job done. It's definitely super strong, so...
Right.
I'd like to see it. You're on to something here.
We'll see if he goes for it. I mean, it still is, like, maybe a bit too greedy if you have, like, Alk Darkseer together. They both kind of want items and stuff. Beast Coast go for the Lich. Dude, I love this hero. I like this hero a lot.
So I was going to say until that pick, if they pick Darkseer here, Stinger could play Terrorblade. The Reflection slows attack speed now. You do the support Terrorblade, and you do the carry Doom. But now with the Lich, that dream is dead. And Darkseer got even better. Now there's the Lich in the game, too.
Yeah. I mean,
Lich doesn't like playing versus the Darkseer.
And JT has definitely played this before. You know, it's one of the heroes they plays a lot. But they're going to go for the Muerta instead. The old switcheroo.
So let me get this straight. Pretty much in every situation in last patch you wanted to pick Drow, you just pick Muerta now?
I guess.
How things work?
Yeah,
Because Muerta's
Lina.
damage... I mean, yeah, I mean, you just pick Lina no matter what in that patch,
Right.
to be fair. Now they ban the Darkseer, because Muerta against the Terrorblade, how does this work? Well, Terrorblade can't attack you. That's always great during your ultimate. And then your magic damage, auto attacks, pierce all armor. So this is kind of how you deal with these high armor type of heroes like the Naga, the Terrorblade, and stuff like that. Before it was a Drow where you needed the piercing ability to go through the armor, but Muerta just seems like an upgrade from that.
Yeah,
So
and
I like it.
I also think that there's a really cool thing that Beast Coast did by, like, I think they were trying to leave in the Darkseer and bait the pick, because it's actually kind of rough to play against Coddle. The blinding light on your illusions, it sucks. They basically just do nothing, and then, like, your big answer to Terrorblade kind of doesn't exist as much anymore. But now instead, this Muerta presents, like, this new challenge of being a really good one-to-one carry matchup. The question that I always have about Muerta is that, is she going to come online in time? Does she just end up with, like, a couple of items and then die a bunch over and over and again in the mid lane or mid game?
Well, that really depends on how the laning stage is and the rotations, right? So,
Okay.
not a question I can answer. We'll have to see throughout the play of Beast Coast if they can shut down the Muerta, because I could have seen that Sven working in that last game, but with the rotations and the priority that Beast Coast put on shutting the Sven down didn't allow it to come online. Will they make that same type of play in this game to shut the Muerta down? I think it's a good play if they can make it happen, but not as easy. It's easier said than done, right? A lot of things have to go your way for you to make those rotations, and I think Lich and Coddle are a bit weaker in the department of making rotations as opposed to a Rubik and Alchemist as of last game.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Heroes that are left, Mars still looks pretty good mid for Beast Coast, right?
Mars always looks pretty good whenever they pick it for Beast Coast. They like playing it on multiple roles. They play it in the off lane. They'll play support if they need to. And they love playing it on mid on Dark Mago. So, yeah, I could see it working here. However, Extreme Gaming do have the overall last pick.
Right.
And if they want to try and punish the Mars, they could. I mean, their bans could indicate that they do want Mars. Bat and Ember quite good against the Mars here.
Extreme Gaming's
Oh, and a Tiny. Okay. This one is a classic as well for Dark Mago. When I think of his hero pool,
Yeah.
for the longest time, I think of the Tiny, I think of the Kunkka, I think of the Bat Rider, and I think of the Ember Spirit. Those are like the big ones. And Mars, I think, was added to that pool. Not recently, but within the last year, he's been playing a lot of Mars.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Why Tiny this game? Is it just for the Muerta? You can have that AoE stun and toss. Maybe you can toss the Muerta back in the fights when she activates the ulti. It doesn't last very long, so if you can find a way, like buying a Heaven's Halberd or have some ground stuns for the Muerta before BKB, it can be quite annoying for her to play against.
Yeah, maybe that. I mean, also some amount of burst for this Alk. If it's like a position 3 Alk, I guess it's probably going to be... Oh, I don't know what they're going to do.
We don't know. I mean, Alk is a hero that historically has played every role. Like,
Yeah.
literally every role. The role I think it's played the least is probably 5, but we just saw it last game.
Is this Tusk mid then? Oh no, it's Paparazzi Alk. Okay.
So mid Alk, or do they switch lanes up a bit here? A little bit greedy here.
I think it's going to be paparazzi mid, but I could be wrong about that.
This is a mid matchup that is quite good for Tiny. You have the tree grab, which means you can... Sure, you're going to put your acid spray down to help you last hit, but acid spray also allows the enemy opponent to do more damage too on their own creeps, because it just reduces their armor. And then your tree grab is going to deny like 5 to 6 creeps every time it's up. And that's really annoying for Alchemist to play against. So Dark Mago should have lots of denies in this mid lane. And then also, you can just follow the Alch in the jungle if you really want to at some point. Tiny's not a hero that has to sit in his lane. In fact, he's not very good at sitting in this lane. He's going to pick up runes, and the tempo is going to be on the side of Beast Coast here, because you've got 2 carries on Extreme. You've got a Brewmaster in the off lane. Your supports are a little bit better here. However, if things get really fast on the side of Beast Coast, I'm afraid Extreme Gaming's slow lineup here can fall apart real quickly if they're not careful about this.
Yeah, I think there's also like some cool things that they've got in regards to this Brewmaster last pick. Obviously, Dispel Magic just explodes the Terrorblade illusions almost the entire game. They've got the lift up to try and slow things down, but there isn't that like objective taking of their own, you know? That there's not going to be that like very easy way to sort of match that aggression. It feels like it's going to need a lot be on DY to make it happen on the Tusk in the early game, and then maybe finding like some good glimpses back, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Beast Coast again for game number 2.
Yeah, I'm liking their lineup a bit more too, just because I think Extreme Gaming's lineup is generally speaking harder to pull off.
Right.
And I'm a huge fan of lineups that are simple. The ease of execution is there. The more difficult it gets, the more I'm expecting a team with a higher pedigree, I guess, to be able to pull off. But 2 teams that have unpredictability, aren't super stable, pick a hard draft, aren't really doing themselves any favors.
I just need to say, Extreme Gaming, they have bought 18 branches.
You just counted them all.
I just counted them all. Mixed together with the full wand that's in there. Look at those inventories by Extreme. That's crazy. So their stats are out the wazoo.
Branches are quite good.
Oh,
all right, blinding light into the rune.
Oh my god, is that going to be 4?
Are they going to shard him or no?
Blood grenade. Blood grenade. The glimpse back. Sacred.
I mean,
is he living?
I don't know what Extreme Gaming's doing right there.
Yo.
They should have definitely got a killer. DY is like, nah, I'm done. He could have used shards. He could have just trusted in the glimpse. They could have done so many things and got at least a kill there, but not on the same page. That's kind of like what I'm gathering here from watching this team in this particular series here. And now they're going to be late for the bot lane, but they better get a kill on top, because Brewmaster is going to get punished by Lich and TB real hard.
Bye. Schofield's running away. Hey, guess what? You got tag team. Nice. And then just runs away from trouble. Interesting. Managing to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. A little bit of a rough time there for Extreme Gaming. And then Schofield, after seeing Kaka head down bottom.
Going bot, right?
They're going to switch it up. Sacred up top, getting hit by DY. The tag team looking okay, but Schofield back in the lane means that they can push back DY, and Ghost has to be careful playing on this Muerta.
The big lane for me is going to be, what can you achieve in this mid lane as Paparazzi here versus the Tiny? I mentioned Dark Mago will get a lot of denies here, which should be true. Going for Toss as his next ability here. But I think it's going to be pretty important that Paparazzi has a decent laning stage. Honestly, it's really important that every single player on Extreme get levels, because all their heroes are super level dependent. Maybe Tusk the least of them, but Disruptor needs a lot of levels. So does Brewmaster.
Ooh.
All right,
there it is.
There you go. That's a good way to get your levels. Kill enemy heroes.
The Calling.
Schofield.
Very balanced spell. I mean,
I think it's slightly balanced.
Really?
I mean, it's not that bad. It's
It
just,
lasts 7 seconds, man.
yeah,
So
but
annoying.
it doesn't stun you. It slows you for 30%, which isn't a huge slow.
That's true. I will say that I think this lane of having Tusk and Muerta sounds pretty freaking sick, though, because you catch him in the calling, and then you have a dead shot to push him back into it. You can do the tag team.
Yeah, this lane is real good for sure.
Yeah.
It's a nice one.
Bottom, Kaka. He is going to explode, and JT just has to back away on this Brewmaster. Not able to do that much.
I guess I'm desensitized to like strong lanes now, because if you were to compare this Muerta Tusk lane to the old Lina plus Tusk lane, it's like not even comparable.
That's fair. Waiting for that 3 minutes. Stinger gonna find himself a nice tasty little Lotus. And up top side, Sacred thinking about going in towards somebody else. Oh, that's also a neat little thing. He can chakra magic to bring the Devour cooldown lower. Love to see that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh no, Schofield. Ooh, good blinded light. And he just stands in the calling. Silenced. In trouble. Dead shot. Another hit. And the blood grenade brings him down. DY gets on the board again. While
The thing about Schofield.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. The thing about Schofield is he's a very aggressive player by nature. So putting on a hero like Coddle, I feel like Kaka kind of had this issue as well. That needs to play a bit chill. Doesn't really fit him as a human being.
Okay.
So
Cool.
you're often gonna see him like maybe playing a little more aggressive than he should be on a hero that should be staying back. That's why he has 2 deaths here. Is because I don't think this man knows how to chill. He has no chill.
Well,
Sacred
he needs to
might
get there
be
to
getting a
help
little
out
bit of
his
trouble.
buddy a little bit, as does have that blinding light for the pushback. Sacred backs away. Did they decide to turn, go on to Ghost some more? Doesn't look like it. Instead, it's bottom, where Kaka gets brought down. I mean, this is the thing. We gotta keep our head on a swivel. There's action all over these lanes.
Yeah. And speaking of one lane that is performing better than I feel like it should, it's Paparazzi on this Alchemist. I thought there'd be a lot more denies on this Tiny than what there currently is, but we're going to get a toss back.
This is
and
the second
Paparazzi
one. The last time they did it, though, he was able to glyph a creep that kept him alive a little bit longer. But I think one of the things is, you know, we always talked about that trade-off that you have to make on Alk of the Grievel's Greed versus Acid Spray and Concoction. No armor on Tiny. It's been punishing pretty heavily, as down bottom, they keep the damage onto Kaka. Hector trying to get in for the kill, and it will be enough. So Terrorblade finds himself another kill, and I don't know, getting some new tech out of Paparazzi to win this lane a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And the only thing we do know for sure is this is not part of the game plan for Beast Coast. I think they were expecting to slow Paparazzi down more than he currently is being slowed down. And the Brewmaster, in theory, sounds really good, but with everything that happened on the top lane with the Tusk, I guess the Disruptor staying a bit longer, trying to get a First Blood, not even able to get it, gave K1 a free first 2 levels here. This is just how it goes in the bot lane now. You're just can't do much as JT's Brewmaster. You're going to fall really far behind, and now you have a free farm Terrorblade to deal with.
Well, Rune spawns on the bottom side. They're going to try and get this kill onto Kaka. Can't quite connect onto it. With all those heroes rotating towards mid, it's even more free farm for Hector, like you're talking about. This Terrorblade is definitely going to be off to an insane start. And, you know, I think this hero is helped in 2 different ways. 1, if his lane goes poorly, he can retreat back to the jungle. 2, if his lane goes well, he can still stay in lane and then also farm the jungle. And it's just getting that much more out of it. As Kaka going to be grabbed. Those illusions going to come on in and take care of business as Kaka drops. Now Hector turns to fight JT. They bring in DY. 6 around a bit too long. Has 7 stick charges. Will it be enough? He doesn't even pop the stick. Thought that he was dead no matter what with Paparazzi nearby. Now Stinger, he's also going to be brought down.
And he farms a stack here too. Very nice.
That's very good.
I think they nerfed the cooldown on the break mechanic there too, of the hill trolls.
Right.
Which is nice for the Alchemist, because when he gets broken while farming that camp, he doesn't get the Greevil's Greed, which is a tragedy if you're an Alchemist player.
True. Absolutely. Okay.
So what did you like about Lich Dispatch? That's what never mind. There's potential action on top lane. Forgot we're not allowed to talk anymore.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Try to get the pushback with the Blinding Light and with the Blood Grenade, actually. Get some good damage onto DY, but can't go for him. I just think in general,
Bot lane,
as
you can't
JT
talk,
is
JT.
gonna die. Maybe Stinger onto him, Frost Shield out, Glimpse dead.
All right, Paparazzi's getting these kills here. You got like 5 seconds to talk before something happens. What do you like about Lich?
I think his shard is really sick. He gets it for free now off of the stuff because he's always low net worth. You pair that together with Chain Frost, it's awesome. And I think just in general, Frost Shield, being able to like hide. And
Time's up. There's action.
Oh
in the
god,
middle.
no. Dark
Just
Mago, he's gonna be okay. What about you? Do you like this hero or no?
I haven't seen enough of it. And I don't like playing him because he's one of those boring pos 5s in my eyes. Just run around and put shields on people. I don't like playing supports where you just sit behind people and...
That's fair.
Yeah, you just sit behind them and you don't initiate or do anything but put shields on and maybe wait for your moment.
Well, to
But
be clear,
not saying
that's
it's not
how,
strong.
That's not how I play Lich. I run at people and
Perfect.
Frost blast them, and then I drop a Chain Frost the shard, and then, you know, just grab them. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, Stinger seems to be playing the boring version, as we will, or I will call it. I won't put words in your mouth.
It's boring.
Okay, unanimously decided then.
So JT took the Wisdom Rune, felt like he had to catch back up, and now he has 6 as... Yeah, that's just a dead Lich.
That Frost Shield felt like it didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I guess it's an auto attacks only, or all physical? It didn't look like it did anything to the unstable concoction.
It's attacks.
Yeah, okay, so it doesn't do all physical damage. Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Not as cool.
It'd be a lot better, and I feel like it should work against all physical, personally speaking.
Well,
Maybe that's why Lich would be bust if it worked that way.
As our observer points out, also with Pierce the Veil, it's basically going to do nothing there, which is a little unfortunate. But be good against Salk, who hits a lot. Stinger wants to get a ward down. He is in a dangerous spot. Hello, people. How are you? Oh, wow. Everybody's showing up. Time to run away. They already get the lift, the avalanche to try and buy some extra time. Sacred. Oh, he hurricanes himself out of trouble. That was pretty sick. And now with Hector showing up, they're snowballing into these heroes, but they already have the lift up onto Terrorblade. Disrupting this fight a little bit. The blast comes out from the Illuminate. Paparazzi goes in for the stun. Sacred drops the Doom onto Muerta. She already used her ulti, and now with the Alk popping his ulti, they turn onto JT, see if they can bring him down. It doesn't look like this fight is going to go the way that Beast Coast want it to. Solo Ghost almost dead, and
Hector's
starting
going in.
alive. The fear is there. It's going to be enough. They find the kill onto Muerta, but can they kill Paparazzi? With the Sunder, they might just be able to. They outlast in this fight. Paparazzi on a killing spree, though.
Oh no,
Hector
Tusk is coming back.
out of Metamorphosis, and, well, I thought it was going to be enough, but it definitely wasn't. So Extreme Gaming take that fight win for themselves.
Yeah, it looked like Hector didn't really want to commit to this fight, but someone made the call, finish off the Mortar that's doomed. They, what do you even call the spell? You hurricaned yourself in there as the Doom onto that high ground there. Commit the Terrorblade, they get the kill, but, and maybe they would have got out there too, but with that outpost being there, Tusk just comes back in, and that just seals the deal for the Terrorblade. I think that fight would have been fine if TB didn't die.
Yeah.
Big kill though.
Really big kill. And showing, you know, one of the issues, even with Doom, if you can outlast long enough and make these fights survive for a while, you know, suddenly you're not getting the full value out of that Doom. They need to be able to blow somebody up at the same time. Dude, he is going in like a crazy person. The stun is there. Sacred Hurricane me, please. There it goes. And that gets him a little bit of separation. And now level 6, the Chain Frost
that was so unlucky.
to the worst possible person that it could have. Stinger, all he wanted was to get his ulti off in a big way, and now diving under the tower yet again. DY is going to get burned down by Sacred a bit. They get the Cinder Brew ignite damage, and now ulti back up for Brew. Okay, Paparazzi gets the stun, tries to get away. Sacred still in some trouble. They toss him all the way over to Stinger to keep him alive after the buyback. And now trying to get Dark Mago out of there. We'll have a blinding light. Hurricane to the low ground. They're saving each other. Oh, it's so nice. It's so wonderful. But is it going to actually work? The damage out onto Paparazzi.
Ooh.
He finally is brought down, but it's a neutral creep that got the kill. How does that happen? Avalanche, toss again, JT there, they kill off DY, try to get him with the Illuminate Blast, it's not quite enough. Stinger with the slowdown, only the level 1 Frost Blast, the damage has to come from the Frost Shield, but it won't be enough. JT just shrugs off another blast from Schofield, and with all of this action happening...
It could be Static Storm, but they're going to have a glimpse up in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2...
Schofield?
1, and Schofield is...
Yeah, they got him.
Dead.
Well played.
So how did Paparazzi die to neutral? I'll tell you how. He has an armlet, and he got stunned right there. He didn't have a choice. It was just a little unlucky. So he got stunned by the avalanche, and then he got tossed right after, and while the toss is in the air, Paparazzi's like, okay, I'm going to armlet toggle this toss. So he tries to, but right in the middle of the armlet toggle, he got hit by the troll, and... dead.
Damn. Okay. Sure. Why not?
Sure.
Okay. I don't even know
it's
anymore.
right. Paparazzi, he's not going for the Radiance build. He has a Blink Dagger armlet into BKB, it looks like this is next on his wish list here.
So, you said, as Dark Mako again makes one of these cheeky little plays that is going to turn into a 5-minute fight, Spirit Vessel pretty good, but they sunder him to keep him alive. And now the Chain Frost, this Chain Frost significantly better than the last one. Doom onto Alk Hurricane, get over here. They find him in the blinding light pushback. That was the perfect fight for them. And Dark Mago gets another toss back, finds JT. Oh, that was really well played. Stinger finally had some value in this game.
Yeah, Beast Coast is making extreme play at a temple, which it feels like they're not comfortable with.
So that's the question I want to ask you. You said that it's best when you play like this very standard, normal game against Beast Coast, against their aggression and not get pulled into it. Do you think the Armlet Blink choice is like sort of indicative of Extreme being pulled into this black hole of mayhem?
It's hard to say if this was predetermined how he wanted to play this without, because I already mentioned their lineup would be greedy, right? So he's doing his best to alleviate the issues of their lineup inherently has by doing this build. But I think just, anyway, there's going to be maybe a Hector kill here. Oh, they're just going to miss. Oh, no, they guessed the wrong way.
Jeez.
If they would have tried the other way, they would have got the glimpse and he would have died. Maybe they have one more shot, but he's next to his team now. And Sunder is up. They have to be very careful here.
It's not. It's not.
Oh, it's not. You're right.
Nope, he's dead. He's dead. Surely they kill him here. Yes, they do. Okay, so they find the kill onto Hector. That is a really big one to get. And Dark Mago trying to escape, but they will find that stun. And Stinger has another Chain Frost back up, throws it out. Dark Mago, Avalanche
Unlucky
toss,
again.
but again, it goes to the most unfortunate of targets. Dude, if I'm Stinger, I'm pissed right now. What the hell is that?
At least he's not going to die.
True. Well,
maybe. We have drums on Disruptor. Just kidding. Pop your drums. Get in there.
Kaka,
All right.
No.
He didn't believe.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so back to your question about, like, I do like the choice by Paparazzi to not just completely go AFK here, because I think you would get ran over.
Okay.
Quite easily. And Stinger's just waiting around. You know, on this tiny respawn, he's TPing back, and blood will be shed.
He goes into 4 heroes. Stinger's a crazy person. They do get the brew split off, and Stinger, he's going to die. Can Dark Mago do anything? More heroes joining the fray. Alk, he finds Doom. Oh, off to the side with the DD. That is a big catch.
He didn't get Doom off, yeah.
Oh, man. Dark Mago tries to play his way out. He gets the kill onto JT, but Extreme are going to pick up the pieces and bring down the Tiny on his respawn.
All right, this Paparazzi Alchemist is working out. He's been making the setup on pretty much all these plays here, of course, with the help of the Disruptor. But either way, just him not just being AFK farming, I think is super important, because you would put a lot of pressure onto Ghost here to make things happen as a Muerta, but he doesn't want to play that way. He wants to play carry. So he's going to show up when he wants to, and I think with this item build, having the 4 staff online, really close to this Hurricane Pike, he's ready to go, but Paparazzi, he's already in.
Finds him. Hurricane's away 1. Stinger tries to live, has a 4 staff ready. Dude, that survivability, big plays. Doom going for these items to keep his buddies alive. Hector kills off Kaka while that's happening. Oh, man. And Doom, I mean, he's going for some very big boy items. He's got the Crimson Guard after the Greaves. He is going to be a tank. And Hector, while, you know, Alk is an AFK farming, Hector very much is. He's getting a ton of net worth.
It's definitely going to be a problem throughout this game, this Terrorblade. But Morto, luckily, is one of those heroes that can pierce through the massive amounts of armor Terrorblade does have. So they do have answers. This game is very, very close. Unfortunately, Ghost missed a dead shot there. Didn't get the kill on the Lich because of it. But it is what it is. It's not the biggest thing in the world.
Is anybody building pipe on Beast Coast? It's Glimmer Cape for the Coddle, and
We got a Pavis on the Keeper of the Light.
Try to keep him alive. Schofield somehow manages to deal with all that damage. DUI. Pig pulls, tries to escape. Sacred does not have Doom ready.
Here.
Hurricanes himself away from Ghost before they move in with the calling. So the rest of Beast Coast trying to back away, trying to burst this Brood. Do they get him in time? JT, the Infernal Blade is enough stun to bring him down. They wanted to get that Brew split for the fight, and now Extreme, they've just got to run away. They've got to hide. No buyback on the Brew means this fight is going to go horribly for Extreme if Beast Coast enforce it. Trying to chase them down. Paparazzi thinking about going back in with the big stun. Doesn't want to, though. Doesn't have ulti for another 10 seconds, and Beast Coast chasing forward, looking for more. The tier 4 towers might be the only thing that stop them. They will finally stem the aggression and go for the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Brewmaster not getting his ult off there is quite big. As he was he tossed back in that fight? Is that what happened?
I'm not sure.
Either way, he was quite deep, and the chain stuns, they came down just to an Infernal Blade as they're setting up for potentially the Tormentor, it looks like, on Beast Coast.
Yeah,
but first, Dark Mago, it will get a haste rune for his troubles. And it's 2 the magic number. Stinger! Bye-bye!
Oh, no.
Bye-bye! So I think by now I've learned you need 3 heroes to kill Tormentor.
Dude, look at this poor guy. Oh, man. Well,
he's going to Sunder
Greaves,
Sacred. Yeah, he's Sundering Sacred, 100%. you already know, it's Hector. It's happening.
Dude, it's an 80-second cooldown. Like, that's,
Do you stop farming and go back to base?
I mean, maybe.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, carry players, I guess.
Yep.
By the way, we haven't even seen Dark Mago pick up another neutral item. He's going to get it now. The tier 2 coming his way. He's been just making a lot of use out of this Faded Brooch.
Or he forgot. One of the two.
It does happen more often now, I find. You know?
Sometimes you're just in the zone, and right now in this new patch specifically, you have so many things to think about. That sometimes, every once in a while, one of the things will slip your mind. Let me see if there's... Let's do a neutral check for tier 2 of is there anything that he could possibly have that could be better for him?
Do you think Faded Brooch is that good?
It's pretty good. 20 move speed's good. I mean, I'm looking at some of this stuff. It might be the better. I mean, you could get the cape. The Gossamer cape.
He's thinking
That
about
might
it.
be better.
Oh, he goes Orbit Destruction. Interesting.
Orbit Destruction. For burst damage, I guess.
Okay. Okay, so we do have this slight intermission in the bloodshed for both teams to go back and take their tormentors. There's like the one objective that appears on the map that everybody can take. They take a breather, you know? It's like a
I feel like that's what this patch is. Because it's on your side of the map, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's skirmishing. It's a bloodbath, and it's just it's the tormentor time. It's like everyone gets to mentally reset a little bit.
It's like
Except
Christmas
for JT
in World
because he
War
got
I.
doomed.
They will drop the static storm down. Paparazzi finds Stinger, starts to bring him low, but Hector ready to start unloading. Oh, Paparazzi gets out with the Invis rune. Oh, that's pretty nifty. I like that. Okay, so they lose 2 on Extreme, but it was meta forced.
And Doom.
Yes.
So they do have a timing now. When their supports respawn, or if they're feeling frisky, they're going to go without it.
Okay.
Without it, it's being their supports I'm referring to.
It's very
Should be more of them, but yeah.
Huh. Well, Paparazzi's getting closer to the BKB. His farm has definitely been hurt not having the Radiance. But it's not looked terrible for him.
I mean, if you compare him to Tiny, right? They're doing similar things for the team.
True.
And you can isolate the matchup for Terrorblade versus Morta. Should be Morta favored, so we just need to see that moment where Ghost can get on top of the TB and actually kill him, which we have yet to see.
Oh, and they find him. Kaka, dead. Extreme. They decide they want to maybe take this fight now? Paparazzi gets his BKB. Maybe this is what they feel like is going to make the difference. They don't have Terrorblade. They see the illusions up on the top side, and immediately the jump Sacred. He pops his Greaves. Hurricane's to the low ground, walks away. Still has Crimson Guard. The toss back from Dark Mago, and now the Chain Frost going to be thrown out. JT is losing his Brewlings. There's only one left. JT? He's in some trouble. Paparazzi, stun, tries to walk away. They know that he's stunning himself. Can they catch these heroes? Do they want to chase? Sacred thinking about it. Avalanche out, finds DY. JT, he respawns in his body. Paparazzi, use up a second stun, throws forward onto Schofield and K1 Hector. They got him caught for the moment, but they don't really have the damage that they need. Stinger taking some shots to the side, but these auras are doing so much to keep him alive, and there's the Doom onto Muerta. Paparazzi looks for the stun, jumps in, finds him. Stinger dead, but now Paparazzi is in farm, and they've got Scotty ready to go. Take down another. Muerto still running away from Sacred. As Paparazzi in to try and help him, tosses him forward on a Ghost. Is he going to be able to survive through this? Sacred backs away, and Ghost pops, pierce the veil, but they don't have a way to keep these heroes in the fight, and just has to run away in ulti form.
This Ghost? I mean, the problem with Ghost right now is he's not able to get any right clicks with Pierce the Veil active.
Yeah.
So he's not killing anything. I'm wondering, maybe he needs to buy a BKB soon so he can not get continuously chain stunned and disrupted in these fights. Blinding Light. There's a lot of annoying things for him. I guess the debuff immunity could be quite potent here, but I think he's really just relying on positioning. But we have yet to see him be in a position where he can unleash the damage. Maybe this mid lane will be... Maybe not. We're still waiting.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. This has not looked like a great series from Ghost in general.
Yeah, not yet, but this game is far over from him. He still has a lot of opportunity to do things in this game.
Okay.
And he needs to. He really does. Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you. I agree. I agree with everything that you said.
Yes.
I do kind of wonder, like, if they're going to be able to make that happen, though. If he's going to make that happen. Yeah.
I think he needs a lot more. He needs a BKB. That's what I truly deep down think. He needs a BKB. That way he can get in there. And as things happen, he is there to do the damage with Paparazzi. It has to be on top of a stun. But we're seeing things like the Hurricane on the Doom, which he just removed, which might be a good thing for Extreme. Because this Hurricane has been causing issues. We've seen twice now the Hurricane into the Tiny tossing back a target, which has been a little annoying for Ghost.
Right.
But if he gets in there at the same moment as his Brew, as his Tusk, as his Alchemist, unleashes the damage, that's what they need. It just has to happen.
I think that sometimes very telling when you see like some of these teams.
There's a Doom on an illusion.
Oh. Whoa.
It's go time.
Whoa. Okay. Maybe a chance. Can they get in here with all their heroes? Avalanche toss onto JT, starting to drop low. Dark Mago with the BKB out. They get the brew split too. Everything looking pretty solid right now. Dark Mago, Dispel Magic, pulls him back in with that Board Spirit Panda. Ghost jumps forward, tries to find the finish, tries to do what damage he can, but they just toss him away. And now Ghost, in the no more duration of Pierce the Veil, has to run away from them all again.
And Mago might go back in.
He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. Why is this Morta doing 0 damage?
I think she keeps
Oh, he has
on
no
getting...
Maelstrom?
Yeah.
What is this build, actually? She just has no damage. That's
So-
simply put.
well, the thing that's interesting is I keep on also seeing like Muerta and Alk run into the same areas to try and farm the same camps together. And I feel like that's not the way that's supposed to go. JT, oh, wait a minute. Are they going to get this? Goes in right away. They don't have meta. Hector turns onto DY, but the avalanche toss and the jump in from Sacred finds the stun onto Paparazzi. Ghost trying to do some damage, but it's just not working. He just doesn't have damage. And right now, Extreme, they need that damage. And it's not coming to them. And now they find Paparazzi again. Body blocks there. They have another toss back ready. Finds him onto Schofield. 3, 2, 1, dodges away. Ends up popping that BKB to not stun himself, but the rest of the team is chasing. They've got body blocks again to catch onto Paparazzi. Big Papa dropping. And it's rough.
Official. Yeah,
Okay.
it's official. Like, the game isn't over. It might be, but it's not looking good. But Ghost's build is absolutely doo-doo.
Yeah.
He is applying Mage Slayer, which is fine. Then he bought a Falcon Blade. He has a Shadow Blade for some reason, and a Hurricane Pike. He has so much net worth that doesn't do any damage. I'm watching him just right-click everyone in these fights. He's tickling. He could have went for a traditional build, like the Maelstrom, into Mask of Madness, into like either a Blink BKB, and actually unload a lot of damage with low net worth, but he's high net worth with 0 damage items right now. Just a bunch of survivability and damage reduction items. I feel like he's trying to compensate for the fact that he has an Alchemist who's also somewhat greedy, but the Alchemist sacrificed his game, so Morta could be the hard carry. So now they just have no damage from any of their cores at this point.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to, again, the thing that we were talking about, right? Which is that, like, this is a lineup where they're not, it doesn't feel like they're on the same page. It feels like they're sort of each, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like they're on the same page in terms of what they each need to do. Yeah, it's a rough one indeed. You know, eventually if they get enough net worth though, maybe they can at that point have some damage between the two of them.
But on the other side, Beast Coast, they know what they're doing here. Everyone's buying the right items. Schofield got the Pavis and the Glimmer Cape here to keep heroes alive. Stinger also with a Force and a Glimmer Cape. We got the Mass Auras on the Doom, playing for one common goal. Make Hector unkillable, or other heroes. As Mago's gonna go in, and JT might get chainstun to the Doom, and he's dead.
Mega dead. Didn't get a chance to get it off. Static Storm also dropped, doing nothing in this fight. And, I mean, yeah, it's pretty freaking rough. The buildings are going to fall. Paparazzi thinking about a stun. Oh my god, he blinked away from it. He got away from it.
Stunned himself.
That is devastating. Pierce the Veil, double buybacks. They just back away. Sacred's there, has the stun now onto JT. Still hasn't got to use his ulti. Shards to try and keep him alive. JT will manage to back out. But back to farm. East Coast, they're happy.
Continuously growing this advantage here. Ever so much more. And Dark Mago, what is he going to build? Has he finished something? Is it a casual Chrysalis into the Aghanims build? Is he going to go for the Silver Edge here?
He actually...
What will it be?
He did the most damage to himself almost more than anybody else. That's a little rough.
How's that even possible? He does 360 damage to himself with, you know, like 2,000 HP with arm mode on.
Yeah, that'd do it. that would do it. Okay. Well, Tormentors are back up if they want to steal away the Tormentor from Extreme. Looks like they're going to do just that.
Yeah. There's a lot of shards people on here. Lich, he wouldn't mind taking one.
Oh, yeah.
Schofield already has one.
Oh,
and
wait a
Tiny
minute, though.
will get it.
Wait a minute. The comeback has
good.
happened. Are you ready? Kaka, he has the Aghanim Scepter.
He doesn't have any mobility for it, though.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll bite. He's gonna do it. He's gonna walk in there, cast a Static Storm onto Hector. It's not gonna get his any abilities off, and Ghost is gonna go in with the damage and kill him.
Right. You know, I'm also just gonna say it. The answer, going for the Muerta as an answer to Terrorblade versus the Darkseer feels like a fatal mistake at this point. Because, like, Darkseer with Disruptor Ags, that's sick.
And we saw this story before, didn't we? The toss back into Doom on the Brewmaster.
Ooh.
Into Tusk with no Blink Dagger. Accepting his fate here.
DY goes down. All right, well, now they really need this combo to work.
Yeah, how do they keep finding Brew with this Toss Doom combination? It's crazy.
I don't know. That's a good point. But they do. They do continue to keep doing that.
So how do you find the Static Storm if you're Extreme Gaming now? You need a smoke or something. You need to sell all your items, get a Blink Dagger.
Yes.
Something
Sell
extreme.
the axe.
Sell the axe, get a Blink Dagger.
All right, smoke
there's
up.
the smoke.
Time to go. Jump forward, stun, out, Static Storm, it's coming, it's there, they got him caught, where's the damage?
Ghost with the damage!
Ghost, Ghost is, no, it's not quite, no, okay. All right, well, yeah. that was very sad.
That was like literally best case scenario, right? You get everything onto the TB, Morta gets the right click, but heroes need to be dying quickly when you play Morta, especially if you're going no BKB glass cannon build. It just didn't work out. I see what Extreme was going for. It just simply didn't work. And Beast Coast, they did something more traditional, a bit standard. They bought a bunch of auras, played around the Terrorblade, had faith that he would carry the game, and that's exactly what happened.
He definitely did. Dark Mago, another standout performance on this Tiny. People keep on giving it to him, and, you know, maybe thought that this Auk with the you know, minus armor was going to work better. Paparazzi played the lane really well, like you were talking about. Maybe we got more than they expected out of it. But I think this Coddle is really showing its stuff in this, right? Like, even just in that highlight that we just saw right there, those blinding lights onto Muerta meant that she had to go BKB, and she definitely didn't get one, and paid the price.
Yeah, Coddle's, if it's not official by now, just meta.
Yeah.
It enables tons of heroes. This wasn't even a game where we saw the Chakra Magic being something that looked super OP or anything.
Right.
Just this innate toolkit is super strong. The fact you have this Blinding Light as a basic ability makes the laning stage a bit annoying for some heroes. And then you get the free Solar Bind level 4 now, and the level 1 ultimate. Super powerful stuff here.
Well, an impressive showing indeed for Beast Coast that are going to end up 2-0ing in Group B. So that does set us up for a very interesting dynamic. One thing that is definitely going on right now, though, is Extreme now dropping another series. It's looking a little rough for China. Aster and LGD are the two in Group A that things are kind of working out. But over here, Extreme Gaming definitely struggling. They are going to.
It's not so
drop
bad
them
though,
down.
right? So like they're gonna be 4-4 now.
Right, that's true. They're
Yeah.
both 4-4.
And LGD is 5-5, and Aster 6-6. So all of China is just tied up.
That's fair. But
so they're all in a similar spot.
the way that they're tied up, though, is kind of interesting. So Extreme beat Talon and SMG. So they beat the two Southeast Asian teams, and then they lost to OG and Beast Coast. So they're 2-0-2-0, 0-2-0-2, which is a little interesting.
Yeah, and then this was Beast Coast's first 2-0
right
of this tournament. So that's nice for them. They had 1 loss, 2 ties, so getting a 2-0 here, bringing them up to I think 4-4 now, puts them in a comfortable spot. As Talon and IG look like they're in no man's land at this point, unfortunately. Maybe they can come back for 1-5 on Talon, 0-8 for IG. I mean, IG at this point, are they I guess they're not even mathematically eliminated yet somehow.
No.
If they lose a couple more games, they're getting damn close.
It might be off of this next one that we're going to see from them, which, by the way, they're going to have to play up against Extreme Gaming, who Extreme Gaming just coming off of a loss. Maybe there's some hope for them there. There's a chance we could see it. But we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we are going to have that next match. IG currently are losing to OG in their other series, so both teams potentially coming off of a loss in this next one, where it's going to be Extreme versus IG. See y'all in a few.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We're getting ready for our final series of the Night Fear, and it is going to be IG versus Extreme Gaming. Neither of these teams have looked particularly great, but they're going to play now, and somebody's going to win.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
They could tie. They could draw.
They're going to have to win games at the very least.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, someone is going to have to win a game. Or both games. Or someone has to lose both games. Those are all three of the possible outcomes for this series. Yeah, it is. But yeah, these two teams... Do we have an update on IG's record?
We can take a look at the groups right now, as a matter of fact.
Do we have it? Yeah,
can,
is that a possibility?
See what's happening. Indeed, it is. They won a game.
IG won a game.
Did they beat OG? Oh my god. Did that really happen? There's no way. Is that what it was? It was. They won the last game against OG. So they won with this.
They're coming in hot.
Timber. They beat PL. Interesting.
Okay.
So it was
what can we expect
Storm, I think.
What can we expect from IG this game? Coming off so much momentum. I guess that's a question for me, but I don't know. You're the analyst now.
I mean, I need to think back to what happened in the China DPC, because there was that like very interesting window where basically IG was like losing to everybody, and then they managed to pull together some like last minute wins against some of the top teams. And it wasn't actually against Extreme. IG beat LGD to make it work. Very much so in the earlier part of the season, IG just got kind of stomped. They did win one of the games, so it was a series that went 2-1 into the favor of Extreme. So they have some experience playing okay against them, so it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, Extreme just lost pretty badly in that last series, but they lost to Beast Coast. And this is a team that type of stuff can just happen with the way they play the map. If you're not used to their play style, they can take you by storm. But Extreme, I think, should know how IG plays. Even though they are a bit chaotic themselves, they are chaos that IG is familiar with. It's not foreign chaos, I guess.
Right.
So I think Extreme should look a lot better in this series. In theory, but IG's coming in off of a win after having 9 losses in a row or something like that. Then they got a win, so there's momentum there. And maybe a second win coming in for IG, coming into this next matchup. One can hope.
Yeah, definitely. I think the things to watch for IG is very much going to be, what is Emo playing? Can they enable Zhang Yu to have a decent start? Is Dust going to do Dust things? The core players amongst IG are very much like a question mark. And the supports kind of always get the job done, I think. PYW in particular has stood out as a strong, reliable person. For Extreme, after that last game, what are you hoping to see? What are you thinking is the key to victory for them?
I think the key to victory for Extreme is going to be getting Ghost a game. I feel like in that last series, we didn't see much of him. Paparazzi went for an interesting selection on his heroes, right? He wanted to go for the Alchemist with the Armlet Blink build. I don't think it was particularly bad or anything, but I think just Ghost didn't get to participate in the game very much. I want to see more auras from them.
Okay.
We knew from last patch, auras are good. They're strong. All the top teams, they buy auras. Like, you can look at, a good example will be Gaming Gladiators. This is probably the team that is considered the best team in the world right now. And I look at Tofu specifically, even though you can look at anyone on that team, but he plays POS 4, and he could build items for himself if he wanted to, but he always builds auras every single game, whatever the team needs. He overgoes whatever personal item that might make his hero better. Oh, Clockwork. Ags is great. It makes a lot of cool spells happen. No, he's buying the drums, the Lotus Orb, the Force Staffs. He's just buying everything for the team. And I feel like teams need to copy that now. Like, it's not too much different. Most of the teams we've seen buy these items that are more selfish or pick heroes that have to build selfishly. they're not doing super hot. So IG's kind of, not IG, Extreme's in that spot too, where I feel like both these teams do this. So that's why I'm a little mixed up here. Both these teams don't really like building the aura so much. They more so want to pick for themselves and play a bit more greedy in that front here by picking 2 carries last game for Extreme. Tone it down a little. Let Ghost carry the game. Ghost, please buy items to carry the game and support him.
Yeah, give him what he needs and allow him to have that freedom, and then also enable him. And then what we've seen. So Extreme, they're going to take away the Timbersaw and the Storm. These were 2 of the heroes that they won their last game with. IG going to ban out the Pugna. Don't want to run into that guy. Coddle is another one of those that could be thought about a little bit. Again, we've mainly seen IG pick that Coddle with the Storm, which is obviously banned out first phase. But lots of different options, and it's going to be Extreme that have the first pick.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to snatch up here. It's not in a situation by any means with this patch where there's a favored overall first pick. There's preferences at this point. There'll always be preferences, but sometimes the meta just shifts down to like what probably is the best pick. I'm not entirely sure what that is right now.
Right.
For some teams it's Io, for some teams it's Shen, these type of healing heroes. And for other teams that don't like playing that style, you get some Rubik's, and I guess we get a Coddle. Coddle's a nice little bit I was gonna say a hybrid, because like you can heal with your ulti on a little bit. It's not the best heal ever. Sometimes it feels like the best heal, but overall it's not reliable. But you do get mana. I consider Coddle a bit of an aura hero in a lot of ways. You support your team with a blinding light, you give them mana, and you have a bit of a heal. So already to a good start here for IG of getting a bit utility and playing a bit more on meta.
Yeah. You know, I think that there's been this thing that comes up a lot of times with Chinese teams, I feel like, where there is like this worry about something. I don't know what it is exactly, but they will like sometimes fall behind and then not want to take like a dangerous step or a dangerous play for fear of looking bad, but that might be the only type of play that they could make that would win them the game. And I think that IG is one of the few teams that doesn't fall victim to that. They're a team that always play to win. They don't necessarily play to not lose. And that can make it a lot more volatile than other teams. But we do get now the Alchemist with the Coddle for IG, and it's going to be the Underlord. So maybe this meta shaping up a little bit more than we were anticipating before, because it's both Beast Coast and now IG and Extreme playing around this like Coddle Alch dynamic.
Yeah, we get to see 3 different teams pick up this Alchemist and potentially 3 different roles here. I imagine we'll probably see a different role because we saw the mid and we saw the 5. Haven't seen the carry yet in the off lane, which is, I think, typically where this hero is picked the most historically.
True.
So we'll see where he picks it up. But Underlord's a hero that I mentioned before, the Liquid Gaming Gladiator series. This hero was moved up into first phase ban priority, and these are some teams that are arguably considered, I wouldn't say arguably, just statistically speaking, some of the best teams in the world right now. Top 3 for sure. So some teams have a read that this Underlord hero is really strong right now, and a lot of the things it can do on this map is a lot bigger. Dark Portal don't care. It can go anywhere on the map whenever it wants. Helps with these objectives that are everywhere on the map. You have a lot of potential to buy powerful auras, such as the Crimson Guard that got buffed, or big tanky strength guy. Underlord loves buying these auras, and his laning stage has proven to be quite powerful with just getting all the denies in the laning stage with the early point into the aura. Is it Atrophy aura?
Atrophy. That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Quite powerful spell right now.
Interesting. So I don't remember if this is the case or not. You're talking about these auras. It does look a little bit like it's different choices for Extreme compared to what we saw from them in the last game. And I'm wondering, I don't remember, but I thought it was Kaka drafting before. It's Ghost that's drafting now. I don't know if that is the choice or not. If that was actually something that was swapped, or if it was Ghost last series too.
Not entirely sure, but from what I've seen, just to make fake drama,
okay,
is that Kaka he's an emotional player, man. Maybe after that last series, he's like You know what? You draft for yourself if you want to play a certain hero. We'll make it work. Or perhaps they just have a coach who just sits in on whoever's PC and kind of makes things happen. I'm gonna double check on the coach thing here for.
It's Lenham.
Lenham?
I think so. Yeah.
For Extreme, yeah. So I would imagine Lanham's drafting for them.
Okay.
And maybe he just takes anyone's PC that he wants to. But don't quote me on any of this. I'm just making stuff up.
Right.
So who knows?
Okay. Well, IG take a lot of the heroes that I remember being banned out first phase last time. The CM, the Coddle, the Alk. This is looking like a pretty strong draft. Now, like you mentioned earlier, Extreme already have an amazing aura carrier, whether that's through the Crimson or Pipe. Both those items feel spectacular already against IG. I wonder if IG just takes some, or Extreme just takes something like a PL here, you know? Like, it sounds pretty good.
If you want to, you can. If you really believe PL is that strong as a team, you could pick it there. I would not advise to do that on the current point in time. I think the safest route you can do, obviously pick your support and then maybe a carry that's good versus Alk. Oh, interesting. So they're just going to pick their mid. This is something we saw in the last game, right? Try to answer the Alchemist. It's a pretty good answer for the mid Alk, so maybe Extreme think that Alchemist potentially could go mid, or they just don't want to show their carry because they're not sure where Alk is going.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll have to see what IG wants to end up picking here to kind of deal with this situation. And they got 50 seconds here to make up their mind. Gonna end up picking the Imba Spirit versus the Tiny. Not the best matchup. I think most people do enjoy playing Tiny against Ember Spirit. So we'll have to see what he can bring to the table here, as I imagine Lyrical may have disconnected just for a short moment. So it'll just be me and the solo draft analysis until we can get him back. As far as the bans go, what do we need here? We don't know where Alchemist is going. Alchemist could be, it could be offlane, could be carry. Most situations we will see this hero being in the carry position, but there is a possibility that it can go in the offlane. And Extreme will have to show us where they think this IG Alchemist will be going, but we'll have to see in that regard. As far as Extreme Gaming goes, they just need a carry. Something like a Terrorblade could be quite strong for them. That could get banned out. Morphling looks strong. Ursa looks pretty strong as well. Out of those possibilities, some teams like the Slark, it can work against the Alchemist too. Wouldn't hate that choice. Lots of decent options here. And just coming out of the gate here, Extreme will have to pick their hero there. Sven's going to be banned. We saw that one. That one did not really work out. Not my favorite one. So I think you got a lot of good choices here. And seeing as the Darkseer got banned out, you're probably looking at Terrorblade here now for Extreme.
I like that one. That sounds very good.
The Terrorblade?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Make it happen.
I don't see why not. It could be totally good here. I think it is one of the heroes that can do a lot of damage. You did ban out the Darkseer, so let's see. Morph is good too, because if you turn into Ember, you can add a lot of utility.
Right.
Turn into CM, you got the roots. You can man fight the Alchemist, which is quite nice as well. I just think they have so many good choices. Ursa's also great here.
If you turn into the Alchemist, also you can get extra gold. There you go. That's the real strat.
There you go. Tell them to stack for you, and then clear a stack is the stolen Alchemist.
These strats. These are some good strats that we got. Okay, well, Extreme getting down to the last couple of seconds, and they do just go for that Terrorblade. Easy as can be.
Very easy. A little too easy, I want to say.
Yeah.
Maybe they banned Sven and Faceless Wood because they feel like this Phoenix needed another stun, which
10 seconds remaining.
I get. I get it. At least they have a train of thought, like, we're just going to make sure they don't get a carry with a stun here that enables the Phoenix. But you do have the Rubik, you have the Tiny already, as the Ursa will be the response to deal with the Terrorblade here.
Okay. So
Decent.
Dust on an aggressive hero, Emo on a hero that can do some craziness, Auk in the off lane. So going to be getting a lot of farm. It's an interesting lineup, that's for sure. I feel like based upon the way that you were talking about it, you're very much favoring the extreme draft. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, I think that is true, because I think mid lane should be good for Paparazzi,
Right.
in theory. And then Terrorblade versus Alchemist in lane. It's hard to say, because there's the X factor of Alchemist, right? You're not learning Grievil's Greed anymore, which means you can just pump all your points into your nukes, which is kind of what makes him strong. But TB is a very high armor hero, and all of Alk's damage is physical. So I think you should be able to win that lane. So you're dealing with a free farm TB, which Tiny's going to have a good game too, so he'll make space for the TB. And then your offlaner is an Underlord who isn't good versus Ursa by any means in the laning stage, but he can manage just by spamming out with the Coddle, by the auras, and then you're playing for one common goal yet again. But now you have this other matchup where you have an Alchemist in the offlane with an Ursa carry. Can the Alchemist do similar things as the Underlord in the mid game? Is he going to buy the auras, or is he going to be an Aghanim's machine, or is he just going to buy Blink and try to get kills around the map? I'm very curious to see which direction this Alchemist goes. So if he goes for the auras and it looks good, they might be in somewhat equal territory, but a lot of question marks around this Alchemist for me.
Absolutely. And I like that idea a lot more, as some tips are coming out as soon as the pause goes on. I really like the idea of like an Auk going in for like mass auras, and then who knows, maybe in a little bit after that you do go and buy a couple of Aghanims as well to help out your team the rest of the way. He does have a lot of other great options that you can go for in this one. You know, Shiva's Guard sounds pretty sick later on in this one to try and deal with that sort of healing that's coming out from DY that you know is going to be very hard to deal with. And that's an interesting one. Kaka not playing Phoenix. That is not what I would have anticipated.
He's playing as Rubik, though, at least. This
True.
is the one game so far I've seen him on a hero that he should be in total comfort zone.
Right.
What was he playing in the last game, actually? He was
Coddle.
Both games? No, that was the first game.
Coddle and...
Yeah, I'm really racking your brain here, because I don't even remember.
Something dumb.
Something dumb.
Something
was it Tusk?
Good. Maybe.
Oh, he was Disruptor.
Yeah.
he was
All right, that's
Disruptor.
less dumb.
Yeah. No, but I think Rubik is much more in his wheelhouse as IG, or... There's vision. They see this from Extreme. 3-man teleport from IG.
So that shouldn't catch Extreme off guard here then. But they should probably get...
What
did
can
they get
they do,
3
right?
bounty runes then because of that on Extreme? It looks like they are going to... Or rather on IG, I think they do. Yeah, Blinding Light push back. And 3 bounty runes going their direction. As Stun connects onto Ghost, everybody
Blood
backs
grenade.
away. QIQX is going to be brought
What are they
down.
saving it for?
Kaka. Okay, Reflection slow. They don't have another... Oh, they do have a Blood Grenade. Okay, PYW is going to split up. And so they don't actually make the full move onto Xianyu.
I was going to say, Extreme shouldn't get a kill there, because if you looked at their heroes, like, you got Tiny with Tree Grab, you got a Phoenix with the Spirits, Rubik has Fade Bolt. They had 0 stuns.
Right.
But thanks to the Blood Grenade, added this patch, they had the necessary slows to chase them down and get a kill.
Up top. Stun going to get thrown. Waiting. Tosses it on to DY, forced to pop a Fairy Fire. Not necessarily what you want to have happen early on, but you can see already the value of this. And PYW pulling the camp back over to the tier 1 tower. He might be quick enough to get this wraparound and make it work so that it meets behind the tower. It looks like he's going to. So a pretty quick little move. Loses 1 creep on his way through, but that's still pretty solid.
Uh-oh, and it's hitting the tower. Not ideal. He'll drag it a little bit. The range tonight. It's okay. But seeing as Ghost is holding his wave in front of his tower, that's a big L for IG.
Yeah, that hurts. because he's just going to deny out all of those. And that really sets them up for a dangerous position. The lane is not going to be where they want it at all. Maybe just go for another pull in a bit. Down bottom, though, Dust facing off against JT. You mentioned this being a pretty good matchup for the Ursa. At what point does that sort of happen? Because right now, it's definitely Atrophy Aura all day. Feeling good.
Around level 3, level 4.
Okay.
And this is like old Ursa, where you could get a Ring of Health.
Right.
You can't buy a Ring of Health on this. I mean, you can, but you don't make it into anything, as Battle Fury now has a different component that costs more than the Ring of Health. So maybe this matchup is just a bit skewed now, unless QIQX is going to spam some region for the Ursa. But it's going to be around that level 3, level 4 mark. If the Rubik leaves the lane, they can start punishing. But if Rubik decides to stay in the lane and they keep spamming the Ursa, keeping him low, Underlord will be fine for the duration of the whole laning stage.
Yeah, that would be big for them, because already they're kind of winning all of their lanes. Granted, it does look like POW is able to pick up a few of the last hits here and there with just using that blinding light to spam it out, which does hurt the Alk more than it would other heroes, obviously. But at the least they're getting the farm, or rather levels.
Yeah. It's okay, but for now the CS is all extreme.
Yeah.
They're doing well on all 3 lanes here. Alk is just hurting really bad in the CS department. Ursa's struggling in the CS department. Mid, we're doing fine. The Ember's doing really good, actually. I don't know what's going on with Tiny, but Tiny's supposed to be a hero that gets a lot of denies on you. But in the last couple games, this Ember has more denies than the Tiny in the mid lane. How is that even possible? He doesn't have tree grab.
Emo's just really good, I feel like.
He is.
He messes people up a little bit. And this is Paparazzi, somebody that's been known for a while for his laning prowess.
Yeah.
Stun, up top, throws it on to Ghost, and will it be enough for a kill? Indeed it will. So Zhang Yu gets a kill on a Terrorblade in lane.
I still remember way back in the day when Summel was considered like by far the best mid laner.
Yeah.
And there was this 1v1 mid challenge in tournament, which wasn't major, something.
DAC
Paparazzi.
2017.
Yeah, was that it?
Yeah.
And then Paparazzi, just as a carry player, just beat Summel on the mid lane. I was like, what happened? And he's like, he's just really good. He's just a good mid lane. He doesn't even play mid. And
Yeah. He did it with
he's a
his
mid player
Invoker.
now, so he's good. But yeah, old story. Moving on.
I remember that one. That was one of the first tournaments that I ever went to.
Yeah.
Freaking love that. We need to bring back mid 1v1. I was thinking for a while that what they should do is in a best of 3, it chooses who gets side or pick first is based upon a 1v1 mid matchup. What do you think of that? The third
I
game
would
is
be
coin
down.
flip. So
mid
mid
players. I mean, we're just missing all this entire.
It doesn't matter. Who cares?
It's fine. But I would be down for 1v1 mids. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't stress me out. It's your mid player, right, going in.
Exactly.
There you go.
Well,
It might demoralize the mid player before their match. You know, like this guy just beat me.
I mean, that's part of the mind games, right? It adds a
Yeah.
new element to Dota. I like it. Well,
All right, I'm down.
regardless, it does look like that was a trade-off of supports. The lane's starting to look a little bit better for IG over the last couple of minutes. You can see that Emo is, right there along the way with Paparazzi and Ursa after getting that kill, feeling slightly better. Now going head-to-head against JT down bottom. There are 4 stacks looking for another couple. Overpowered, chases, gets the kill and gets out. Nicely done by Dust.
Yeah, I was about to. Oh, mid lane. I'm not allowed to talk. I forgot. Something might be happening. No. I was about to say Dust is getting handled in this bot lane so badly, but he just. That was a much needed outplay there by Dust to get that kill.
That was very well done. Definitely. Ghost. Gonna get Blinding Light pushed back. Blood Grenade connects. Another round of stuns because Chakra Magic is just that balanced. Will pop the stick charges. Has treads, so very tanky on this Terrorblade. And with the rotations coming in, if they stick around too long, Paparazzi might be able to feast here. Gets the slow with the Icarus dive. Actually, wait, it did apply on a BYW. And the Avalanche from the long range connects, and they get the kill on the Coddle. While mid, Emo, he dives in onto Kaka, wants to punish this Rubik for sticking around. And, well, Remnant forward, sleight of fist, gets the finish.
Emo is quite good, isn't he? Abusing the fact that he had that shield rune, and then on top of it, he got the flame guard. Lots of shields for this Ember. Now, #1 in the network, having a great performance. Oh, Paparazzi forces him to cancel his TP.
Also, IG just stole both Wisdom runes.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay. Yeah.
Good blinding
In the
light
mid lane,
pushback
I don't know if we caught that one, but he tried to TP back on Emo.
Oh.
But it was in range of Paparazzi to stun him, so he's forcing him to walk back now.
Jeez.
As JT is going to get chased down. This is why you don't like playing versus the Ursa as an Underlord.
Yeah.
Can't trade with this man, and he's going to chase him down to the ends of this planet if Kaka doesn't stop him.
But that sets up for an easy kill. Emo takes that one away, and now the turn on to Kaka. Dust and Emo playing together, getting some finishes.
So what's really funny here is if you press W, last hits and die, it's all CS for Dire. But if you press Y, it's all green at the top for the net worse. The kills on the map are making a difference in this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, getting also a level advantage here, mid. Emo, does he get tossed? Paparazzi trying to do what he can. JT taking the portal out, but Emo is going to have access to the haste rune, able to zip away before another avalanche came out. Well, you talked about the combination of the Coddle Pango in our first series. Coddle Ember is the other classic, and it feels like Emo might be set up for success in this game.
Most definitely. He's getting most of the runes. He's winning his lane. He's got a Coddle on his team. It's going to come down to how is he going to play this game.
JT.
Dust showing up in this game.
Yep. Tries to bring down QIQX. Will get him. Dust thought about fighting that. He had already used Enrage. Now turns. Stick charge. Backs away. Gets out of harm.
Kaka denied him.
Okay.
It's like, I'm going to die, but I'm going to deny your range creep.
That's pretty good. You know, get the emotional win.
He did get the emotional win there.
So,
but Emo got just the flat win.
Right.
The numerical win.
Well, we have sort of been having that interesting little dynamic, though, of seeing Zhang Yu go for, you want to see what his item build is going to be. It's what most other offlaners are doing right now. This, like, Vanguard into Arcanes, and this next choice is going to be probably pretty indicative of what he's doing the rest of the game. Pipe into Crimson is what he queues up immediately. So he is going that same Aura bot build that Underlord's going, but he's going to get there a lot quicker.
Yeah, I like it. I think this is the build he should be going for. I don't want to see like a secondary carry build, nor some initiator build, and I also definitely don't want to see a pooled Aghanim's this early. So, glad to see he's doing what I wanted to see.
Right.
As we're going to see IG smoke out, and they're going to try and make an attempt on either top tower, and maybe DY's life here. But
stunning himself.
Debated him.
Well played. And yeah, I mean,
that's one way to do it.
Yeah, he keeps on stunning himself to farm, I think, too.
Yeah,
which is,
I mean, it's non-threatening. It's like, oh, Alk stunned himself. I'm safe to get this EXP as the smoke comes in and baits Phoenix out of position. Brilliant.
Dude, I actually think this is so sick. This Underlord going for this, like, very tanky build, and then he's accelerating so quickly into these, like, big team fight items.
Do you mean like the Alk?
Alchemist, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, he's playing like Underlord.
Exactly. It's really cool.
I like it too.
Can they even take this tower? I don't know if they can. It feels really bad diving this Alk under this tower, and they have 4 heroes in the bottom lane right now for Extreme.
I mean, he's basically like an Underlord, right? Just dropping the acid spray, much like a Firestorm would defend a tower. Playing a mirror matchup, that's kind of what I wanted to see. Him just, like, not let this Underlord take control of the game. And he's doing something similar. And I think we are going to see a lot more of this Alchemist, just
Yeah.
because of the role flexibility this hero has. 3 games of Alchemist now, all 3 of them that we've casted, all on a different role.
And
None
think
of
they
them
have
on the
all
role that
won.
we expected.
I think they've all won, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, Paparazzi
Extreme
lost.
lost, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the.
But
that's
that was the
through
mid
line.
alch.
Okay. Okay. Well, a good start to this game so far. Stacks being made in the Radiant triangle, pseudo triangle, whatever you want to call it. That is a 3-stack of Ancients and a 3-stack of the Hard Camp. Holy moly.
Emo's just gonna take the hard camp. First is nowhere close to his Battle Fury, so take it for now.
Yeah.
Emo with yet another rune, Arcane Rune.
I'm not seeing... This is the same problem that we saw from Extreme last game, that they just didn't really feel like they were making that many moves aggressively around the map. They are going to try and make this smoke play happen now, but it's not connecting. Radiant scan hits. They realize that there are people over here and immediately retreat back to their own side of the map.
Yeah, that was a really good scan. That was the tiny blink dagger. I don't know if he revealed it yet, but I'm pretty sure he will in this mid lane. Or maybe he won't. But I feel like he just can't stay off the map forever, or he's going to fall super far behind in net worth.
Well, a 4th stack of Ancients. So when Ursa does finish this Battle Fury, which is not that far away, if they keep it for him,
bottom.
that would be huge. Can they get him? CM? Absolutely. If that was Alk, I think he's probably living. Oh my god, he's taking the sack himself. Alk's like, I'm done with y'all. Stuns himself in the camp.
He'll do
Needs
it
to
again.
charge it up second time. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is
Never
a
mind.
huge injection of gold.
Yeah, and a lot of that went to the Ember, actually. So he's going to have that Maelstrom completed with another 400 gold to boot here. Emo's really taken off this game.
Yeah. Okay, they have pipe. They disassembled Vanguard and built it. JT runs right into Zhang Yu. Wait and ready. Stun. Set to go. And even through the Sun Ray, they just absolutely shredded that Alchemist. And they're going to find DY here also. Going to pop that egg. Do they have enough to take it down in time?
Yeah,
QIQX, they definitely do. And they take the other stack too, because why not? Wow.
Yeah, why not? And, like, don't steal it. PYW is trying to steal? Creep from Alchemist? Excuse me, sir. Can't do that one. This game is looking a little weird for Extreme Gaming, as they're not finding any connections to any of their moves. Mid lane, though, maybe they'll try again. Underlord is respawning.
Paparazzi was scouting out the Ursa over there, realized that, okay, maybe we can take a fight on this side. Paparazzi's showing up a little bit late, but will he be there in time to do what they need? Yes, they get the kill onto Zhang Yu, but Emo, he's the other problem that has been unaddressed in this game. With Ghost showing up now, Terrorblade punching away at the 2 supports, it looks like they are going to be set up to find a couple more kills. So 3 go down for the 1. Extreme Gaming back in this one.
Yeah, I punished pretty heavily there for IG diving past the tier 1 there as Underlord's respawning. They killed the Underlord again, and Underlord's game is quite bad. But those are some much needed kills there, as Paparazzi will find another one with their stolen root.
Oh,
He's gone.
very well done. And now the Underlord portal. Oh, Zhang Yu, IG, it was going so well, and then everything falls
Oh, no.
apart. God,
Yeah.
Rubik stealing root is so sick. 4 points in Frostbite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Emo expected that one. Because their stuns are quite limited. They had like a lift, maybe a root from the Underlord, but that's only 1 point. He thought for sure that they wouldn't be able to kill him, but with a Rubik stealing a level 4 Frostbite, paparazzi, a little deep.
Toss in, won't matter. They get that finish and kills off all the illusions. So, yeah, they go a bit too far with Big Papa there, and he gets brought down to earth. Dust, though, all this time, he's been free farming, has that Battle Fury done, and on his way to the BKB next.
And Rubik somehow in that fight died to either creeps or the tower.
Okay.
So a little bit of a return for IG. Still in the net worth advantage. Ember's still really farmed. things are okay. They're going to the Roshan pit, 16 minutes, is it nighttime? What's coming out for Ursa here?
BKB.
Nothing?
Same. Oh, you mean on the courier, yeah.
I don't know if he has anything on his courier. No, he doesn't.
Oh.
Because it wouldn't be unheard of if he had more gold.
Smoke on smoke. Emo throws out one salvo, jumps immediately onto all of them. Look at the damage from Emo. The second round of Slights, JT dead. They absolutely fell into the meat grinder as DY is chased down. He gets stunned. He gets killed. Extreme thought they could fight. That is not the case.
These twin gate plays have not been working out for these teams.
No.
It's like just TPing into death if you're just sitting on the other side waiting with a ward and sentry down. So not only do you give Roche over now, you give 4 kills.
Yeah.
And Underlord and Tiny, they're gonna have a hard time finding themselves back into this game. You completed the Crimson Guard, which is, it's good. It's a good item for sure, but that's not where he wants his farm to be right now. He probably wants to be on his way to pipe as well, as the Alchemist, who is doing a mirror build, has that pipe and nearly a completed Crimson on top of it, almost a full utility item ahead of the other offlaner, and that's a problem.
This is such a strong position to be in at this point. If you can get this out into finishing that Crimson, and then look what he has queued up afterwards. Just the maxed out support offlane out. He's queuing up an Aghanim Scepter. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Who do you want it to go on? I know who I want it to go on.
Ember?
Yep.
Yeah.
Me too. That's going to be really good if Emo can get that one. Go straight into the... He's going for Kaya and Sanj, it looks like, which is a good choice. If he gets a free Ags on top of that, yikes, he's going to be doing a lot of damage.
I mean, all of the heroes on IG do great with Aghanim Scepters. So I wouldn't mind if he just keeps building them afterwards. Maybe he becomes like too much of just sort of an aura bot at that point. But I don't know. I think there's some value there.
There's some, but I don't think the value's high enough to sacrifice this game. I think Ember is really good. The rest, if they want to get it, go buy it yourself. And then try to get more auras like the Salt Kuros.
Yeah, I guess that's
maybe
true.
a BKB for yourself at some point. Just, you want to be able to continue to frontline. And I think just with how this game's going, one small Aghanim's detour won't stop his ability to stay in the front.
Oh my god, you know what I just realized? Jean Yu's like career as a Dota player is about to just take a turn for the sad. Okay? Because here's what's gonna happen.
Okay.
Emo is drafting every game for IG. Every single game from now on, whether they win or lose this, he's gonna
I see.
If they win, that means that they're gonna be building Alchemist every game, giving Emo an Aghanim Scepter. If they lose, that means that they're out of the tournament, probably. And either way, it's bad for Zhang Yu. He's just going to be building Ags forever.
I mean, as long as they win, I'm okay with it. I want to see some W's for
That's
IG.
fair. That's fair.
And things are going pretty well for them right now. And I mean, they're going ideal. This is the spot you would want to be in. You probably feel like at this point of the game, you're in the driver's seat, and if you are to lose it, it's based off a couple mistakes you make. And for Extreme, try to force those mistakes the best you can. We
did just see one of the heroes that can solo a Tormentor. Dust takes it down, and that sets up for a Coddle Aghanim Shard. So recall at the ready.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so interesting mechanic that Fury Swipe works on Tormentor.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
And then he could just pop in rage at the last second. He came pretty close to killing himself, but
that's probably, maybe there's one more hero, but since Fury Swipes works, and clearly you have that rage that gives you 80% damage reduction, one of the best ones for sure.
Oh yeah.
But why does it work? Like, Satanic and Lifesteal doesn't work, but Fury Swipes works? What a weird interaction.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Strange. Oh my god, they're going through the gate. But I think they are not going to get caught in a horrific situation. And instead, it looks like it's going to be Kaka. So he will Yules for a moment, but the sun is there, and the Rubik will fall.
he did what he could in that situation, trying to buy some time. But what is he buying time for? I suppose terribly to keep farming. And Ghost is having a really good game here. Getting closer to that Scotty, which is going to be really good this game, to be able to kite the Ursa a little bit, deal with the Alchemist regeneration. Should help. Will it be enough? Seeing that the timing might coincide with the fact that Alchemist potentially might have an axe for Emo. And that'll be a problem. We have a shard on the Coddle recalling the Alchemist.
Okay. Ooh, Emo. Oh, he's fine. Takes another rune. DD on the Ember.
Unless they steal Frostbite again, I think killing Emo is very difficult.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what Emo was saying after that death. Do not give this rulebook Frostbite ever again. Just don't cast the spell if you have to. I've been in those situations before as a carry player where, you know, you feel like you're doing something as a support by using your buttons, but sometimes when you're playing versus a Rubik and they steal a Doom, but there's no really target you need them to be using Doom on. It's like, just don't cast that ability and we'll probably win. This might be one of those situations.
The big one also that I love seeing is like Tusk buys an Ags and then like gets a kick, and then that kick forces the like kick back into Fountain, and you lose the game off of that. I think I've seen that in a pro game before too.
It can be a bit rough, so I think they know clearly what they need to do to win this game, as they're going to use the bottom gate with the DD. Paparazzi, does he have the reactions?
Doesn't look like it, as they break his Blink Dagger immediately, and this man is going to fall. So they did manage to take the Tormentor. It was a Phoenix Aghanim Shard, which is a really good one, but they lose Paparazzi for their trouble.
It's a good shard. Definitely helps a lot. They don't have the best control, though, for this egg. Ursa can kill the egg pretty quickly. It's going to be a lot about positioning for the Phoenix here.
Yeah.
And we're at that 7K mark for the team. Like, this is the magic number.
True.
Normally seems around like this 20-ish minute mark. One of the teams is always up by like 7,000, and the other team's just off dodging them and hitting creeps on the map.
Unless it's going really badly, and then at this point it's ballooned up to some crazy net worth lead.
Well, this is what it looks like normally if the other team isn't just relentlessly running in and feeding over and over.
That's fair.
This is like the dodge game.
Oh my god, Emo is queuing up Bloodstone. Okay, and Zhang Yu has gone for a Blink Dagger before going in for the Aghanim Scepter. So, opting to take care of more of his own game first, be initiator.
I feel like they need it. They don't have any stun initiations, and Underlord is gonna TPN.
Okay. Crimson keeping himself fine. The rest of the heroes slowly moving this direction.
They use Pipe and Crimson on the Alchemist there, so that won't be available if Extreme Gaming do want to take this fight. But they're out.
Okay. So yeah, backing away, not wanting to take that fight under bad situation. All the recalls pulling them across the map. With this bigger map, that is one part that's really nice. As Alk continues to farm. Didn't quite get that stack there, but still clears through the camps, no problem.
Yeah, they're leaving Alk bottom. One of the advantages, they're farming so much, and Alk is just farming under their noses here.
Yeah.
At the very corners of the map here.
And, like, JT is hoping to catch him. But looks like he's just one camp behind. That's an interesting idea, too, right? So you leave one camp behind, so that way they'll go and farm that one camp. And then you can just go for the other one behind it. There
you go. Maybe he thought about that, or maybe he's just like, I'll die if I farm this, so I'm going to go to the further one away. Either way, it works out pretty well.
But Extreme putting the pressure on. They want to take a tier 2 tower of their own. And it looks like they're going to be able to do just that. So IG, obviously still very strong, but without the Aegis, it feels like Extreme are more comfortable, at least coming into a bit more contention.
Definitely starting to see the difference between some of the regions in their play.
Yeah?
Like, these two teams, these Chinese teams, if this was, like, Beast Coast, for example, or Eastern Europe, we saw as Coddle might just go down here all by himself. I guess he's on a warding mission. Yeah, he was.
Fair.
Gets punished. But the Chinese teams have generally been known for being a bit more methodical, playing the map, playing a more strategic game. We're kind of seeing that now. And this is not a bloodbath by any means. The early game was a little bit crazy, but
Yeah.
both teams have really put on the brakes and are trying to play more for objectives and not just running into enemy heroes here.
Yeah. I think waiting for that next Roche to come back up, right? We're a minute away from Aegis respawning, and XG, they're trying to find a pickoff into taking that Roche because they knew that it can be up right now. And Emo, is he going to give him that opportunity? This is the thing, because this map is so big and there's so many different places you might need to go to, they can't just run at one of those camps, and hard to ward up these areas too. So, well, he gets away with that.
And I don't know if Emo's going to be tilted about this or not, but he's not getting an ag, so he's buying his own.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
He wants it, and he wants it now, so...
Yeah.
Gonna sell a couple of those items here and pick it up for himself.
Okay.
Top line.
They come in. Gonna drop the Fiend's Gate right at the start. JT decides to finally go through it, knowing that this Roche spawn is going to become a big point of contention. Now, this is something that we haven't seen a ton of. Roshan standoffs in these areas and then getting ready for the Roche to move in 2 minutes. If XG can hold them off here, they actually stand a much better control of the area because of that twin gate.
Yeah, they'll control the twin gate, which will help, but they'll have to go through it eventually. But I guess you just don't, as Alchemist just gonna stun himself there. But this fight, you do have Emo with Ags, so we'll have to keep an eye on how he uses that. And Terrorblade with no BKB.
I think Extreme can just chill. If they just wait another minute and a half, they can take that gate through if they want, and then they'll have, like, it's impossible for IG to follow behind him at that point, I think.
They would have to smoke across the map.
Yeah, which is like crazy hard to do.
Preemptively. Yeah. Like, if they're there at 9 minutes and 30 seconds, or 29 minutes, sorry, and 30 seconds, I would poke here. Then I would just smoke to the other side and then meet them at the gate and be like, surprise! We're
Right.
already here.
I think XG, though, they need to be careful, because if they wait until Roche is moving, there's a chance that IG could take a fight at that point with this Ember Ags and then catch him in a weird position. So, oh, they decide to go in right away. Paparazzi looking for a toss back. It's going to be Zhanyu throwing out the stun, and they catch and kill him. And now turning onto this egg, a horrific series of engagements for XG. Emo on top of that Rubik. They're going to take this fight right here. Will they have enough for the kill? No, Dust walking away from it. He gets out and away from him. Okay, Ember backs out as the buybacks came. They don't have a buyback on the Tiny, though. Weird decision to go in right there on Paparazzi with no buyback.
Let's see what they can do. Ghost still has meta for a little bit longer.
Stun onto JT. Dust onto him. Rooted for the moment, but enraged to take it off. And then a jump through from Emo. How much damage do they have? Ghost starting to lay into him in the root. The control, it's there. Emo has to remnant away. That Rubik doing a lot of value out of that Frostbite, but he is eventually going to fall. Zhang Yu backs away, doesn't get that slowdown anymore onto him. Paparazzi looking for the toss of creeps, even hoping to find anybody at all. But there's the stun onto Paparazzi with no more Bear Man. It's got a little bit harder for him, but Emo's still getting a lot of value with these constant chakras spamming out onto him. Can they take this chase and this fight further? Looking for Ghost. They have him for the moment. UIW getting onto Paparazzi, forcing him away. And it looks like IG have been able to come out on top in this fight.
Actually, I was thinking of a little bit more. If you want to, on IG, they have a outpost bottom they can TP to.
Yeah.
So if you do control the gate, and they're trying to deward here, and then maybe use the gate. They got the gate control now. So what are you going to do if you're Extreme Gaming? Ursa's dead, but he's going to be respawning in 10 seconds. He could TP to bottom outpost where Roche will be, so it looks like Extreme is going to move all their heroes to that bot lane. And we're going to have another standoff, most likely, at the other Roche area.
I mean, The problem with this one, though, is that Extreme have lost their bottom tier 1 towers, so reinforcing is going to be a lot more difficult. Even though they have buybacks on a couple of their heroes, the path to that is much longer.
For sure. They might just have to like wipe this fight out almost entirely or kill heroes that don't have buybacks.
Right.
They don't know exactly who doesn't have a buyback, which is all of them. Not a single hero has a buyback on the Radiant right now, so if they do manage to get a kill, they will not be able to rejoin.
Waiting to see what happens now. Zhang Yu trying to finish off an Aghanim Scepter, but Roche is up.
Just break the smoke.
Breaks it there.
They're on vision here, though. They need to drop a sentry.
Yeah, where's the sentry? They drop it now, and JT's like, oh, guys, God, there's vision there. Toss back on PYW. They find the Coddle. Oh, and he is one of those heroes that is all of them that did not have buyback. Supernova down. Do they just go right into the pit now?
I think you have to.
Oh, and IG using that hero. Oh, that's really bad for them. I mean, Emo can still jump in. Rubik doesn't have Frostbite stolen anymore, but they have a ward down. They're seeing these movements. YQX, what can he do? There's really not that much going on. They pass over. They've got Boots of Bearing and an Aghanim Scepter on Alk, which he's going to give to Emo, which gives him enough to get BKB, and then he's going to Remnant back in, buys the BKB, Remnant's in, pops the BKB, wants to take down that Aegis. Dust is there, finds it, gets the kill, gets the Aegis. And now the CM ulti out right on top of all of them. JT ends up falling. Ghost wants the Sunder, but can't get it. What a huge play. Zhang Yu comes in clutch with the Aghanim's delivery to get Emo his BKB. And IG are going to win that fight.
That was really sick, actually. Yeah, just got him. So he bought his Ags just to get a free one later, and he get his money back so he can buy the BKB. Very, very good there. Great play, and Dust out-clicking as well for the Aegis, getting it right under TB's nose. Beautiful play from IG. For Extreme Gaming, the struggle continues here. As it may feel like that is potentially their last fight.
Yeah.
They might have another one in them, but every fight going forward here is an uphill battle.
Oh, man. And you talked about, like, sort of the weird auras. This is the situation where Coddle feels insanely good. You're just hitting towers, getting healed, Illuminate after Illuminate.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna go for the Hex next. Gonna be even more potent in these fights, but Emo has hit critical mass. Dust with the Abyssal Blade pickup has also hit critical mass. Meanwhile, there's a lot to be desired here as far as what Tiny and Underlord can bring to the table. And as a Terrorblade, as a single Terrorblade in this game doing the damage, it's just not enough.
Man, you know, I think there's like a lot of people that would come into this series just thinking that Extreme is clearly going to be the team that will run away with this. But IG is a good matchup against them, right? Like, when they played in DPC, when IG was at their absolute worst, they still took a game off of Extreme, and then IG continued to get better and better every series that they've played. They've become a much stronger team over the last couple of months, whereas Extreme have kind of fallen off a bit. And this team that's like full of superstars and big names running into some serious issues. And I mean, for IG, they have found a sort of dynamic that either really works or is horrifically bad. And in this game, it works.
For now.
Yeah, it could be her.
It needs to work right now, too, because they're on the brink of elimination.
See why? That's the gem. Doesn't have a dive.
Oh, no. That's soul crushing. Like, you buy a gem, you're like, okay guys, this is our moment to get back into this game. Let's play around the gem, D-ward, lose it, and now you're like, oh, we got nothing now.
Yeah.
At least that's probably how he feels, and he's not too far off from that either. And Paparazzi gonna do his best to just get out on the map. What else can you do? Team fights against this Aegis is merely just going to be something you can dream about, but the reality of winning those fights seems near impossible.
True. It's very difficult. JT runs into Dust. Hello?
Okay.
That was very weird looking. but they have found another, and it's Paparazzi. Can't get there.
Does Emo queue up a basher now?
And JT?
Oh, he's got the shield rune on Emo.
He is going in. No damage can hurt this man. Nothing at all. The onslaught, the spray, Emo on top of all of them. They're going to turn now onto the egg. Oh, the avalanche. But no, it pops. Oh my God, IG can't throw like this, or can they? Is Ghost going to get the Sunder off? It is, but Dust has all of the different damage types on top of him.
Does this man have?
Looking for that rampage. Do they save it for him? No. Emo says no, and GG is called. IG win game number 1 over Extreme.
Wow. Yeah, I thought Extreme might be the favorites here, but this Alchemist kind of worked out brilliantly. Emo having an extremely good game.
Yeah.
He won mid lane against a Tiny, which, from I've heard a lot of people talking about this matchup, you shouldn't. Had more denies than the Tiny in the laning stage. Got the rotations, was enabled by the Coddle. Ursa, who I thought was just going to get dumpstered this game after the laning stage, ends up finding a solo kill, running across the map, find a way to make his own game happen here. And I was just very impressed by a lot of stuff that IG did. Small things on this map to give him a game here. But I really like the fact that the Alchemist ended up going for this aura style and just building as a tank, keeping his team alive, and just playing standard Dota. This is just what Dota is nowadays.
I think that it's really nice to see the sort of iterations and change-ups and styles from one single hero. Like, to me, that's the thing that I like most about Dota in general, is that you have these heroes that aren't stuck to one play style. They're not stuck to one lane. They're not stuck to one way to play it. It's Alchemists that can do all these different things, and so they can fulfill those different roles, like the Aura bot that is becoming standard Dota, or has become, and is for a long time now. It's really neat to see. And then giving the Ags, dude, that Ags play where he gave it to Emo, that was the coolest thing that we've seen today.
That was really cool. Yeah. I mean, it was definitely the best play of the day that we've seen, personally. There's a lot of Dota going on. Maybe there's something cooler, but that one, it probably was the coolest play today. You normally don't see something of that level very often. It was perfect timing. It was like right when Roche was getting low, there's a remnant in there. He goes back. He just buys it immediately as Roche is low, gives the team confidence to go in. It couldn't have got much better for them. A really good game from IG there.
Okay. Well, I think that with that, we are going to get ready for game number 2 as IG take game number 1 victory over Extreme. Really impressive showing. We'll see if they can continue that, or if a game number 2 is going to be going more extreme ways, but we'll find out right after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, you wonderful people out there. We're getting ready for our final game of the day. Wow, 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 wow. Fear, it's happening. Invictus Gaming versus Extreme. I feel like last game is one of those like intra-regional matchups where everything's all funky and strange. But IG seemed like they're a good matchup against Extreme. Was there anything that was like very much a standout situation that you felt like needed to be adjusted for this Extreme roster that could make them have more success?
I feel like the Tiny for Paparazzi didn't have the impact that I think they were hoping it would have.
Okay.
Emo, I mean, individual impact was Emo, I think. He just individually played really well. Won the mid lane where I feel like he shouldn't have. Rotations, everything were on point for them. So I think Emo really made that game what it was.
Okay.
So if you can have another game like that, IG are going to look good, but that's just the name of the game for Emo, right? You don't know what you're going to get, but what you got that last game from Emo is exactly what IG needed. They're in a situation where they need some wins, and they need them badly, and they got it. So they need to continue this upward trajectory, or otherwise their fate is going to be sealed here at the Major.
True enough. Yeah, they've got to make something happen. They got to pull it together, or things could be pretty freaking rough for them. But we're already into the draft. I think similar thing to what we saw last game. I got to double check what all the dynamics were. But taking that Chen out of the pool, as we've seen everybody do. Don't want to have that hero come in. About the Coddle, he's back.
Yeah, that's what they took last game, I believe, right?
Yeah. So, well, it's interesting because it left open the Storm, which was first phase banned by Extreme, and instead IG take out the Underlord.
And it doesn't seem like either of these teams really favor the IO too much, which I think Storm IO could be a really good opening against this if they wanted to go that route.
Right.
But we'll see what they choose to do. Underlord got respect banned by IG. And the Alchemist. Alright, we're going to have ourselves an Alchemist type of day, as all 4 games have had an Alchemist. And every time Extreme has played against it, they've lost, and so far, every time they've played it, they've lost too. So Extreme not having a good time with the Alchemist today.
Wow. And Extreme are now going to run into more issues for that Alchemist. We saw IG take Timbersaw for Zhang Yu in a game that was horrible for a Timbersaw. This already looks pretty sick for a Timber. In playing with the Coddle, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Coddle Timber's a classic. It's quite good. Versus Alchemist, if you can get the lane matchup, it's good. But we don't know where this Alch's going, right? This Alchemist has been all over the place.
True.
It could just be a support. It could be an offlaner. I think the goal should be to dodge this Alchemist into the Timber's lane. Timber's a one-dimensional hero. This isn't a hero you see on support unless you're playing some crazy pubs and someone's tilted. This hero's almost always in the offlane. Sometimes mid. Occasionally mid. But that's about it. Where Alchemist, he can go support, he can go to the offlane, maybe he could go mid. Extreme did play it mid. Wasn't super impressed by that. I was okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I wonder if Paparazzi wants to play it again. It was that like where to pick to. Everything just looked so strange. The other thing to note is that like the one game that IG won in this tour before the last game that we watched was against OG, and they did pick Timber in the first 2 paired together with a Disruptor. Could see something that they go back for eventually. Maybe it's a little bit weird playing Coddle Disruptor together, but it's a possibility. We'll see how it goes. Also, just feels like Storm still being open for IG would be a pretty easy pick for Emo.
Yeah, I think that is something is almost a must ban if you are on Extreme. Giving away Storm in a game like this is pretty much exactly what IG want. They banned out the Ember, which would have been good too. Pango is probably fine. And then Storm. Those are probably the options you're looking at for the most to get for Emo here. I'm not sure if he plays a lot of Pango, but he does have a Coddle on his team, so it would be a good game for it if you didn't want to bring it out.
Yeah, banning out the Bloodseeker. It seems like a nice pick.
And they have to choose. Do you want to let the Pango through with no Bloodseeker to counter it? Or do you want to let the Storm through? I think either way, IG's happy because Storm is also good versus Pango if you do steal it for Extreme. So you're kind of in a lose-lose situation there.
They say, all right, well, we'll let them both through, and we'll take a Storm instead.
All right, there you go. That is one way to do it. Because if you pick the Pango now, this is a matchup with Storm is very favored in, and not only the laning stage, but throughout the game, you just have so much damage that they're just gonna not go for it. And they're gonna go for the Death Prof in mid. All right. Something that doesn't really work that well with Coddle. I mean, it's okay, but it's not really that good. But it's very good for Storm in the laning stage. It's super good. But they're really low on stuns. They got the glimpse for the setup, but that's pretty much it for now.
I mean, if you just walk at people's buildings, maybe you don't need stuns. I mean, you probably still need stuns, but...
I mean, no, you don't, actually. If you want to end the game quickly and you want to do a death ball, you literally don't need stuns. However, the other team has to be able to not defend that either.
And they already have an Alchemist, which sort of fits the bill for being able to be a light defense.
Depending if he's carry or offlane. If he's carry, he doesn't want to be there, because normally you're delaying so your carry can get more items. But we still need to see what they want to do with this Alchemist. Storm's mid for sure. Mirana could be 4 or 5. Alchemist could be 4, 3, or 5, 4, 1. Everything but mid at this point, I would say.
I also kind of like DP against the Alch too. That Spirit Siphon's going to be getting you a lot of value. So 2 range supports coming from Extreme. They also don't have much in the way of disable. I was thinking with this Bloodseeker ban out, Slark is also open for IG if they wanted to take that route.
Yeah, it's okay. I think they should ban Ursa, though.
Okay.
They just got owned by Ursa. Ban it. You're playing Phoenix again. You're playing Alk again. Or you're playing... Yeah. So I just think right now, if IG... Extreme took the Alk, but IG... If they get Ursa, it could be quite good for them. And, you know, you just lost to an Ursa. I think if that's not reason enough to ban it, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that hero just feels like it provides so much value. Solo Tormentors, solo Roche, if you need to. Has a good laning
objective
stage.
Taker this game.
Yeah.
And it feels like taking these towers down is not super important anymore. We talked about how you can take multiple paths around towers now. It feels like them being there is just an obstacle you have to avoid. It's not something you have to destroy.
Yeah. The game is much more sandboxy.
And there goes Sirisa. That's a very good ban. I'm glad they weren't stubborn about it.
Yeah.
They just got it out of the game.
Okay. So other heroes that can cause some issues, it is going to be IG that have the first pick out of the last phase, so have to pick something that doesn't get terribly counterpicked.
10 seconds remaining.
So Extreme covered their bases decently well. But if you're thinking about the Alchemist and what teams like to do, Terrorblade's always up for... It's worth a mention. It's not the best versus Phoenix, but it's still playable. And IG is just going to ban it themselves, so they don't even have that option.
I guess there is the worry of the 3 Alch.
Yeah. I think they should play Morphling. That looks like a hero that you can maybe pick blindly in this situation. At the end of the day, you're just blind picking it. At most, you just have to assume Alch is potentially in your lane. You don't want to give Alch a free game, so whatever you pick here has to be at least good versus Alch in the game and good versus Alch in the lane. So something like a Morphling could be quite good here.
Okay.
And they banned the Slark, which you like to.
Yeah, I don't particularly like Dust or Emo playing Morphling is my one issue. That's not, to me, it feels like a good hero for IG, even if it's good in this game, but they do tend to pick it. So we might see it here.
Shadow Fiend, then? Is that something...
Yeah, that sounds
more
sick.
in the realm?
I like that a lot. Put it mid.
It's not as good this game, but
yeah,
could be more on their wheelhouse.
Oh God. Okay. All right. I have some feelings. This is gonna be Emo playing anti-mage. Dust is going mid on DP. Or what if he plays anti-mage mid against Storm? Is that still a thing?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, it could be, but I don't think they're gonna do it. You're playing versus the Alchemist. The Spell Reflect shoots the concoction right back at Alchemist.
Yeah.
Which is definitely nice. Not the best hero to play into the minus armor and the lane itself. It could be volatile. Well, we'll just put it that way. Like, it's either going to be really good if Alchemist is left on the island, but if Mirana or Phoenix consistently stays there, I think it probably needs to be Mirana who stays there, just so you can get all those right clicks off and keep the anti-mage low. It's not a bad pick by any means. You're playing for Storm as well. It can work. The lane is just going to be the question mark for me. Will he be able to fight the Alchemist under the Acid Spray? Will he be able to burn the mana of the Alchemist so we can't use the Acid Spray? That's the other question. I think that's going to be his goal in the lane. And now they have to find a way to deal with this anti-mage, and there's no Terrorblade in the pool, no Ursa in the pool. Some of the better heroes at dealing with it aren't there. And then you have to deal with the situation that you have to lane against a Timbersaw. So it's not the easiest pick here overall. Like, maybe you go for a Luna or something and play some tempo game.
I mean, that feels a little weird too.
Put him in a kind of a weird spot here where you have to
Right.
deal with Timber in the lane and Anti-Mage in the game.
I wonder if they do just take Alk in the safe lane and take a different off lane. I mean, Darkseer,
I want
if they wanted to
Slardar.
do that.
I'd want Slardar, but
Hey,
Oh,
let's
there we
go.
if we're
What do you
doing
like about
offlaners,
Slardar? Talk to me. What is it?
I mean, you're playing versus Death Prophet, low armor. You can burst him with the Alchemist. You got double minus armor here versus the Timber. He has a lot of reactive armor, but Slardar puts you at so much minus armor that you don't care about the reactive armor as much. And then, of course, you're laning versus the Anti-Mage. You're just going to keep bashing him in the face, make his lane a bit difficult.
Okay. Well, I like it. It feels like it fits all of the boxes that we wanted checked. I have to tell you a story, Fear. I have a very vivid memory of Emo playing Anti-Mage, and it is him farming Dire Ancients as he is losing all of his tier 3 towers, tier 2 towers.
You sure that wasn't Arteezy?
Well, I'll tell you. He was literally farming enemy ancients, trying to cut waves, trying to do these things, and then farming ancients. He finally buys his items, TP's back home, gets his item, and then GG's out without even fighting. he wanted to finish his item, and then he GG'd out. And
It's
it was
about the personal goals.
Yeah, it was crazy. And that was one of the moments where I was like, this is a special player. We'll see if that happens for them again, if they end up in a situation where, you know, Extreme can just put the punishment on, but we're getting ready to go into this game at number 2. Do you think it's going to be that type of a game for the Anti-Mage with the Slardar getting taken now? Does that enough to sort of hold them down?
I've seen this Slardar Anti-Mage matchup go one of two ways. It's either Slardar gets out of control, he's everywhere, Anti-Mage can't farm anything, and then he's going to do something as you just described, probably just farm and a GG out. Or Slardar, a good comparison to Slardar is like Venomancer in the offlane. Like, if Venomancer has a bad offlane, the rest of his game's pretty bad. So, JT, if he doesn't have a good offlane on this Slardar, this Anti-Mage can take off, and Slardar will have a difficult time finding his way into the game. So I want to see IG put a lot of priority on shutting down this Slardar. And they've got a Timber versus Alchemist matchup here too, right? So you do have the opportunity to use more resources to shut down the Slardar and give Anti-Mage a good game.
Okay. If they can make that happen, those allocations of their heroes around the map to the nice places. Of course, the other big problem that we do have for AM nowadays, you mentioned it in the last game, this Battle Fury change means that going Vanguard, while still possible, feels a lot worse because you can't disassemble to go into the Battle Fury. And then you're kind of in this awkward spot. So I want to see what Emo's take is on it this game. But it was going to be really good against Paparazzi, obviously. If he has to be really careful about his mana pool, potentially blowing up and exploding his team with it.
Could still do the Vanguard Radiance build if you wanted to.
Okay.
Give you a little bit of evasion versus the Slardar and Alchemist.
I'd like it.
Otherwise, he's just not going to go Vanguard and do it the old-fashioned way.
Right. Well,
and Vanguard's not really an item that particularly is great against Slardar. Just, you want to have high armor when you're playing against minus armor. So maybe building a couple Wraith Bands for the Anti-Mage might be in order here.
Yeah, Emo already has one queued up. I like that more than the Vanguard, too. It's definitely going to be more survivability, particularly if you have to play in the Acid Spray.
Yeah, at some point.
Glimpse onto JT. Nice. And Ghost queuing up that stun. Throws it right away onto Timber. No reactive armor. My man in some
Got
trouble.
Whirling Death, though.
Whirling Death. Does he have enough to get it? He needs to turn back into Ghost and find him here. PYW. Gonna go down.
All right. Starstorm's back up here, too. You don't typically expect that. Both these heroes getting quite low with the Blinding Light and the Whirling Death. This is actually a strong timing for Extreme Gaming in this lane. It only gets a little bit better for IG as this lane progresses.
Yeah, if you can get to like level 2, level 3, Timber should be fine. But a Blinding Light into the Whirling Death kill throws out another stun, and that is the recovery that IG were looking for. Particularly the idea of like the double Whirling Death coming out, right? If Chakra gets up high enough level, it's basically a double cast.
Yeah, 6-second reduction, Whirling Death. At max level, it'll be a double cast. Guaranteed.
Pretty tight. Timber Chain, get away.
Timber!
Ghost. Huh?
Is not going any armor.
Yeah.
He's just going all new. I think I'm not saying he panic skilled that, but maybe he was saving his point for a situation like that.
Right.
So Timbersaw is in a situation where his level 3 timing is not going to be him just being able to stand an acid spray. He's going to have to look for some kills in this lane.
Right. Well, and to be fair, I mean, even 2 points up in it, I mean, that's going to not give you like a whole heck of a lot of armor. You get 0.5 per stack, 20 stacks, that's 10 armor. I mean, that is enough to sort of make up for the acid spray armor reduction, but you also have to be like tanking creeps the whole time.
Yeah, it's just the region, so you can continuously stay healthy. That's what he's mainly going to look for. But they've already committed. They're going to play a kill lane, which means there's going to be a lot of action. As you can see, they're already cutting down all the trees here to slow them down. Blood Grenade is out.
Connects again. Stun is there. Thinking about throwing it. Ooh, and the Blinding Light coming out a second too late to get the full punish. Yeah, you can see just how dangerous it is sitting in that. And in this kill lane, with the lane pushing out, that sets up for Zhang Yu to get the first Lotus, which is going to be real important.
This is not going well for the Timber lane. Like, the decision to go for the chain here, I don't see what their timing is. He can't get up into the wave anymore. Every time he does, he's just going to get harassed out. Even Miranda's just hitting like a truck on him because he has no armor. Yeah, not good for IG in this particular lane. But things are going pretty decent for the Anti-Mage at least. He is having a game even against the Slarter.
Yeah.
But speaking of people potentially not having a game, Disruptor getting bashed to death here.
Yep, that's a quick and easy kill up top. Zhang Yu again trading hits with Ghost. Ghost threw out the stun, and they're able to force him back. Alchemist having a really good time. More denies than Timber has last hits.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal at all. So I'm going to move away from that lane a little bit and look at mid lane.
Okay.
Dust in the mid lane. Doing pretty well against Paparazzi. I think this is about how this lane should go.
Okay.
As one of his teammates will get him that desperately needed water rune available. Hitting level 5. At least he hasn't died since, but the level 6 potential rotation, when you have the Exorcism online, if the support runs mid like Disruptor, and you're not 6 on Paparazzi, that could be very, very painful.
Yeah, they can do that, sort of pair it together with maybe a catapult or something coming in. Could be pretty scary. And tower taking potential is going to be there. But Dust doing what he needs. Ghost up top. They're going to get a rotation in from QYQX, get the glimpse off. Now the second round of the Whirling Death, it's enough. Zhang Yu back in it.
Yeah, definitely helps him a lot here. 3 leap charges for DY if he does. Getting up to that high ground there gave him a little bit of extra distance on that leap. That's why he needs to use 1 leap to get away there. Very nice.
And while that rotation happens, they're not able to punish over here in the bottom lane. JT had the wave pushing into Emo, but not too far. Now the glimpse back. Oh, can they catch him for a kill? QYQX, he's going to be the one that's caught. And now, second round, he didn't get the Whirling Death onto Ghost. I don't know if it would have mattered anyways. So, weird shenanigans going on in this game.
Yeah, Dota's more about the side lanes nowadays, just like how these twin gates work. You just keep ganking the side lanes over and over again, but I still think the 6-minute rune is still going to be super important, specifically for the Storm Spirit. Or making sure he does not get it if you are on IG. For Extreme, they want to get it for the Storm. They want to make sure he can play in this game, and it looks like we're going to have ourselves a good old 50-50. And Paparazzi wins the roll of the dice.
It is only an invis, which is not the worst thing in the world, but, you know, this is what it is. Bottle refill, it's good for him.
Yeah, with the bounty rune, he'll be topped off, which means he can, a bare minimum, keep farming. Ideally, he wanted to get that and get a kill on the map, but rune luck didn't favor him on this one, so...
Oh, mid. Well, Emo's farming bottom. They are going to bring numbers. Okay, EXO out, and I mean they
There's
did
no
have
TP on Phoenix, so I think they're going to get outnumbered here no matter what.
I think that there was also that buff that happened in the big patch, which makes it so DP does even more damage than they previously did when your exorcism is close to the targets it's hitting. That was already a mechanic just because they came back faster, but I think they actually do more damage now too. And so they get the tower for free. Good first EXO.
Yep, quite good. Things are going pretty decent, I want to say, for both teams, really. Like, the mid lane, you're still farming on Storm. You got what you wanted from DP in the mid lane. I would say Timber's not where he wants to be in this game. He's losing his lane to an Alchemist pretty handedly. However, they might make that up by getting kills on him.
True.
And that's exactly what they need to do.
Ghost caught in the wall, and with numbers, they're going to glimpse him back in. PYW picks up that kill. So Vanguard completed on Zhang Yu. So he's definitely going to be able to stand under this tower and get healed back up again. I mean, only 1 point in reactive. Maybe he can't actually. I'm not sure. Vanguard blocks a lot, but regardless,
8-minute rune.
Who's going to get it?
IG.
Okay.
So this is pretty big right now because you're going to have this exorcism available. Mid tower's gone. You just killed the Alchemist. Now you just run an Alchemist again. The next objective is to kick him out. Timber's level 6, and you're gonna close the map off a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit scary now for Extreme Gaming because Slardar, he's not super strong right now.
Right.
DY.
QIQX.
Oh, they want the big target. Oh, just barely missed Ghost. He ran right past the Mirana. It's like, wow. I know there's an Alk here. Couldn't get him though.
Yeah, Dust's not going to be able to connect. So they don't get the connection onto Alk. And at the same time, you're seeing Extreme farm up the other 2 lanes, also farming jungle. They brought a lot of heroes top on IG to take this tower. Don't pop EXO for it because it's not back up yet. Are they going to try and push for more here? Because this is a lot of heroes and time spent, you know, just pushing 1 tier 1 tower.
It's not worth it. This is kind of where playing mid DP, it gets a little weird. Paparazzi might get a free kill though.
That is huge for him. Although now,
double.
Now can they get out? Paparazzi's out of mana, and Zhang Yu right on top of him. Mana Void. Emo comes in for the KS. Love to see that.
Where'd he come from?
Man, he was always going to make that play.
Last I saw him, he was farming bottom on the outskirts of the map, so he TP'd mid and without boots just for that kill. I get it. He expected something else to happen there, but you might as well take the kill if you're in the neighborhood. Why not?
True. Okay, well, keeping down Storm a bit. Emo also not having the best of games in terms of net worth, but has been able to have some type of free farm. We haven't seen Slardar just completely take over by any stretch of the imagination.
Not yet, but he is having one of those games where he potentially could with the amount of farm he has.
Disruptor, Glimpse, tries to survive through this, but it's not going to happen. Now, there is also a big old collection of stacks over here. Who, I guess, probably the Timber? Yeah. They're going to go and take these with Zhang Yu.
Yep. Timber quite good at farming the stacks there. He'll clean those up. Still haven't seen Slardar in this game, and I'm glad we haven't, because I don't think he has much impact right now. This hero we talk about how auras are pretty strong in the patch right now. Slaughter is definitely a carry here.
Right.
I don't think there's any aura you can build that kind of fits his toolkit of basically just getting attack speed and bashing people to death. This is just how the hero functions.
Right.
Very single target oriented, needs his own selfish items to be able to play the game. I think when he does get to that Blink Dagger, we'll see this hero make some more rotations on the map. Until then, I think taking farm away or just continuing to farm is the correct choice for him.
Yeah, and if you get big, it's going to become a huge problem for Emo. Emo definitely isn't going to be able to ever blink on him in this game until he gets like 3 or 4 items. And JT can maybe just be that person that stands in front and is ready for a counter initiation. We'll see. But 4 to 6, less than 1,000 gold separating these two squads. Alchemists trying to get towards that Radiance. Ghost definitely still very much sitting on top of the net worth as you'd expect for an Alch.
Yeah, they're trying to pressure him as much as they can, but he's still farming pretty well. It's not like a free game by any means, but who has had a free game is the Slardar. So it's really going to be important to see what can he bring to the table at some point in this game.
Also is going to need a BKB on that Slardar because that blinding light, super annoying to play against.
Yeah. I think you go Blink first, most likely, though, just to not only farm a bit faster, but maybe catch stragglers. But until he won't want a team fight until BKB for sure.
His team is going to start heading down south to join him over here. Storm Spirit queuing up the Witchblade, wants to get some more armor for himself after the Falcon Blade, and now a zip in. Finds QYW underneath the tower. Timber TP's in. The stun connects right away and now has to Timber chain out of trouble. Dust, they connect on a Paparazzi. A really weird set of situations. Dodges the Chakram just barely, but Zhang Yu looks to finish this off. He needs a couple more seconds while underneath the tower. Dust is doing work, trying to connect. Paparazzi in trouble, goes down. I don't think they had vision there. I think that was a random Crypt Swarm.
Yeah, I mean, there's no
Oh, no, they
sentries
did.
down.
They had one.
Or
They
over
dropped
there.
one. QIQX.
And both carries are farming in the meanwhile. Exorcism was popped. 1 for 2 trade. Not bad for either team. So it's more of like, what can you make from this?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be anything because you got 2 hard carries on both sides.
True.
So it's just a little bit of action there. You got a bit of a good trade there from IG. Don't think they'll punish the fact that Exorcism's down 13 minutes into the game, so not bad. Not bad for IG.
Zhang Yu doing a repeat of his last game's build. Has the Vanguard done and going into Crimson Guard. X'd up Pipe. Maybe he'll go for Ags again. Who knows? But still very much that even spread as Emo has the Battle Fury done along with Treads and a Wraith Band and should be able to farm quite efficiently over the next couple of minutes here.
Yeah, he's gonna start getting a lot more net worth now that he does have that Battle Fury available. However, there is a scary timing coming from the side of Extreme Gaming. Slardar, Blink Dagger online. Storm, I mean, him just being in the game is enough. He doesn't really need an item right now. He just needs to be able to initiate. And Slardar has to be able to follow up on that with the egg. DP's there.
Oh, this is big, though. If they can get him right away. Oh, Slardar. All that farming for what?
Just to get seen by a ward. And Yules into a combo. That was good. That was really good by IG there. Just using that Yules to set up the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field.
Although Dust.
Slardar's just dead.
Popping Exo.
But how are you going to punish that, though, is, like, the question.
Right. I guess that's true.
I'm not sure, like, what avenue they can take this early in the game to end up punishing that. Unless Alchemist is ready to play, but he's not. Radiance is done. His next choice is BKB. I think once you have that BKB, something will happen.
Emo. He just blinked into them. Now tries to jump away. QIQX pops the glimpse. And that might be enough to keep Emo alive. So getting a little bit frisky there over in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, QYQX bailing him out there. Storm would have just chased him down as Blink was on cooldown, so very well done.
Tops the Virtus Dale for QIQX so Emo can farm the Ancients. But mid lane, they find the DP. They try and punish. No Exo. Yules keeps her alive, but Dust going to die. XG making good moves with this Slardar Blink.
Yeah, I mean, that was his first move with it. That was a big one, for sure. Getting that DP right away, and that's what they need to do. They need to find the jump. Paparazzi, he's going to follow up with the damage. It's a lot of single target for now, but that's just kind of how they need to play it. Disruptor.
QX, bashed, punched, got caught with the crush, and now on the other side, Ghost is there, finishes him off.
Ghost is ready.
He's got his BKB coming out right now with the
that's a
Radiance
free
already
dragon.
done. That's a good chunk of gold for him.
Very nice here for Extreme Gaming. The timing is online. This is one of the big differences between Alchemist and Anti-Mages, is Alchemist comes online before 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage comes online after 30 minutes. So this is going to be a window in which they can do a lot of damage to IG if they play their cards correctly.
Well, the Crimson Guard did stop the push there, which is something they consider. Zhang Yu, you know, him getting that item up early, he kind of knows what he's in store for, has to defend these towers for all he's worth. And Pipe, what is that, about, I don't know, a couple hundred gold away from having that completed. They're going to go up and try and take Roche, it looks like, but already getting into position. IG wanting to contest this. Dust, he does have Exo. It's just barely not level 2. And
that's big. It doubles. All right, they're going to get the Mirana?
Goes in, pops the Exo, and now onto one. QYQX, he's in no man's land, in some trouble. Roche fairly low, and they pop the Supernova. Dust has to back away, still has that Yule Scepter at the ready, gonna pop it at the last second, trying to survive. With the Spirit Siphons going, it's not looking like it's going to be enough. The sun is there, and Alk incredibly strong.
Here comes Emo with half HP.
What can he do? He needs to wait for Storm, but Storm has a full mana pool. This is not working out well. Zhang Yu has to be the strong one. Baiting out a couple of zips from Paparazzi. They're TPing back in now with DY. So Roche, I mean, it's at about 2/3 HP. JT looking for a pick. Doesn't find anybody yet. Gets him there on the Timber. He gets bashed and will get killed. So Extreme Gaming making some solid moves here.
Yeah, Anti-Mage is just still not ready to fight. Whereas Extreme Gaming, they got 5 heroes ready to game. And this is kind of like where you're just looking at your watch all the time and being like, when is my carry going to be ready? And hoping that it will be soon. Because if not, you're going to take the entire map if you're Extreme. And IG are just going to have to watch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're killing these Round of Ancients. Emo's doing what he can to try and get online, but it could be that repeat of what we saw from him in the China DPC. we'll see what happens in this one. But yeah, they're very strong. Blink Dagger done on Alk.
All right, all right. Let us see indeed. Let us see. But for now, one thing is for certain. Extreme Gaming own this map.
Yeah.
For the foreseeable future. Until Anti-Mage comes in, gets a kill, which I think has to be most likely on the Storm when he's low mana. Maybe clips a support and gets another kill with that too. But Storm has Nagus for the next 4 minutes.
Right.
So don't expect much from Emo until that Aegis goes down.
They just have to give up everything around the map. They do get the Manta style done on the AM. We'll see what Emo's next item choice is, but very deadly stuff around this map as they're cutting waves where they can. And we're also seeing one of the other issues in this game. Kaka has been able to get so much farm. He's got a Spirit Vessel done and no Dispel at the moment for the side of IG, particularly on that Timber. As they're going to try and take the Tormentor. Mirana gets one.
Trading Tormentors.
And Keeper of the Light gets the other.
Ooh,
Recall, big.
One. In a game like this, you want the recall. You want to play the whole map. You can just bring your allies across the map, dodge them as much as you can. You can kind of use Coddle as a personal teleportation device to get you out of trouble. But
Moonlight Shadow.
QI, XY out of trouble on that one.
Yeah.
QIQX, sorry.
That's the one.
I struggle with his name. I'm so hard.
That's you know, random collection of characters. That's how it goes. Okay, 20 minutes. 5k gold lead. The majority of that, almost all of that, on this Alchemist, who is trying to farm up some camps that Alchemist just got to, or rather Anti-Mage just got to a little bit before him. While there is still a Wisdom Rune over on both teams' side of the maps. Do you feel like Extreme need to be putting more pressure on right now? I mean, they've got this Aegis for another 2.5 minutes, and they're kind of just chilling, it feels like.
They're trying to put the pressure on it, but it's like, how do you put the pressure on in this patch? They tried to force him out of bottom, and the instant response was run the opposite way on IG. So I guess they're going to hit this tower now. They're doing what they can, but it's not easy to choke a team out of the map in this patch, it feels like. I mean, he's got the Orb of Destruction and everything on Ghost. Like, he wants to bring this building down, but without the AC complete, it's not hitting too hard.
No. Well, this is interesting. IG looking for a smoke without Emo. JT is rejoining the rest of the roster.
They got recall.
Oh, okay. So they're showing Emo on this tower, and they're hoping that Extreme is going to split up and they can find them on the outskirts. So taking this fight, I mean, this could be tragic. They're all here. Paparazzi starting to make the move. They're recalling in one. Can they get him? Silence now into Paparazzi. That Aegis still 1.5 minutes left. What can they do now? Jason, Disruptor already dead. Alchemist starting to drop lower and lower, and Alchemist TP's out. He barely is able to escape from that. They take down Zhang Paparazzi starting to die. He actually did have his Aegis.
All right, he's here now.
JT turned upon, starting to fall, and gets brought down. So they killed off Storm twice in that without Mana Void.
Also, I'm just waiting that entire time for Caudle to recall this Anti-Mage, and he just never did.
I thought he did, but yeah,
no,
I guess
he
he just didn't. That's
and
weird.
Then he TP'd mid on Emo to join this fight. And I feel like maybe if Emo's there, they can finish that Alchemist off before TPing out, and they could get some more kills there. But end result isn't that bad for IG. They end up getting the Storm and the Aegis, killing the Slardar. That kill went to the Anti-Mage, which they desperately needed.
Yeah.
So, it was a big win from IG on that fight, but looks like they might be setting up for Emo here. Do they have the damage?
Ooh. Does have Manta ready. Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, that's not great. All right. Well, IG, they're gonna lose Emo and QIQX. The rest of the team knows what they need to do. Push out side lane. Let's go, guys. Man.
Yeah. Not great. Extreme Gaming, right position to get that kill there. Emo, he really can't afford many of these deaths.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage is Anti-Mage. If every carry player feels like they have the most control of the game while playing this hero, and it's absolutely true. You have the most control of all the games you play Anti-Mage, and you dying like this, or you not participating, controls your team losing the game just as much as you can control them winning. So
right.
He really just can't be making too many mistakes here.
If he does, that's where they definitely start to completely pop off. You know, Timber, Death Prophet, they're keeping pace with the Slardar and the Storm, which is something sort of, you know, worth thinking about. Because oftentimes in these games that we saw in the last patch, AM would sort of crush out the rest of his team from being able to farm anything on the map. Definitely not the case now. Zip into mid. They'll find PYW, and that is a quick pick-off. But it is just this Alchemist that is the be-all, end-all carry right now, and finds the Death Prophet. Basher, not Abyssal Blade done yet. So that keeps her from being under too much fire, as Ghost will set his sights towards the mid-tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Feeling like they're a little bit back in the driver's seat here. Slardar has an Assault Curiosity queued up, even though Ghost has one purchased already. Hopefully he doesn't commit to that.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. He has plenty of time to figure it out.
Right.
Worst case scenario, who buys the Hydra Stone still doesn't realize it. It's Moonshard time.
True.
Which
love
I
that
kind
item.
of want him to do anyway. When you have Mask of Madness, Moonshard, and Slardar, that is the approximate attack speed you need. Well, they nerfed the bash duration, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know anymore, but in the past, that was what you needed to pretty much perma-stun.
So annoying to play against. I hate that hero.
Slardar's fun, because he inherently comes with risks, and his lane has to go well.
See,
So
but
either he's really fun to play, or he's miserable to play.
But see, the problem is he doesn't buy auras where you get to sit behind your team and do nothing, which is
Oh,
kind of Dota
that's
gameplay.
true. You got to play more like a carry.
Okay. Butterfly done. Emo.
Big?
And no true strike yet.
Big, really big item. I mean, he still only has 1600 HP, so he's still. If you're, what was that game we watched? Either way, we'll talk about it later.
Look for the silence, couldn't find it. Gets the disruptor, caught immediately. Stunned after from the Mirana, gets the crush, gets the kill. UIW up on the high ground. They get the stun onto Emo. He has to blink away. And Dust, I mean, he's just dying. They're all just dead. XG just wrecked them. And
Emo's back in.
tries
the
to
madman.
find Ghost. He is immediately going to evaporate. Oh no, that was not the way they saw that one going. Not the way they drew it up. As PYW back in the trees, Paparazzi is going to find the Coddle. JT is going to find Jiang Yu. No chance for the Timber Chain away. Arrow a little off the mark, but slowly and steadily they're starting to bring him down. TP out from JT. No, gets brought down. Jiang Yu salvaging what was looking like almost just a dead game.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they were just going to reset and just take every barracks in the game, but they decided to dive. And Disruptor really bailed them out there with the Timber Saw. What a good glimpse there onto the Static Storm. Catches the Slardar, and Slardar just doesn't have enough damage for Timber if he has full stacks up with the Crimson Guard. Either way, still overall good for extreme gaming.
Right.
Overall. But it could have been a lot better.
Emo is just, he's a character. I love this guy.
Yeah, I was going to say that there was a game we watched recently where we saw someone purchase a butterfly, then they just kind of went in and not a single attack missed.
Yeah.
And then they died.
Yeah.
It's like this butterfly is like, if you have this low of HP, we kind of saw in that last fight. He did get some evades, of course, in that particular one. But if RNG isn't with you with this item, it doesn't give you that much survivability.
Yeah. No, and you need that HP pool to make it worth it. Heads on in. Finds Mirana. Paparazzi there. Ghosts. Oh, they jump and they kill. And Dust, he didn't stand a chance. This Death Prophet just cannot stay alive. And Jiang Yu continues to get bashed and controlled. And JT, he's so strong. Now, Emo does find and kill Paparazzi. So that's something. Now, tries to back out. Paparazzi buys back into this game. Emo, wait, he's stuck over there. Tries to blink away. They've got eyes on him. Arrow comes out. And Emo is going to die again. Those deaths, they hurt so bad, as it's going to be Aegis for Extreme at 29 minutes.
It feels like Dust getting caught is becoming a big issue for them.
Yeah.
The Timber Saw isn't dying in these fights. He should be going first. We didn't get BKB off for the Death Prophet. Immediately explodes in that fight, even though we did get a big pick off by Emo onto Paparazzi's Storm Spirit. But he just bought back into the game, and now he has an Aegis, and that was the big objective here, for sure.
So, do you remember when we first started talking about IG, and you're like, I don't know much about this team, and I was like,
yeah.
Okay, well, Dust played mid for them for a while, and then he kept on going in first and dying, and then they would lose the game, and then Emo took over mid. That's basically what happened for the entire beginning of the DPC, as Ghost is going to kill off the Coddle there. So you got to witness it.
Turning to that form, yeah. Turning to that form. Yeah, be back 10 seconds, changing the battery.
Okay, no problem. Man, what a freaking game. XG after the woes in game number 1, in sort of a draft that caught them off guard. They have completely turned it around here in this game number 2 and are in complete control. Is there a window where AM does become like really hard to kill, or is he always just going to be behind now?
I mean, he needs more EHP.
Okay.
Whatever that might be for him. I think in this game it's Assault Cuirass, actually. I think that's an item that will benefit him a lot. But he's going to go for the Abyssal Blade, so he's going like the Assassin build.
Okay.
He's going to blink in, Abyssal, try and kill the Storm right away. But he's not even close. Meanwhile, Dust going in again.
Yeah.
Shredded.
Yeah, it's hard out here. It's a struggle. So he is dead, and XG going to take this entire set of racks while Emo is farming. This again looks suspiciously like that game I was telling you about. As he is going to farm some ancients and try and get into whatever items he can.
Yeah, just doing some split pushing for now, getting the lanes out, pressuring the tower, maybe baiting them to come back. This only works if he has buyback, though, which he does. So that is available for them. Timbersaw has buyback, too. Death Prophet, super poor. Does not have the buyback available. Dust really needs to chill.
Okay.
He can't be going in first anymore. It's not working out. He can't be just chilling in the front line. So by chill, not in the front line. Chill in the back line. I want him to chill more.
Yeah, chill more.
Chill more.
This guy may indeed have no chill, though. That is one of the issues there.
All right. Unfortunate. Because if they want to win this game, he's got to put on ultra chill mode and just believe in Emo.
Well, Emo, he's somebody to believe in. That's for sure. This guy is such a character and very good player. Doesn't feel comfortable going back for that creep wave yet. It's always weird to read what's going on at this point in the game, as it does look like bounties picked up. And
they're basically just having an internal conversation of like, do we want to go high ground or do we want to play the map a bit more? And if you don't want to go high ground, then
look at Emo.
He's scared. He doesn't know what's going on.
It is awesome. I love this. It's so sick.
But the reality is he's literally the furthest unit away from everyone else in this game, by himself, isolated.
Oh, poor guy.
But he doesn't know that.
No. Mirana.
You're smoked up here if on XG. Don't worry, when XG shows, he'll be back to hitting creeps.
True. They know that they're smoked or moonlit shadowed. The rest of his team out on the map right now. TP away, Jiang Yu. Oh, barely able to escape from that one. And yeah, Emo back at it after PYW is the one that's going to be caught and killed.
Sure, he's just saying, please guys, just show so I can keep farming.
True.
And the end result's not so bad. They just lost their Coddle there, who does have buyback.
Right.
Probably does not want to use it. Emo gets to keep farming, get closer and closer to that Abyssal Blade. Knowing him, I'm sure he'll probably just buy it out as a whole and jump in and potentially die right away.
Okay.
However, maybe it'll go a bit differently. But I think the Storm Aegis going down is going to be a big one. 20 seconds until that one's going to be reclaimed. And then that play becomes a lot more valid, as if you can get on top of the Storm right away, with having some of the talents on Anti-Mage to burn even more mana, hopefully burn him in one Abyssal Blade into the ultimate and kill him out.
Well, we'll see if they can make that one big jump there. I mean, there is still the other issue of these heroes, you know, JT being a problem and the Alk, and will they find him? They know that he's going over here. Oh, they're aware. Emo, does he realize? Looks like they're hunting down bottom.
Human Observer Ward right now.
Yeah.
Oh, they just guessed the wrong way.
Is he going to go into them, though?
I mean, if he farms this mid-wave, he might die. Or if he blinks into them, you're right. What's going on right now? What? Alright.
Oh my God.
He barely got out.
That's crazy. That's sick, though. I like that.
Yeah, I'm playing with fire on that one for sure.
Well, XG, they get the Aghanim Shard for Storm Spirit. That's a good one.
Yeah, Emo really likes that one. I remember him playing Storm.
Yeah, true.
Fortunately, Emo's on the other team, so it won't have any effects there.
Okay, waiting for Roche most likely on XG. Don't want to throw this one away. Again, this team was coming into this on the verge of making it through. Now, after one loss to Extreme, or IG rather, they could be in sort of some dangerous territory of getting knocked out to the lower bracket with, you know, Talon and SMG and, well, also IG.
I mean, if they have really bad games on Extreme, they could still be in contention for elimination.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's what I mean, is that if they're not careful, they could be. And, like, already losing to IG one game.
Right, yeah.
It's pretty freaking rough.
It's definitely scary for both teams right now, for sure. You don't want to have a day on Extreme where you go 0-4, right?
Yeah.
And you've already had all the losses you can take for IG. So this match is so important for both these squads.
So, Timbersaw got some evasion of his own, has the Heaven's Halberd completed.
Okay.
But it's an MKB done on Slardar with the Moon Shard. Holy mackerel. That guy
Did he really
farmed.
just finish an MKB?
Yeah.
Alright, this game is basically over. I don't know what Emo can do anymore.
Yeah.
He is so farmed.
I think
he solo kills Anti-Mage.
Right. I think it's a place where, like, even if QYQX gets this Aghanim Scepter, JT might just kill anybody that is caught in the Ags with him.
Yeah, and you don't have a stun. You have no control on IG. Not a single bit.
Zhangyu, they find the
got
back lines. Dead again. Good Timber Chain away. So, Dust, he chilled behind the Timber that time, but they just went for him anyways.
Well, they weren't smoked.
Yeah.
So he just was under vision. Not saying... I mean, at this point, he can't do anything.
Right.
He does not have the farm. He is the same net worth as Caudle at 11,000.
Feels
not
bad.
ideal.
Yeah.
And if I'm anti-mage at this point and I kick on Slardar, that's a real monka, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
And it's like, how we win this game, and I'm just sitting there as anti-mage. Kill Slardar for me, boys. And then your team's probably like, how the hell are we supposed to do that?
Right. No, there's very few ways that this feels like it goes well for IG at this point. Roche, a minute and a half away. That's probably the best thing you can hope for. He gets the ninja gear for the
Here's the
Anti-Mage.
good news.
What's
Here's
that?
the good news. Roche spawning on Dire.
Oh?
Okay.
Kaka? Oh, Emo. Oh, no. Not like this. Oh, he missed the crush! But doesn't
Don't
matter.
matter.
Does
DD
not
Storm.
matter. No buyback.
Yep, with the Mana Void being down, Storm has no care to use all his mana to chase AM into the planet. And there you go, that was your emo play. Running into 5 heroes, trying to get a solo pick, doesn't work, dies without buyback. Now Dust, he gets heals off. Okay. Nobody saved the Guardian Sprint, very nice.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good one. And Dust now also in some trouble here. Gonna try and get out of there with the Ogre Seal Totem.
Oh, he didn't have a bash primed up. But
And
there's
yeah.
still no anti-mage for 50 seconds, and that was your BKB.
Yeah. No, it's pretty bad right now for the old IG squad.
We're gonna lose this barracks for sure. But can they hold bottom? I think anti-mage might be up in time to defend that one.
You know, I don't know if defend is the word that I would use for what he's going to be able to do. But yeah.
Well, he'll be alive in 24 seconds regardless.
True.
And for some reason, you're running top to the Roshan area, but
They
Roche
wanna
is
get to the
gonna run
portal.
bottom. But now Roche is going bottom. Aghanim
Oh my
is
God.
now onto Roshan.
Ghost forgot. Yeah, I thought that they were running to go to the portal. That's why. But they go through it.
Yep. And instead of doing Roche, they're going to smoke and immediately trying to intercept them here.
They see him on those wards. They are all sitting on a ward, and they're all smoked together. Okay, and that gives pause to XG. Now they're going to try and set up for the fight here for when they come on in. Oh, this is not going to be pretty. JT is so ready to jump these dudes. Jump. Got the disarm. Static Storm down. That is the Aghanim Scepter Static Storm, but do they have enough damage? They're starting to. Emo on top of him, but Ghost, he lived through it all. The heal was there. The shard on the Phoenix, and the stun comes out. Emo is going to die. It was the perfect fight for IG, but in the end, even perfect was not enough. Extreme Gaming are too strong. More heroes dead without buybacks. And DY connects on the arrow. Easy kill. Triple for JT.
At this point, you're considering on pressing the buttons, the 2 magical letters. But it looks like Timbersol thinks he has what it takes to 2 versus 5 here.
I mean, Storm doesn't have a mana pool. It's the copium we're on.
Alright. That is true.
As the racks are falling, and I believe that IG are now going to drop in. If I'm not mistaken, that should put them out of contention to make it further in this tournament. Could be wrong about that, but regardless, XG Extreme, they're going to tie the series up 1 game apiece. The dive through, the Hex is there, the pull is out from Paparazzi, Ghost gets the stun. They buy back on Coddle. They're hoping to do something, but there is no answer. GG call.
Just too long on the death spawn timers for them. It was close. It was about 15 seconds until they could maybe got another fight in them, but
right,
15 seconds was just too much. And the game just explodes there. Just another classic game of waiting for Anti-Mage to finish his farm, join the fights, and unfortunately he's playing versus an Alchemist who hit his timing at about like 16, 17 minutes this game. So he was ready to go. They kept fighting with the Alchemist online. At some point, Dust didn't really know what to do in this game as a Death Prophet, as having a Timbersaw offlane, a Coddle, and then they just had no stuns. Anti-Mage farming off in the woods, like, who's going to stun them for the DP to get kills? You just kite the Death Prophet until you get to a point where you can burst her, and unfortunate game for IG. They tried, but wasn't enough at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, not to belabor the point, but that game was just, can Emo carry us to victory? And the answer was he could not. He ended up doing the second least amount of damage in the game. He was just barely ahead of the Disruptor, who did 40 more damage than him. Yeah, rough stuff.
I think most of the damage that he did was a couple of his suicide plays where he just went him by himself to try and get a kill and died on his own. It wasn't the best.
No, it was not. Speaking of which, that's one right there.
Yes, that's it.
Man. Well, IG not having the tournament that they were hoping, they do get to play spoiler for a couple of these teams now, right? So OG, they lose a game to them. That might create some sort of tiebreaker situations later on. Also, Extreme lose a game to them. So now Beast Coast, after their match, that also sets them up for Spirit beating them 2-0. So they're kind of in this like weird contentious position. A lot of these teams looking at that sort of third place slot, or rather the 3 bottom slots, and jockeying for position and not be one of the teams being relegated. Dangerous.
Quite dangerous indeed. And that's sometimes just how group stages go. You end up losing a game to a team you feel like you shouldn't lose to, and you get in a spot where it's very unfortunate and you end up kicking yourself for whatever mistakes you have made in those particular games. But that's what makes group stage exciting too.
True.
We don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And when the games are close and anyone can win, it makes it that much more exciting to watch.
True enough. Well, an impressive showing. I don't know if we actually have the graphics up. I don't think that we're going to for the final rounds of the groups for today, but you can check them all out online. A lot of great Dota 2 getting played today, Fear.
Yeah.
We've still got 2 more days. One of those days I think is going to be a little bit shorter, if I'm not mistaken, on the 30th, because there has to be the room for tiebreakers if those do come out. But tomorrow we got a couple of great games going on. You excited?
Of course, always excited for international competition. Generally, I'm just excited for good teams playing Dota, but you're always going to get that at a major. So going into any major game, super excited to watch it.
Okay. Well, we're just getting the updates right now on the groups to make sure and reflect the most recent changes. We weren't one of the last games being played, or we were rather. Tundra and OG, I believe, are still playing over on one of the other streams if you want to check that one out if you're not already. And then that's going to do it for all of the Berlin Major for today. But yeah, tomorrow, I think it's going to be really an interesting battle, particularly in that Group A. Who it is that goes through, who it is that's eliminated. Right now, EG, LGD, and Liquid, as we take a look at the groups, are all tied on the verge of being eliminated. How crazy is that? EG, LGD, and Liquid all potential to get eliminated on the final couple days here.
Yeah, Liquid being there is surprising to most people, right?
Yeah.
And if they were to get eliminated, not saying they will, that would be quite the upset for this particular tournament, and maybe showing a little bit that the team itself not quite adjust to the patch. And this is what happens with Dota. You got to keep up to the metas. You got to be able to adapt quickly if you want to stay at the top. And if you can't adapt, you might have a good patch you're good on, but after that, what can you do? So Liquid got to find their form real quick if they want to keep that dominance that most people think that they should have.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, some of that, like you said, just getting used to the patch, needing to come up with answers for it, and we'll see if they can draw some inspiration. That's the other thing that happens in group stages, right? The meta gets set, and then somebody comes in and perfects it a little bit too. But time will tell. A lot still to be uncovered here in the Berlin Major, and as we said, we end the day with Extreme taking the series tied up against IG, which does put them slightly ahead of Beast Coast at the moment, and still a lot to be worked out on, but we'll figure out what ends up happening. Fear, I think that's going to do it. We're going to sign off for today, and we'll see all you lovely people again tomorrow. Same time, same place. More from the Berlin Major then.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity.